Ascetic figures, before and in. Early Buddhism, the emergence of Gautama as the Buddha. Martin G. Wiltshire, Mouton de Gruyter, Berlin, New York, 1990. This book has grown out of my doctoral thesis, entitled The Origins of the Paccekabuddha concept, submitted to the University of Lancaster. It puts forward a theory that attempts to identify with more exactitude than hitherto achieved the ascetic milieu to which the Buddha belonged, and to locate the Buddha firmly within this milieu. It also sets out to demonstrate that the followers of the Buddha, the Sangha, were aware of the Buddha's identity as part of this milieu and accordingly constructed the doctrine of the Buddha's uniqueness as a response to this awareness and as a way of establishing and consolidating their own identity. This work, therefore, represents both a piece of historical inquiry and the application of a sociological approach. In this latter respect, it seeks to use the sociological concept of the new religious movement and its typical behavioral traits as a way of explaining and shedding light on developments that mark the beginnings of the Buddhist tradition. How far it succeeds in this, it will be for the reader to judge, but I hasten to add that the book is conceived as a preliminary exploration, and the author will be more than satisfied if it spurs others into responding to and following up some of the issues raised here. The chief resource for research has been the Pāli Text Society edition of the Nikayas. Translations from the Pāli cited here have been taken from the PTS editions unless otherwise stated. In terms of coverage of the wider ascetic background of the early Indian religious tradition, I have drawn upon a number of key Jain and Brahmanical texts in the original and in translation. Many of the terms occurring in this work exist in both Pāli and Sanskrit, sometimes in Prakrit also, e.g. P. Paccekabuddha, 1s1, samaṇa, Sik Pratyekabuddha, e. srama, Pop Buddha. If a term with more than one rendering is mentioned in connection with a specific textual source, then the rendering preferred is the same as occurs in the source. Otherwise, in general discussion, the Pāli rendering is preferred. One exception to this principle is the adoption of the locution srama tradtan, or srama movement, when the subject is discussed at the broadest historical level. I would very much like to thank Professors Ninian Smart and Trevor Ling for encouraging me to go to print. Needless to say, they are not answerable for the ideas and argument contained in this book. Thanks are also due to Professor Jacques Wardenberg in accepting the work into the series Religion and Reason, and for his manifest patience and understanding with regard to any delays there may have been in forwarding the manuscript. I am indebted to Jackie Brienne and Enid Adam for help with proofreading, and to the Western Australian College of Advanced Education for assistance with production of a camera-ready copy. A special thanks to Eunice Fitzhenry, who retrieved the manuscript from a potentially disastrous situation in the city of Liverpool, and to my wife, Jean, who throughout has acted as a remover of obstacles, enabling me to apply time and energy for the completion of the book. Martin G. Wiltshire, Perth, WA, March 1990. Among the wide variety of ascetics, philosophers, and teachers forming the backcloth to the life and legend of the Buddha, there is mention in Buddhist sources of mysterious ascetic figures called paccekabuddhas, scan, preceded. Although surrounded by obscurity, their peculiar distinctiveness lies in the fact that they are regarded as enlightened. They alone, among all the groups of ascetics, share with the Buddha the honor of this distinction. Our curiosity as to their real identity is further increased when it is realized that they are a category of ascetic, recorded in Jain as well as Buddhist sources. Although the subject of paccekabuddhas has been variously studied by European, Sinhalese, and Japanese scholars, no one to date has provided a theory of the historical identity of these figures and succeeded in situating them with some degree of precision in the religious and social context of their time. Perhaps the closest anyone has come to providing a successful explanation of their identity is Richard Gombrich. In a review OLZ 74, 1979 of Kloppenborg's The Paccekabuddha, a Buddhist ascetic, he has suggested that they have no basis in historical fact, but are merely a classificatory abstraction devised by Buddhist doctrine. Although Gombrich's fiction theory possesses the merit of coherency, we subscribe to the view that there actually existed an identifiable ascetic phenomenon corresponding to the figure of the paccekabuddha. It is the principal intention of this book to argue this case and to show how. Important to our understanding of early Buddhism is the question of the identity of these ascetics. What Buddhism essentially teaches about paccekabuddhas is they achieve the summum, bonum of Buddhist experience, enlightenment, bodhi, without contact with the Buddha or his teaching. They are not like the traditional followers of the Buddha, the monks and laity, who acquire their identity as a result of hearing and responding to the Buddha's word, Buddha Vacana. Paccekabuddhas realize enlightenment by their own efforts, having never heard or come to rely upon the Buddha's teaching. Not only does this fact set them apart from the mainstream of tradition, it raises important issues in respect of the import and status of that tradition. In the first place, it raises questions with regard to the alleged uniqueness of the Buddha himself if he is not the only being imputed to have achieved enlightenment entirely by his own efforts. Secondly, how ought we to understand the role and function of his teaching and his significance as a mediator if, in principle, beings can achieve the same end by their own efforts? These queries, it must be appreciated, do not take the form of criticisms launched from without the Buddhist tradition. They arise from within, since references to paccekabuddhas and the assertion that they are enlightened ascetics are to be found within the Buddhist scriptures themselves. How can these scriptures affirm the sui generis nature of the Buddha and, at the S-Arna time, admit the existence of paccekabuddhas? It is hoped that this study will make a significant contribution to the resolution of this fundamental paradox. The first step we have taken in the direction of resolving this paradox is to ascertain the accepted and standard meaning of the term paccekabuddha in early Buddhism. With this in mind, we have divided the Pāli sources into 3 groups corresponding respectively to earlier Nikaya, middle Nikaya, and later and post-Nikaya periods of composition. To the first group may be assigned the earliest strata of material within the Nikayas, exemplified by such texts as the Sutta Nipata and by verse sections occurring elsewhere in the Nikayas. The main body of the Nikayas belongs to the middle period, and most of the 5th Nikaya belongs to the later period, together with, of course, the post-Nikaya commentarial literature. Throughout these sources, there are just 2 sorts of Buddha mentioned: the Sanunnasambuddha and the Paccekabuddha. Sakyamuni, the historical founder of Buddhism, is a Buddha of the former kind by virtue of being that category of person who in a given dispensation, sasana, brings into existence a body of teaching, dhamma, or a path, magga, nibbana can be realized, and who also creates a community, sangha, of followers. The status of the paccekabuddha within early Buddhism can best be summarized in the form of 3 distinct but interconnected propositions. The paccekabuddha is the same as the Samasambuddha in that he achieves enlightenment, bodhi, without assistance from a teacher, sathar. In contrast to the Samasambuddha, the Paccekabuddha does not, after his enlightenment, become a teacher, sathar, in the sense that he does not promulgate a dhamma and found a sangha or savaka, disciple, tradition. The Paccekabuddha cannot coexist with a Samasambuddha and therefore belongs to a different era. It remains unclear whether any or all of the doctrines expressed by these propositions pertains to paccekabuddhas in the earliest historical stages of Buddhism. The question of the relative status of the 2 sorts of Buddha, for example, is not addressed until the period of the composition of the later and post-Nikaya texts. The term paccekabuddha does not appear at all in the earliest strata of the Nikayas, and when it does first appear, in the middle period, there is no reference to these or similar doctrines. The obscurity surrounding its first usage leaves open the possibility that the concept of a paccekabuddha underwent some alteration of meaning in the various phases of the composition of the sources. Some explanation is therefore required as to why paccekabuddhas are not specifically mentioned in the oldest strata, and why, when they are referred to in the middle period, there is no attempt at doctrinal interpretation. In view of these obscurities, we have searched the earlier and middle strata of sources for any evidence of a distinction of kinds of Buddha, such as that exemplified by the categories samaṇa and paccekabuddha. This investigation resulted in us spotlighting the ascetic figure referred to as the muni. The usage of the term muni in canonical sources is accompanied by considerable obscurity, but one noticeable feature is its association with the Buddha and with the paccekabuddhas rather than with disciples of the Buddha or non-Buddhist ascetics. The term muni, it would seem, represents a blanket concept for an enlightened being, together with an implication that the notion of Buddha might at one time have been an entirely singular concept. We have therefore formulated the hypothesis that the muni represents a proto-Buddha figure who antedated the distinction between samaṇa and paccekabuddha. We therefore seek to demonstrate that what was at first one type of saint in due course became bifurcated into the categories of paccekabuddha and samaṇa. Over a longer period, Buddhism filled in the outlines of the distinction by providing full doctrinal justification for the two categories of Buddha. In those passages where paccekabuddhas are first mentioned, these figures are not only linked with the muni, but with the ascetic categories of seer, Pāli Isi Sanskrit Ursai, and renouncer, Pāli Samaṇa Sanskrit Sramana. The discovery of these additional associations has further helped our quest after the historical identity of the paccekabuddha. Since Isi, Samana, and Muni are not only Buddhistic terms, but trans-sectarian, then an investigation is warranted into their significance in relation to the wider context of the Jain and Brahmanic traditions. We therefore have resolved to explore each of these categories within both Buddhism and the wider ascetic milieu of the period. In Buddhist sources, terms such as Isi, Muni, Samana, and a further counterpart, Brahmana, are used attributively, describing the ascetic ideal, as well as indicatively, denoting a social identity. In Pāli canonical texts, for instance, the application of the term Isi to an ascetic signifies his possession of religious potency and is used of both Brahmanic and non-Brahmanic ascetics. Samana signifies a renouncer, one who has abandoned household existence in order to become a religious mendicant. He is categorically not a Brahmanic ascetic. Besides denoting one who has reached the height of spiritual perfection, Muni is always understood as the Buddhistic counterpart of the Brahmanic priest. Both the Buddhas and the paccekabuddhas own particular distinctiveness, lie in the fact that they are characterized by all three of these nomenclatures. All sorts of ascetics are characterized as Isi or Samana, but significantly the term Muni is reserved for the Buddha and the paccekabuddha. The qualities by which an ascetic deserves the title Isi are quite varied, whereas the religious potency of the Brahmanic Isi consists in his ownership of ascetic power, tapas, sacred formulae, manta, and his right and ability to perform Shraddha rites. The use of the term Isi to describe the paccekabuddha denotes his possession of magic power, idanubhava. One of the dominant themes in the representation of the paccekabuddha within earlier and later Buddhist literature, and one scholars have tended to overlook, is his close association with displays of magic, Pāli Iti Sanskrit Urdi, notably his practice of flight or levitation. These references to his magic powers occur almost entirely within Buddhist narrative literature. Traditionally in Buddhism, such displays were for the purpose of proselytizing. Nevertheless, they were regarded as a poor alternative to proselytizing by the method of verbal instruction, anusasana. Canonical Buddhism teaches that a person can only become a savaka, disciple, by receiving verbal instruction. Exhibitions of magic can do no more than impress the onlooker, whereas verbal instruction communicates itself directly to a person's understanding. The paccekabuddha is an ascetic who employs magic more often than verbal instruction. And he is never seen to make persons savakas. Paccekabuddhas display magic in order to win the allegiance or vindicate the devotion shown to them by the layperson. The paccekabuddha identity as a renouncer, samaṇa, in canonical sources serves as an important clue in deciphering his historical identity. In this connection, there survives a legend in Buddhist and Jain literature which tells how 4 proto-Sramana kings, kshatriyas, become paccekabuddhas. Close scrutiny of extant recensions of the legend reveals that it is very old, probably antedating the formation of these 2 distinct traditions, and represents an archetypal account of the origins of the non-Brahmanic custom of renunciation, namely the beginnings of the Sramana movement. The legend, therefore, seems to link paccekabuddhas with an archaic ascetic tradition. This interpretation receives corroborative evidence in the Isagili Sutta, the earliest Buddhist canonical reference to the paccekabuddha. The following questions therefore present themselves. Could the paccekabuddha have been the source of the ascetic phenomenon of renunciation in India? Could he have represented the common ascetico-religious background tradition, which manifested itself ultimately in the sectarian forms of Buddhism and Jainism? Certainly the theory would account for the presence of this mysterious figure in both Buddhism and Jainism, and also would help shed light on the historical origins of these traditions and their similarities in doctrine, ethics, and mythology. The connection to proto-Sramanas. Further confirmation of the theory that paccekabuddhas were proto-Sramanas arises out of the way in which Buddhist sources describe the experience of paccekabuddha, the form of enlightenment which gives rise to the concept paccekabuddha. This experience is represented as happening only to householders and occurs simultaneously with the decision to become a renouncer. In short, there seems to exist a definitive connection between the attainment of paccekabuddha and the act of renouncing household life. The theory which interprets the paccekabuddha as an ascetic figure antedating the rise of Buddhism and Jainism also helps to explain his equation with the muni. For the figure of the muni is mentioned as far back as the later portions of the Arji Veda, such as in the Kesson hymn, where he is depicted as a mysterious ascetic with extraordinary powers. Summary of the explanation. Searching for the historical identity of the paccekabuddhas by investigating their connection with the ascetic categories of isi, samaṇa, and muni has provided us with sufficient evidence to produce a cogent and coherent explanation of the paccekabuddha concept. This explanation can be summarized as follows. The Buddhist and Jain traditions had their origin in the Sramana movement, which began as a protest by kshatriyas against the Brahmanic stranglehold on religion and society. This protest expressed itself in the adoption of an ethic of world renunciation. The movement redefined and gave its own significance to many traditional Brahmanic concepts as it grew in momentum and challenged the hegemony of the Brahmanic tradition. After some time, the cultural phenomenon of renunciation developed sectarian differences within its own tradition. The period from the beginnings of renunciation, whilst the movement was still principally a maverick phenomenon, until the period prior to sectarian divisions can be said to mark the epoch of the original muni, the proto-Sramana or proto-Buddha figure. The concept of the paccekabuddha in the post-Buddhist and post-Jain period is an anachronism for this figure. Here lies the original significance of that concept. Relationship to the Buddha. This theory provides a comprehensive explanation of the doctrine of the paccekabuddha in canonical Buddhism, as expressed in the three propositions defining their status and their relationship to the figure of the Buddha. The first proposition, that no form of Buddha has a teacher, can be read as evidence that the Buddhistic tradition had its roots in the heuristic principle of discovering truth through one's own experience, rather than by accepting the teaching and authority of another. The second proposition, it is to be noticed that notions of a Dhamma, Sangha, and Savaka, disciple, together with the notion of a founder, are all corollaries of a sectarian-based organization. The doctrinal affirmation that paccekabuddhas are not themselves founders of a Dhamma or a Sangha is consistent with them belonging to the pre-sectarian stage of the tradition. The idea that the paccekabuddha is incapable of teaching Dhamma can itself be understood as a dogmatic overlay of interpretation on a de facto state of affairs. The paccekabuddha existed prior to the emphasis on distinct teachers with their own doctrine and principles of practice. So we see the rise of historical Buddhism as corresponding to the growth of a Savaka tradition, where initiation involves the principle of following the teaching of one man. Once this principle becomes enshrined, the idea of realizing a spiritual goal without the assistance of another begins to decline. The third proposition, that paccekabuddhas cannot exist at the same time as a Samasambuddha, marks the full adoption and investiture of the principle that a teacher is a sine qua non for salvation. If paccekabuddhas were admitted to exist, it would undermine the rationale of a Savaka-based organization. In canonical theory, there survives two forms of Buddha-Bhutan practice. There is only one, he who justifies the existence of the Savaka tradition, Sakyamuni Buddha. It is to be observed that such approposition occurs only in the later and post-Nikaya period, at a time when the Buddhist tradition had acquired an established organizational structure. Prior to that time, there is evidence to suggest that the attitude toward the attainment of enlightenment was a good deal more fluid. The interpretative framework which we have found best assists the clarification of these historical and doctrinal developments is a sociological one. The sorts of events that characterize the emergence and rise of Buddhism as a major religion are seen to be those which follow a similar pattern sociologically to that of many new religious movements. In particular, to see the Buddha as a successful charismatic leader, and to see the demise of the notion of freely realizable enlightenment as part of the process whereby the movement successfully achieves. Routinization of that charisma helps to make sense of the sorts of doctrinal developments that have been outlined above. We have therefore decided to utilize the term cultus worship to represent the behavior of the Buddhist tradition in its origins and inception. This term has been chosen advisedly for Azans, firstly because of its associations with the word cult. We have deliberately not used the word cult for obvious reasons, but we're aware that the study of so-called cults has and can prove instructive for the understanding of more enduring religious movements. We would like this association borne in mind throughout this study. Secondly, the word cultus perhaps represents for use an interpretative key for analyzing traits and trends of behavior exhibited by early Buddhism. In particular, it is a term which adequately conveys the dynamic driving principle underlying the growth of Buddhism, the principle of the uniqueness of Sakyamuni and his teaching. In this respect, Buddhism was operating no differently than its sectarian rivals, Brahmanism. For instance, assimilated salvation to the notion of duty, full performance of sacrificial rites, and represented the Brahman as the sole mediator. Buddhism displays a similar structure. The figure of Sakyamuni becomes the sole mediator and his teaching Dhamma means of salvation. We have therefore considered it appropriate to refer to Buddhism in its beginnings as the Sakyamuni cultus. In short, the rise of historical Buddhism was inspired by the belief in the sui generis character of the Buddha and his teaching. In giving accentuation to the importance of these particular features in the origins of Buddhism, we may lay ourselves open to the accusation that we have altogether ignored the paramount role of the moral and reformative factors in the emergence of Buddhism, amidst critique of caste and of animal sacrifice, or have undervalued the originality of the Buddha and his teaching. It is not our intention to denigrate these factors or underestimate the ethical dimension of Buddhism, and we do not see our thesis as detracting from them. Indeed, it will be seen that a main pillar of this thesis is the argument that the primary impetus behind the disaffection with Brahmanic religion and the mores of existing culture was the affirmation of the religious and moral postulate of ahimsa non-injury. That at some point in society's emergent moral sensibilities and ascetico-religious techniques, a figure such as that of the Buddha should have encapsulated and given new direction and initiative to those developments, is no surprising observation in respect of comparisons with the sociological beginnings of other faiths. With high historical founders, to see the Buddha as part of a wider currency of values operating at the time, and to see him as a focus of special worship is not to cast aspersions on his originality or the moral force of his message. Our foremost object has been to understand the way in which he was apprehended by his followers. Here, the very existence of the category of ascetic known as paccekabuddha, as well as the construction placed upon that category by his followers, is highly pertinent to the issue of that apprehension. Primary sources. As far as we're aware, the paccekabuddha is not mentioned in other than Buddhist and Jain literature. This is only to be expected since the term has doctrinal significances, especially associated with these representative traditions of the Sramana movement. In Buddhist literature, our analysis of the subject of the paccekabuddha concentrates mainly on the Pāli corpus of texts and Buddhist Sanskrit sources. Within these sources, material on the paccekabuddha's pre-sectarian can be classified on at-wu-fold basis according to genre and to Pix. There are two kinds of genre narrative stories and legends and expositions of doctrine. It is often the case that doctrinal expositions are integrated into the narrative doctrine, may be expounded at various points during a narrative. Alternatively, the narrative itself may be taken to illustrate doctrinal truths. All material on the paccekabuddha can be subsumed under the following 6 topics. Scenes of devotional acts towards a samaṇa. These result in the attainment of paccekabuddha in some future rebirth. Scenes showing devotional acts or acts of abusive behavior towards paccekabuddhas where reference is made to resultant merit, p punna, skik punya, or demerit, p apunast, apunya. Scenes that depict persons becoming paccekabuddhas attaining paccekabuddha. Alleged sayings of paccekabuddhas, e.g. the stanzas of the Kaggavisana Sutta of the Sutta Nipada. Enumeration of those attributes of the paccekabuddha which make them an exemplar of spiritual attainment. B. The path of the paccekabodhisattva, i.e. paccekabuddha to be, over numerous existences during which the requisite attributes are brought to fruition. Concise statements of dogma or doctrinal formulae relating to paccekabuddhas. Alleged sayings of paccekabuddhas. In the Buddhist and Jain traditions, there are a small number of groups of sayings ascribed to paccekabuddhas. These sayings are representative of a long-standing tradition of gnomic and didactic literature in India. In the Pāli tradition, the sayings are preserved in metrical form gatha and are of 2 kinds. Udana, moral utterances, and subhasita, well-spoken words. According to Buddhist commentarial tradition, the Udana states succinctly the prime cause of the paccekabuddha's enlightenment and is spoken upon the occasion of his enlightenment or immediately before his death, parinibbana. It is further remarked that the paccekabuddha makes his Udana either in response to a question putta or according to his own measure of understanding if there is no question. These utterances are sometimes also referred to as vyakarana, explanations. It is possible that they were given as mantras to meditate upon. A subhasita consists, on the other hand, of a form of admonition or general moral advice, ovada, intended to save people from the 4 hells, apaya. Quite clearly, the distinction between the udana and the subhasita shows that some sayings were spoken to the ears of lay people who were regarded as potential initiates into the life of a bhikkhu, and some to those who were not regarded so. In short, there seems to have existed an esoteric-exoteric distinction. Canonical and commentarial sources. According to the later Nikaya and Pāli commentarial tradition, the stanzas of the Kaggavisana Sutta, Sutta Nipata, are udanas of paccekabuddhas. They are composed in Tristug meter, which marks them as belonging to the oldest stratum of Pali verse. These same stanzas have also become incorporated within the paccekabuddha section of the Apādana. In addition, there is a somewhat truncated and repetitious Buddhist Sanskrit version to be found in the Mahavastu, which likewise identifies the stanzas as udanas of paccekabuddhas. The Mahavastu identifies the authors as belonging to a tradition of 500 preceded who resided at Varanasi and passed away into parinirvana on learning of the imminent birth of the Bodhisattva. In the Pali tradition, the commentaries to the Sutta Nipata and the Apādana, called the Paramattha Jodhika and the Visuddhijana Racini respectively, describe how these stanzas came to enter the Buddhist tradition. Both commentaries agree that the stanzas were first transmitted by the Buddha in response to an inquiry from his disciple Ananda about the meaning of paccekabuddha and paccekabodhi. The Paccekabuddha version reads, when the Tathagata was dwelling in Jetavana, the Vedaha Muni, i.e. Ananda, first paying homage, asked, Wise One, there are said to be paccekabuddhas. How do they come to be? The commentarial version reads, whilst he was dwelling in solitariness and seclusion, the following thought occurred to Ananda. The aspirations, patina, and resolves, abhinihara, of Buddhas is known, likewise of Savakas, but that of paccekabuddhas is not known. Let me question the Lord on this. Rising from his solitariness, he approached the Lord and asked him about this matter. Thereupon, the Lord taught the saying on strivings in former existences, Pubhayogavakare. There are 5 results of strivings in former existences. 1 achieves knowledge, bodhi, before death, at death, as a god, Devaputa, through sudden intuition, Kippabhina, in the presence of Buddha, finally as a paccekabuddha. In the course of his description and definition of paccekabuddha, the Buddha transmits to Ananda the stanzas which came to comprise the Kaggavisana Sutta. These stanzas are understood to represent the definitive collection of paccekabuddha sayings from the point of view of the Buddhist tradition. However, there are a number of miscellaneous stanzas occurring in the Jatakas also imputed to be sayings of the paccekabuddha. The most important of these are the so-called 8 Samanabhadra Gatha, stanzas about the blessings of being a renouncer, stating why life as a samana is preferable to life as a gahatha, householder. They are part of the moral instruction, ovada, that a paccekabuddha called Sonaka imparts to a king. Once again, an equivalent version is found in the Mahavastu, Pali literature and Jaka stories. Most of the Pali literature on the subject of the paccekabuddha belongs to the 5th Nikaya and the commentaries. The sections of the Paramattha Jodhika and Visuddhijana Vilasini that comment upon the Kaggavisana stanzas are almost identical. They follow the traditional commentarial method, a gloss on the terms in the original, together with an illustrative tale. In this case, the tale depicts the circumstances in which an individual stanza or group of stanzas came to be uttered. Altogether, there are 40 tales, each relating how a particular king of Baranas renounced his throne and attained paccekabodhi. These tales represent the 4th kind of topic, scenes in which persons become paccekabuddhas. The non-narrative portions of these 2 commentaries provide us with material relating to topics 5 and 6. There are also tales featured within the commentaries which describe acts of service or abuse to paccekabuddhas, topic 2. Of a special note among the commentarial tales, however, is the one depicting the birth and enlightenment of the legendary 500 paccekabuddhas referred to in the Aisagili Sutta. In Pali sources, the most important corpus of narratives about paccekabuddhas occurs in the Jatakas. These ascetics are mentioned in more than 30 Jataka stories and figure prominently in at least 10 of these. The Kumbhakara and the Paniya Jatakas together furnish 9 individual examples of persons becoming paccekabuddhas. Jataka material is also significant in 2 other respects. Some of the imagery is the same or similar to that occurring in the Kaggavisana stanzas. The stories figure within the framework of dynasty myths. In this kind of myth, the allegedly significant religious history, the former existences of the Bodhisattva of pre-Sakyamuni times, is charted according to dynasties. Each story begins with a reference to the name of the dynasty and the particular ruler at the time the events described took place. There is no systematic or chronological scheme except for the final Jataka, which depicts the last human existence of the Bodhisattva prior to his entry to the Tusita heaven. However, Buddhist chronologies of pre-Sakyamuni dynasties are found in the Mahavamsa and the Dipavamsa chronicles, and with the aid of these, we can acquire a general picture of historical or mythical succession. We have therefore been able to show which stories purportedly belong to which era, and on this basis make inferences about how the Buddhists viewed the times prior to the advent of Gautama Buddha. Buddhist Sanskrit literature falls broadly into two categories: Mahayana and non-Mahayana. In the Mahayana, the paccekabuddha has no longer a quasi-historical or mythical dimension, but operates entirely at a doctrinal level to signify the idea of one who is selfish and spiritually short-sighted for not acting in the best salvific interest of others. Mahayana texts, therefore, have no direct relevance to the subject of this book, and with one exception, are disregarded. This exception is a short Mahayana text devoted entirely to the subject of the Pratyekabuddha and known as the Pratyekabuddha Bhumi. When some of the pronouncements on the Pratyekabuddha in the Sanskrit Avadana sources are paralleled in the Pratyekabuddha Bhumi, we have seen fit to draw attention to this. There may also be individual terms and concepts we come across in the course of our discussion which receive fuller expression in the Mahayana. In such circumstances, the Mahayana conception will be found useful in clarifying or amplifying the meaning. Amongst non-Mahayana sources, we have drawn heavily upon the Sanskrit Avadana literature, notably the Mahavastu, Divyavadana, and Avanasataka. The Avadana texts are a literary genre designed to bolster the Buddhist doctrine of karma by using narratives to show how present and prospective mundane and supramundane accomplishments are the result of past deeds, hence the name Avadana heroic deed or act. These texts have proved important to our study because they provide a non-Theravada window on the subject of the Pratyekabuddha. The Avadana Sataka and Divyavadana are presumed mainly Sarvastivadin works, and the Mahavastu is a product of the Lokottaravadin branch of the Mahasamgikas. Doctrinally, this gamut of literature, in contrast to the Pāli, represents a shade of opinion within the Bhikkhu Sangha, more tolerant of the exhibition of magic powers by Buddhist ascetics. So, for instance, displays of magic power are often used by Pratyekabuddhas to rouse devotional responses, as well as themselves being a form of response by Pratyekabuddhas to devotional acts of service from the layperson. The difference is important because in one case, it is the Buddha, and in the other, the devotee who instigates the religious or revelatory experience. A difference functionally corresponding to the distinction between prevenient and cooperating grace in Christian theology. The Avadana Sataka is a work that warrants a special mention. The third decade of the 100 tales of which this work is composed are devoted entirely to the theme of Pratyekabodhi. Two of these tales describe how in previous eras certain persons become Pratyekabuddhas, as the karmic consequence of performing devotional acts towards the Buddhas Kasyapa and Vipassi. Both these stories give an account of the sorts of circumstances and experiences that result in Pratyekabodhi. Kandana, for instance, attains his Pratyekabodhi as a result of contemplating a withering flower, which in Buddhist literature is the most regularly depicted manner of realizing that goal. The 8 remaining stories describe how the performance of devotional acts towards the Buddha Sakyamuni will lead the individual to have auspicious future rebirths and eventually to the realization of Pratyekabodhi itself. These stories all share the same basic format. The devotee usually belongs to a lower social status. He/she espies the Buddha. He/she offers a gift or performs some cultic act of devotion to the Buddha. The Buddha performs a feat of magic riddhi that brings a faith prasada response. Sometimes the devotee declares aloud his particular wish or aspiration pranidhana. The Buddha smiles and utters a prediction vyakarana, a verbal guarantee that paccekabuddha will take place for that person in some future rebirth. The mundane consequences of the devotee's act of merit are outlined. It is stated what will be the devotee's name as a paccekabuddha. The name is always derived from association with the type of cultic act, which secured the assurance of paccekabuddha. The striking doctrinal feature of these stories about paccekabuddha is that this attainment is only made possible by the mediation of the Buddha or Buddhas. All those who achieve paccekabuddha at some point during their sequence of rebirths perform an act of devotion to a samyak sambuddha samasambuddha, and this act is represented as the necessary and sufficient condition of that achievement. In other words, the authors of the Avadana Sataka have assimilated the notion of the paccekabuddha within a samyak sambuddha qua Sakyamuni cultus framework. In addition to this decade of stories, the paccekabuddha features in 11 other stories from the Avadana Sataka as an object of almsgiving or maltreatment. Finally, we have included as appendix a table showing recurrent formulae, topic used of paccekabuddhas in the Avadana Sataka and the Divyavadana. Jain literature. Jainism has a doctrinal equivalent to the notion of the paccekabuddha in its own religious tradition, the figure of the Buddha. The distinction between the paccekabuddha and samasambuddha, which exists in Buddhism, has its counterpart in the Jain doctrine of the Buddha and Svayambhuddha. Evidence suggests, as in respect of Buddhism, that the actual term Buddha was not known to the authors of the oldest sections of their canon. According to Schubring, the term first occurs in the Vyahapanati, one of the 11 Angas, where it is mentioned without any form of definition. Buddha first appear in narratives in the Avasyaka Mula Sutra. However, the most important Jain texts on the subject are the Uttaradhyayana Sutra and the Isibhasiyam. Charpentier describes the Uttaradhyayana as a work in its original contents more like the old Buddhist works, the Dhammapada and the Sutta Nipata. Although dating Jain canonical texts is notoriously difficult and hazardous, Charpentier assigns the composition of the essential text to a period circa 300 BCE, similar to that when the Sutta Nipata is believed to have been composed. The Uttaradhyayana contains a collective reference to 4 kings, who are later identified by the commentaries as Buddhas. These same 4 kings also appear in early Buddhist legend and are identified as paccekabuddhas by Buddhist commentaries too. We analyze the substance of this legend in Chapter 3 and show how it sheds light on the paccekabuddha's early Sramanic identity. The Isibhasiyam, Sayings of the Isis, is a text whose diction and vocabulary suggest contemporaneity with the first 2 and probably oldest of the extant Jain Anga, the Akaranga Sutra and Sutra Kritanga, as well as with the Mula Sutras, Uttaradhyayana Sutra, and Dasavaikalika. Schubring considers the Isibhasiyam to be among the most ancient of Jain texts, with origins circa 300 BCE. Interestingly, however, it is not included within the Jain canonical corpus and may therefore be said to hold an apocryphal status. The text first became known to Western scholars in a printed edition, Indore 1927, entitled Srimad B. Pratyekabuddhar Basitani Isi Basita Sutrani, which also included an appendix with compendiums, Samgahani, of the Isis' names and their associated maxims. The work has since been re-edited by Schubring, Isibhasiyam, ein Jaina Text der Frühzeit, but has not yet been translated into a European tongue. The text is composed of 45 sections, a Jayayana, each section comprising the sayings of an individual Rasai. As the title of the Indore edition and an inscription on the manuscript indicate, these Arsais are to be equated with Buddhas. This might explain the apocryphal as opposed to the canonical status of the work. Each section has the same fourfold structure: the maxim of the RSI, name of the RSI, an account of his accomplishment, and a conclusion. A single formula is used to introduce the said name and author of the maxim, e.g., Vajjayaputta Arahata Isina Buitam, said by Vajjayaputta the Arahata, the Isa. Likewise, a common formula is used for the conclusion. Evam se Buddha virate vipav dante devialam tai no punar avi ikatham havam agachati ti bemi. We have not examined this text in great detail, since a translation and thorough analysis of it would constitute a major feat of scholarship and linguistic enterprise in its own right. Instead, we briefly draw attention to certain features relevant to the main thrust of our inquiry. The text is an indication that paccekabuddhas held a similar status in Jainism to that in Buddhism, for their sayings were considered to be of sufficient value to be retained and cherished within both traditions. The Isabhasiyayam and the Kaggavisana Sutta are early texts within their respective traditions. This supports our theory that the paccekabuddha has a significance which pertains to the early stages of these traditions. Schubring points out that the concepts of the Isabhasiyayam are neither highly technical nor doctrinally sophisticated. This observation is important to our theory of the paccekabuddha's pre-sectarian identity. Within it are repeated many of the concepts which we discuss in connection with the figure of the paccekabuddha in the Buddhist sources, e.g., muni, vimutti, pakaya, bhaya, bandhana, savadukam, etc. There is no mention of the term pateya Buddha in the sections, but the Isis are nevertheless categorized as Buddha. In other words, this text corroborates the argument that the concept of the paccekabuddha is later than the ascetic figure whom it was used to denote. This study has been arranged into 4 chapters. The first chapter serves very much as the pyramidical base. Here we examine and seek to clarify the meanings attached to the figures and notion of paccekabuddhas in the earliest references to them in the Buddhist sources. It is from this examination that we discover the idea of their archaic identity and their link with the concepts of isi, samaṇa, and muni. We go on to amplify the significance of their association with these categories by seeking to establish the full connotation of these terms. Each of the 3 remaining chapters take respectively as their theme isi, samaṇa, and muni, and explore the implications of their association with the paccekabuddha in a wider trans-sectarian context and in respect to their projected archaic identity. Each category, therefore, serves as a discrete but complementary avenue of investigation, and when taken together, provide a comprehensive testimony to the thesis that the word paccekabuddha denoted the historical forerunners of Buddhism. In the final part of the 4th chapter, we evaluate the import and significance of this evidence for scholarly understanding of the origins of Buddhism. Chapter 1. The Paccekabuddha in Early Pāli Sources. In this opening chapter, we examine the conception of the paccekabuddha according to the early and middle period of the composition of the Pāli Nikayas. Our intention is to survey the earliest available textual evidence on the subject for the purposes of constructing a picture that can be compared with the established conception of the paccekabuddha in later Buddhist dogma. In this oldest material, 3 types of passage are found to be relevant to our inquiry: those in which the term paccekabuddha occurs, those in which there is no explicit mention of paccekabuddhas, but some evidence to suggest they are being referred to, the stanzas of the Kaggavisa Sutta of the Sutta Nipata, which later tradition ascribes to be sayings of paccekabuddhas. Through a careful analysis of these types of passage, we shall show how isi, muni, and samaṇa emerge as the key terms for deciphering the identity of the paccekabuddha. Accordingly, we shall then proceed to analyze their wider usage in the Nikayas, with a view to clarifying the precise significance of their application to the figure of the paccekabuddha. Explicit references to the paccekabuddha. Explicit references to the figure of the paccekabuddha are relatively sparse in early Pāli sources. In fact, there are only 8 passages in the first 4 Nikayas in which the term paccekabuddha is found to occur. The fact that it is not found in the Sutta Nipata, for instance, but in the later portions of the 4 Nikayas shows that the actual term itself was either not familiar or not important to the authors of some of the oldest strata of the Buddhist scriptures. This would indicate that the term paccekabuddha itself was coined sometime when the Nikayas were in the process of composition, or that it was assimilated from without during that same period. 6 out of the term's 8 occurrences figure in the context of classificatory lists. 3 occasions in connection with the subject of the merit acquired through almsgiving, twice in connection with the subject of thupa worship, and once with regard to the categorization of types of Buddha. The remaining 2 occurrences are in passages which are more extensive. One comprises a brief narrative about a paccekabuddha called Tagarasiki. The other represents the most prolonged and crucial mention within the early sources, where an entire sutta, the Isigili, is devoted to the subject of paccekabuddhas. We shall supply a brief description of each of these passages, but concentrate in a special detail on the Isigili Sutta. Dakineya. Paccekabuddhas happen to be included among those categories of being who, according to Buddhist teaching, are worthy of a gift, dakineya, of alms. As such, they are here shown to depend upon the laity for their livelihood. In the Dakinavibhanga Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya, the paccekabuddha is placed second only to the Samasambuddha within a hierarchy of 14 kinds of individuals worthy to receive offerings. In this list, he is given precedence over the arahant, a disciple that has realized nibbana, and over those who are on the path to becoming an arahant. In the Book of Tens from the Anguttara Nikaya, the paccekabuddha is again placed second to the Sambuddha within a hierarchy of 10 persons said to be worthy of worship, ahuneya, reverence, pahuneya, offerings, dakineya, salutations with clasped hands, anjalikaraniya, a field of merit unsurpassed for the world, anudaram punakedam lokasa. The 8 remaining kinds of persons are the various types of savaka listed in the canon. One released both ways, ubhato bhagavimuta, one released by insight, panavimuta, the body witness, kayasaki, the right view attainer, dittapata, one released by faith, sadivimuta, one devoted to the doctrine, dhammanusari, one devoted through faith, sadhanusari, one who has entered the family of sons of Buddha, Gautabu. In the Book of Nines, the paccekabuddha is again placed higher than the arahant. The fruit, phala, of a donation, danam, of food to one Samasambuddha is greater than donations to 100 paccekabuddhas, and the fruit of a donation to one paccekabuddha is greater than donations to 100 arahants. In the Mahaparinibbana Sutta of the Digha Nikaya and the Book of Fours from the Anguttara Nikaya, the Samasambuddha, paccekabuddha, Tathagata disciple of the Buddha, and Kakavati, universal monarch, are the 4 beings alone considered worthy of a thupa. The Mahaparinibbana Sutta explains the religious and doctrinal significance of the thupa. A thupa has the effect upon the people, bahujana, who adorn it with garlands, perfumes, and paint, that is, who honor abhivadeti and perform devotional acts, puja, of arousing faith in their heart, sitam pasadeti, and consequently, they will be reborn in a heaven, sagaloka. Buddha. In the Book of Twos from the Anguttara Nikaya, the Samasambuddha and the Paccekabuddha are listed as the 2 persons, Pugala, who are Buddha. This constitutes an important basic reference, for it shows, firstly, that the Nikayas acknowledge 2 types of Buddha proper, and, secondly, that the Paccekabuddha was not considered a category of disciple, savaka. Tagarasiki. In the Dutiyavagga of the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi questions the Buddha on the subject of the miser, asapariza, a person that does not share. The king cites an example of a notorious miser who had recently died and asks how he came to be both wealthy and miserly in the same lifetime. The Buddha replies by saying that in a former life, the miser had once given a paccekabuddha called Tagarsiki some alms, but then afterwards regretted it. The Buddha explains to the king that the miser acquired his wealth by virtue of the gift, but inherited an incapacity to enjoy that wealth because he subsequently regretted making the gift. There are three significant items of information regarding paccekabuddhas, which can be gleaned from this narrative. In the first place, the paccekabuddha Tagarasiki is referred to as a samaṇa. Secondly, significant merit, puna, or demerit, apuna, is seen to result from service or disservice to a paccekabuddha. Thirdly, we are informed that a time span of 7 existences in the Sagaloka elapsed between the incident with the paccekabuddha and the man's rebirth as a miser. Therefore, we are led to understand that the paccekabuddha Tagarasiki lived in the distant past. All but one of the aforementioned references to the paccekabuddha occur within the context of lay Buddhist practice dana and puja. Before we proceed further on this point, it is important that we define what we understand by lay and monachist practices and values in the context of our discussion. By lay practices, we refer to the householder's gahata performance of concrete acts of service and devotion to those who have renounced the household life. By lay values, we mean the householder's concern with the fruits or consequences of those acts, notably his belief that they conduce to a better rebirth. His religious practice is aimed at improving his circumstances within the conditions of samsara. These values are indicated by the term lokiya, this worldly, in canonical Buddhism, to distinguish them from those values which have a transcendental frame of reference. By monachist practices, we understand the bhikkhu's mode of livelihood as a pabajita, one who has gone forth from home to the homeless life and its associated forms of conduct. The bhikkhu's values are centered upon the spiritual attainments made possible by the act of going forth, pabaja, from household life. Pabaja confers upon him a unique social identity and assists his religious objective of detachment and an end to rebirth. These values are described as lokutara, world transcending. Isigili Sutta. The Isigili Sutta is the only discourse of the Buddha concerned exclusively with the subject of the paccekabuddha. Albeit the sutta is comparatively short. It has both metrical and prose sections, which Barua takes to be evidence of the sutta being a later work within the Nikayas. It shares the same pattern as recognized later works like the Digha Nikaya and Buddhist Sanskrit texts. In the most general terms, the sutta features an etiological myth, which is intended to explain the origins of the name Mount Isigili, one of the 5 hills that surround the town of Rajaga, the capital of Magadha. From a consideration of references to the mountain of Isigili in other parts of the Nikayas, it seems it was a place strongly associated with non-Brahmanical ascetics. In the Majjhima Nikaya, it is named as a place where Niganthas, Jain monks, performed their austerities. In the Samyutta Nikaya, it features as a site where ascetics performed ritual suicide. Elsewhere, it is said to be the favorite residence of the Buddha's chief disciple, Mahamoggallana, who is distinctive for his possession of powers of magic, Iddhi. The theme of the Isigili Sutta is as follows. The Buddha tells a group of bhikkhus that Isigili acquired its name from an association with paccekabuddhas who existed in a former time, Buddhapubam. He explains that 500 paccekabuddhas had once resided on the mountain. People, Manusa, who witnessed them enter, Pavisanta, the mountain, and disappear, Nadisanti, would exclaim, "This mountain swallows these seers. Ayam pabato ime Isigiliti." This is how the mountain came to acquire the name Isigili. The people envisaged the paccekabuddha as a seer, Isi. The sutta mentions the names of 91 of the 500 paccekabuddhas said to inhabit the mountain, listing them and their respective virtues in the form of a hagiology. The Buddha concludes his discourse with a doxological refrain, which comprises one of the earliest doctrinal pronouncements on paccekabuddhas. These and other paccekabuddhas are of great power, Mahanuba. They have stopped the flow of phenomenal existence, Bhavaneti Kina. Praise, Vandatha, all these immeasurable apame, great seers, Mahisi, who are freed from all fetters, Sangha, completely cooled, Parinibhuta. Listing the names of ascetics in the sutta would seem to imply that paccekabuddhas held or were intended to hold some special significance for those to whom the Buddha's discourse was addressed. It therefore indicates that some form of cultus must have existed in respect of them. Kurai, who has made a comparative analysis of names of paccekabuddhas listed in the Isigili Sutta and its commentary, as well as in the Apadana commentary to the Kaggavisana stanzas, remarks, "It is likely that the original purpose of the list was to include the names of pre-Buddhist sages whom the people held in high esteem, especially in the localities where the cult of paccekabuddhas had its origins." Two facets of information gathered from our reading of later sources supports the notion of a cultus. Firstly, a paccekabuddha is generally assigned a name whose significance relates to the specific nature of his spiritual attainment. In the introduction, we noted that in the Avadana Satakaka, paccekabuddhas come to acquire their names in this way. Every name therefore enshrines within itself a spiritual quality or property and can be used as a focus of inspiration and meditation. Secondly, the Isigili Sutta itself has been adopted by Sinhalese tradition as a text for recital in Pirit ceremonies. This goes to show that the paccekabuddha was seen as a special source of protective power. What are we to understand by the motif in which the paccekabuddhas mysteriously vanish into the mountain? It might simply be a dramatized account of ascetics entering the recesses of mountain caves, which were their natural place of residence or retreat. Alternatively, it could be an allusion to ascetics exercising their magic power, Idanubhava. It could refer to any one of a number of forms of magic, Idivida, recognized in the Pāli canon. For instance, there is the power of making oneself invisible, or going, feeling no obstruction, to the farther side of a wall or rampart or hill, Pabata, as if through air. This utilization of magic appears the most plausible of the two explanations, since the disappearance becomes a puzzle to the onlookers. The mountain swallows devours the paccekabuddhas, and they mysteriously vanish. A naturalistic explanation is hardly sufficient to account for the dramatic tone of the incident. If, in fact, this is the correct construction to place upon the passage, then we already have in the earliest specific mention of paccekabuddhas their representation as ascetics who exercise magic, Idi. This interpretation is further confirmed by the paccekabuddha's description as Mahanubhava, of great power, in the doxology section of the same sutta. It is not without significance that those people Manusa who observed the ascetics disappear recognize them as Isis. Manusa is here preferred to jhana, viz. Mahijana, Bahujana, the latter being the more common Pāli expression for a gathering of persons. Manusa is the standard Pāli term for humankind, and is most often used in juxtaposition to other classes jiti of being sata, such as the Devas and the Petas. Therefore, the alignment here of Manusa and Isai possibly has the implication that the paccekabuddhas qua Isi are a different higher category of being. Their sudden and inexplicable disappearance is evidence enough to the ordinary layperson that they are in possession of supranormal powers, and therefore a fortiori are more than human Uttari Manusa. Other salient factors which emerge from an analysis of this sutta are these. In the first place, 3 of the named paccekabuddhas are given the epithet muni. Secondly, the sutta provides us with a definition of the word paccekabuddha, ye paccekam ev ajagamum subodim, those who individually have come to right enlightenment. This inclusion of a semantic definition of the word paccekabuddha would seem to suggest the term and its significance required explanation and clarification for those to whom this discourse of the Buddha was addressed. In short, it would suggest the relative unfamiliarity of the term. To this, we would add that the general impression arising from the sutta is of the comparative obscurity of these ascetics. We may note, too, that paccekabuddhas are depicted in the plural, that is, as a group or class of holy men or ascetics. This is not the sort of evidence to support Gombrich's theory that the paccekabuddha is purely an hypothetical concept. On the contrary, there is every reason to suppose that the sutta has come into existence on the basis of the conviction that there existed a class of ascetics for which paccekabuddha came to be the appropriate term. One of the points the Buddha communicates in his discourse is that paccekabuddhas are a very long-standing, time-honored tradition. To this end, he chooses the device of linking them with the name of a mountain that stems back to antiquity. The discourse makes it quite clear that they are, to quote the well-known phrase, as old as the hills. It therefore seems that its main purpose is to furnish the Buddhist tradition with some chronological or historical roots of its own. Making known, hence, the significance of assigning names, the existence of antecedents or predecessors would provide the Buddha's own tradition of lay followers and monks with a sense of historical continuity by showing them they have their very own tradition of forebears. The three main points which emerge from our examination of the 8 references to the paccekabuddha in the 4 Nikayas are: firstly, he represents a long-standing tradition. Secondly, he is regarded as a bona fide Buddha or enlightened person. And thirdly, he is of considerable interest to Buddhist lay practice. We shall briefly comment on these points in turn. The reference to him as worthy of praise Vandatha in the Esigili doxology and as worthy of offerings Dakiya and other aspects of homage might be taken to imply that he was a phenomenon which existed at the time of the Buddha. However, there is no corroborative evidence elsewhere supporting the theory that paccekabuddhas were contemporaries of the Buddha. In fact, the Esigili Sutta leads us to the conclusion that if Esigili Mountain was at one time the residence of paccekabuddhas, it quite evidently is not anymore. Nikaya doctrine makes it quite clear that there is only one Buddhological counterpart to the Samasambuddha, and that is the paccekabuddha. However, it should be noted that whereas the term paccekabuddha occurs in this stratum of material we are considering, the word paccekabodhi does not. The word which the Esigili Sutta uses to designate the enlightenment of paccekabuddha is instead subodhim, a term occurring nowhere else in the 4 Nikayas. If the term paccekabuddha is comparatively late in terms of the composition of the 4 Nikayas, then the term paccekabodhi evidently is even later still. Paccekabodhi becomes the stock term for the paccekabuddha's enlightenment in the later canonical and post-canonical sources. That it is not used here presumably indicates that it was not yet in currency. This is an important observation, since it would appear to demonstrate that whilst there were 2 kinds of Buddha, there was only one form of Bodhi enlightenment. This would mean that the distinction which came to apply between a Samasambuddha and a paccekabuddha was intended to be understood as soteriological, not Buddhological. That is to say, it had to do with their function in relation to others, rather than with any intrinsic difference in their goals of attainment. The fact, however, that this holy man was esteemed as a Buddha shows nevertheless that the Buddhists thought of him as organically related to their own tradition. And it should be stressed, too, that we have found no evidence to suggest that the paccekabuddha is denigrated in any way, as, for example, in later sources with regard to his failure to teach. On the contrary, he is always referred to honorifically. We have seen that in the greater number of the passages under discussion, the paccekabuddha is mentioned in the context of merit earning, clearly evincing his strong significance for lay practice. This emphasis on merit earning suggests the existence of a devotional cultus among the laity. The The fact of such a cultus has been corroborated by the discovery of paccekabuddha images, by references to them in rock inscriptions, and by reports in Buddhist literature of stupas erected to paccekabuddhas in accordance with canonical injunctions. Finally, we have noticed that the paccekabuddha is associated with just 3 categories of ascetic, which feature in the ancient Indian religious tradition: Isi, Rishi, Muni, and Samaṇa, Skamana, Sramana. We shall consider the significance of this association after we have first discussed other passages in the early canonical sources that possibly relate to this ascetic figure. Passages which might refer to the paccekabuddha. There are some passages occurring in the 4 Nikayas and elsewhere which do not explicitly mention paccekabuddhas, but which nevertheless provide fairly strong grounds for supposing that they are being referred to. We shall cite a passage or passages taken from 3 different contexts and forward reasons why it is arguable they allude to these specific ascetics. We hope to show that the descriptions in these passages bear some relation either to some specific attribute or to the general picture of the paccekabuddha presented elsewhere in Buddhist literature. The first group of passages occur in the context of the story of Gautama Buddha's hesitation to teach. There are 2 passages, one taken from the Catusparisat Sutra, which forms part of the Vinaya of the Sarvastivadins, and one from the Mahavastu. The Pāli equivalent is of no immediate interest here. However, the Pāli tradition does have a comparable allusion, but this occurs in the Mahapadana Sutta, where it is Vipassī Buddha's enlightenment, not Gautama's, that is being related. We see fit to cite this also. The Catusparisa Sutra reads, "The Dhamma obtained by me is profound, of deep splendor, difficult to see, difficult to understand, incomprehensible, having the incomprehensible as its scope, fine, subtle, the sense of which can only be understood by the wise. If I were to explain this to other people, and if other people were not to understand it, that would mean weariness and distress to me, and also depression of mind. Shall I retire alone to a forest hillside, practicing the discipline of those who abide in happiness?" We may ourselves ask whether the Buddha's question at the end is a purely rhetorical one, or whether it refers to an actually existing phenomenon of solitary, forest-dwelling ascetics. The Mahavastu version is the same as this, except for the final sentence, which reads, "Let me then abide in silence, all alone in a tract of wilderness." In the story of Vipassī's enlightenment as told in the Mahapadana Sutta, it is said that after renouncing household existence, Vipassī is followed by a vast throng of 84,000 people. This circumstance he perceives to be intolerable if he is to make any definite spiritual progress. He therefore determines to dwell alone, apart from the group. Ekoganasma, the 84,000 Pābhajitas, went one way, and Vipassī, the Bodhisattva, went another way. Having obtained his seclusion, Vipassī goes on to develop the insight that results in his enlightenment. The one common factor in all of these passages is the idea that the experience of Bodhi belongs within the context of physical isolation from others. For our own purposes, the Sarvastivadin passage is the most indicative, for it implies an already existing tradition or custom of solitary asceticism, practicing the discipline of those who abide in happiness. As we have indicated, this allusion may be nothing more than the use of literary license in order to impart greater dramatic effect to the event of the Buddha's hesitation. Nevertheless, one of the distinctive features of the paccekabuddha is his solitary individualism, as we shall shortly see from an analysis of the Kaggavisana Sutta. In which case the words here ascribed to the Buddha may represent an oblique allusion to this particular ascetic phenomenon. The second passage for discussion is found in the Sangharava Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya. Here the Buddha distinguishes from among samanas and brahmanas 3 sorts of persons who have attained in this life super knowledge, which is perfect and transcendent, Ditta Dhammabhinya Vosana Paramapata. The first two sorts of persons are the three Veda Tevija Brahmanas who rely upon tradition, and the reasoners and investigators Taki Vimamsi. The third category of persons are those who come to the knowledge of the Dhamma on their own, not having heard the truths before Pabbe Ananusu Tesu Danunesu Samam Yeva Danunam Abhinayaya. It is to this last category that the Buddha attaches himself. By so doing, he implies that, as far as method and attainment goes, he himself is not entirely unique. This third category could of course be referring exclusively to Samasambuddhas, but there is nothing in the text itself to give substance to this interpretation. In fact, there is no evidence of any sort of distinction between kinds of Buddhas in this passage. The same formula occurs again in later Pāli tradition and is there interpreted to mean both Samasambuddhas and paccekabuddhas. That there is no mention of these two classes of Buddhas in the earliest occurrence of the formula suggests the twofold distinction had not yet come into existence. The third passage under consideration features a dialogue between the Buddha and a Brahmana named Sangharava, who is advisor to the king. The subject under discussion is Idipatiharya, the extraordinary phenomenon of magic. When the Buddha politely asks Sangharava what had been the topic of conversation between the king and his courtiers for that day, Sangharava replies that it was about the idea that fewer monks bhikkhu existed in the olden days. A greater proportion of them possessed supernormal powers Uttaramanusādhamma, and, therefore, the extraordinary phenomenon of magic was witnessed more often in those times. On hearing this, the Buddha points out to Sangharava that magic iddhi is not the only type of extraordinary phenomenon patiharya that exists. There is also mind-reading adesana and verbal instruction anusasani, and among these three, the last is superior. One reason for us suggesting that those here referred to as monks of former times might be paccekabuddhas is that paccekabuddhas too are strongly associated with magic power in the mind of the laity. Whether or not this similarity presents itself as sufficiently convincing, it remains of considerable interest and worthy of note that this passage points to the existence of an increasing trend in the direction of monachism, but at the same time, a corresponding decline in yogic powers. We shall have occasion to remark further on this point in Chapter 4. The Sutta Nipata. Before considering the Kaggavisana Sutta, it is necessary to make comment upon the work in which it occurs, the Sutta Nipata. The term paccekabuddha is not found anywhere in the Sutta Nipata, and the counterpart term, Samasambuddha, occurs there only rarely. Terms such as Buddha Sambuddha, Buddha Se, the Tathagata, Kakuma Mahesi Muni Sathar Adhikabandhu are those more commonly used to denote the person of Gautama Buddha. When Samasambuddha is found to occur, it is in the soteriological context of teaching the Dhamma. The absence of the word paccekabuddha and the corresponding infrequence of Samisambuddha in the Sutta Nipata, together with their later juxtaposition together in the Book of Twos, suggests to us that the two terms functioned doctrinally in contradistinction to one another, and were therefore meant to be understood as counterparts. The one denoting a soteriological, the other a non-soteriological Buddha. If we are correct in postulating their doctrinal interdependence, then the absence of the one and relative scarcity of the other would seem to indicate that the greater part of the Sutta Nipata was composed either prior to or in ignorance of this particular distinction. The Sutta Nipata is acknowledged by linguists as having some of the oldest examples of Pāli verse. Fausbol, who completed the first English translation of the work, says in his introduction that in the contents of the Sutta Nipata, we have an important contribution to the right understanding of primitive Buddhism, for we see here a picture not of life in monasteries, but of the life of hermits in its first stage. The theory that the idea of two kinds of Buddha was not at first part of Buddhism serves to explain why an early text like that of the Sutta Nipata does not provide us with the information that the Kaggavisana Gathas are specifically words of paccekabuddhas. With regard to the dating of these gathas, both Kurai and Norman have pointed out that they must be comparatively early in composition, in view of the fact that a commentary to them already occurs in the Pāli Nidesa. We propose to argue, on the basis of material principally located in the Sutta Nipata, that muni represented the original term for one who is considered enlightened Buddha, Sambuddha, and that the qualities or properties of the muni are synonymous with those characteristics of the holy man who came to be designated paccekabuddha in the middle period of Nikaya composition. We shall further argue that the terms Samasambuddha and paccekabuddha were introduced in order to supersede the singular muni conception and formed part of a project to establish a Sakyamuni cultus in which boundary lines marking him off from other supposedly enlightened persons were introduced. As the early schools of Buddhism share the view that the verses of the Kaggavisana Sutta are utterances of Paccekabuddha, we shall regard the verses themselves as shedding light conceptually on these ascetics. We shall also regard certain other sections of the Sutta Nipata as having a special relevance, for instance, the Muni Sutta, the Sundarikabharadvaja Sutta, the second section of the Nalaka Sutta, the Magandiya Sutta, and Attadake Sutta. In commentarial tradition, these suttas are referred to collectively as the Muniya Suttas. As the title Muniya State of Muni denotes, these sections of the Sutta Nipata have as their principal theme the subject of the Muni. It is the similarity between the conception of the Muni here and themes within the Kaggavisana Sutta which has led commentarial tradition itself to remark that the Muniya Suttas may as well apply to paccekabuddhas. We shall therefore regard all these gathas as a unified corpus of material. Given this working hypothesis, the first major observation to me made is that this material provides a monachist vista or perspective upon the ascetic, referring to the qualities which relate to the life of a renouncer Pabajita or monk bhikkhu, and to its projected goals. By contrast, we have seen that most of the references to the paccekabuddha in the four Nikayas refer to him in the context of lay practice, giving dana and devotional acts puja. The Kaggavisana Sutta in Pāli, there are two versions of the Kaggavisana Sutta. One belongs to the Sutta Nipata, and the other is found in a section of the Apadana known as the Paccekabuddhapadana. The Paccekabuddhapadana version has one more stanza than the Sutta Nipata version, but in all other respects is identical. Accordingly, for the sake of simplicity, we shall confine all further discussion to the Sutta Nipata version only. Each stanza, with the exception of sin, which forms a duad with the succeeding stanza, concludes with the injunction, one should wander alone like a rhinoceros, eko care Kaggavisana capo. The entire collection is therefore known as the Rhinoceros Discourse. And the Paccekabuddha has come to be metaphorically alluded to throughout Buddhist tradition as the single-horned rhinoceros who fares alone. The injunction to emulate the rhinoceros and fare alone is a figurative way of urging a person to become a Pababajita, defined in the Pāli Canon as one who goes forth from a household to a homeless life. Agarasma anagariam Pabajita. We shall henceforth use the term Pabaja, Skompravrajya, to mean the initial decision and act of leaving the household life, and the term Pabajita, Skompravrajita, to denote one who has made that decision and act. The refrain, Eko care, Kaggavisana capo, quite evidently constitutes an exhortation to abandon life as a householder. The underlying theme of the stanzas is the contrast between the constraints upon the life of a householder and the freedom which characterizes the homeless life. One is enjoined not only to physically separate oneself from family and social ties, but to separate oneself in spirit from all types of dependence. Happiness Sokya cannot be achieved within traditional society because social relationships involve physical and emotional constraints. Affection, snehapema, resentment, and sensuality, kamaguna, come from social interaction, sasaga, and result ultimately in states of fear, bhaya, and situations of peril, adinava. Concepts and metaphors of attachment abound within these stanzas. Bonds, bandhana, bondage, paibada, fetters, samyojana, saftka, net, jala, and fishhook, ga. On the other hand, the Pābajita sense of freedom is conveyed by comparisons with wildlife, the rhinoceros, the deer, the elephant, the lion. The choice of wild animal, analogies, is indicative not only of the kind of environment inhabited by the ascetic, but represents a rudimentary or non-doctrinal mode of classification. There is one exception to the stress upon individualism in the Kagavisa Sutta, and that consists of the verses which refer to the idea of the teacher and example. Friendship with such a person is to be encouraged. As for the rest of mankind, there are hazards in close ties with them. The suggestion that spiritual preceptors are hard to find almost implies that the stanzas were composed outside the context of the Sakyamuni cultus. Although these stanzas are traditionally associated with the Paccekabuddha, they do not include the term paccekabuddha. The term, which is used to personify the spiritual and ascetical ideals here expressed, is ikakarin. Insofar as the stanzas of the Kagavasa Sutta represent the teaching of Paccekabuddhas, the notion of the ikakarin may be taken to represent the embodiment of the Paccekabuddha ideal. The Muniya Sutta. The concept of the muni requires some detailed analysis, as it forms a vital piece of weaponry in our argument that the muni corresponds to a proto-Buddha figure. Certain striking similarities between the muni and the ikakarin will hopefully become apparent in the course of this analysis. According to the Muniya Suttas, the muni is one who has abandoned household life because he has discerned, dasati, the futility of living as a householder. He has therefore conformed with the injunction of the Kagavisa Sutta to become a Pābajita, a solitary wanderer, ekam karantafu, dwelling on the outskirts of the forest, vananta, near to human habitation. He subsists on the food given him by local villagers. He is therefore a mendicant, bhikkhu. He meditates, chayadi, in the forest. He is distinctive for his behavior qua mendicant. Whatever befalls him he accepts with complete equanimity, samaṇa bhava, sabadhi samo, remaining the same in all circumstances. Avoiding extremes, he responds with neither pleasure nor displeasure, with neither desire nor grief, and reacts to neither praise nor calumny. Consequently, he is a model of restraint, yatata, and decorum. He is specifically distinctive for his control of speech, and he conducts his alms round in silence. He is described as dumb without being dumb, silent like the vast ocean, and calm, santam, like a deep pool. On the subject of speech, the figure of the muni is contrasted with the sama. The latter, while knowing, teaches dhanana and speaks much. The former, while knowing, is restrained and speaks not much. The muni is described as freed like the moon from Rahu's grasp, Kandova Rahu Gaha Pamuda. Above all, the muni is known as he who discerns, dasati, he who discerns the end of rebirth, jadikayantadasi. Through understanding the world, he who discerns the supreme, ayaya lokam paramatadasirit, he has discerned the state of tranquility, adaki so santipadam. The muni's transcendence is otherwise represented as the attainment of tranquility, santam, and as the ending of rebirth, that is, as the crossing over of becoming, bhava. His means to that transcendence is discernment, dasana. Because he is free from bhava, he no longer belongs within time, kappa, or to any category, sankha of being, gati. Thus the muni has entirely transcended the realm of this world, lokadhatu. His detachment is frequently conveyed by reference to the metaphor of the lotus, paduma, rising above the murky water. The terms muni, LSI, and sama in the early Pāli sources. We have shown that the paccekabuddha is referred to as a muni, 1s1 and sama. It is now our purpose to examine the meaning and usage of these three ascetic nomenclatures throughout the early sources. Muni. In both the four Nikayas and the Sutta Nipada, the term muni is used in two principal ways. I, to denote a person who possesses certain paradigm qualities and accomplishments by virtue of which he qualifies to be mona or muniya. Samuni monam arahati, Samuni monam ajhagi. The muni is worthy of monam. The muni has attained monam. Maniya setam muni pavaram apuchi. He questioned the eminent muni, i.e. Gautama, about the best maniya. Munian maniya sampanam. The muni is endowed with maniya. Here, two abstract nouns, mona and maniya, are used to elucidate the meaning of the concrete noun, muni. We have preferred to leave them untranslated since in early Pāli sources they occur solely in conjunction with the concept muni, and their meaning is entirely bound up with that concept. Interestingly, the term mona is found in the Sutta Nipata, but not in the four Nikayas. It would therefore be presumptuous of us to translate it by wisdom, as the later Nidasa defines it, or by silence, the later meaning of its Sanskritic equivalent. What is apparent from the two terms' usage in Pāli is that they function as superlatives. As a title of distinction and as a form of address, Tam me muni sadvyakarohi tathahi te vidito esa dhammo. Explain this thoroughly to me, O Muni, for this Dhamma is well known to you. In the early sources, the use of muni as a title is reserved for the Buddha, for paccekabuddhas, and, in a single isolated case, for an arahant named Brahmadeva. All of these are persons who have attained nibbana, that is, who have become arahants, and, with the exception of Brahmadeva, are Buddhas in the technical sense of the word. Brahmadeva serves as the exception, which proves the rule, for we shall shortly see that his predicates are exactly those which are elsewhere listed as muni attributes. The Buddha as Muni. The Buddha possesses the title Sakya Muni and is referred to throughout the Nikayas as Muni and Mahamuni. One particularly significant use of the term in connection with the Buddha occurs in the episode in which he predicts his own death. When Ananda fails to request the Buddha to remain alive for an entire aeon, kappa, and Mara fails to persuade the Buddha to succumb to immediate death, the Buddha announces that his own parinibbana will take place in 3 months' time. This announcement is accompanied by an earthquake and storm. In the wake of this portent, the Buddha pronounces that he is a muni who has transcended avasajati, becoming bhava. Here the concept of the muni is once more associated with the formative idea of transcending death and rebirth. Mara, of course, is the personification of bhava. It is therefore fitting that immediately subsequent to Mara's worsting on this occasion, the Buddha should refer to himself as a muni, for he is elsewhere acclaimed as the muni that conquers Mara, Marabibhu Muni. Paccekabuddhas as muni. We have already noted, firstly, that some of the paccekabuddhas in the Isagili Sutta list are referred to as muni, and secondly, that there are strong parallels in the Sutta Nipata between the conception of the Ekakaran and the figure of the muni. In later Pāli literature, paccekabuddhas are also classed as mahimuni, giving a clear indication of their elevated Buddhological status. The arahant Brahmadeva. The story of Brahmadeva is to be found in the Pathama Vaga of the Samyutta Nikaya. Brahmadeva is the son of a Brahmaniya, female Brahmin, who is initiated into Pabbaja by the Buddha and becomes an arahant. On one occasion, whilst on his alms round, he approached the house of his own mother, who, at the time, was preparing an offering, ahuti, to the god Brahma. Conceding that Brahmadeva was a more worthy recipient of the offering than himself, Brahma decided to intervene. He instructed the woman to give the offering to Brahmadeva on the grounds that he is one who is no longer subject to rebirth, nirupadika, one who has attained beyond the devas, etidevapada, who is worthy of an offering, dakinam dakiyeya, and offerings, ihunia, who has laid down the danda against the weak and the strong, nikita danda tasatavaresu, who is a muni. The epithets here applied to Brahmadeva are recognizable as predicates frequently occurring within the Maniya Suttas. For example, the equation of the concept of the muni with one who has laid aside the danda, that is, laid aside harming, is the central theme of the Atadanda Sutta. Most strikingly, however, Brahmadeva's story provides a particular illustration of the way in which the concept of the muni is viewed as a direct alternative to beliefs and practices of Brahmanic religion. The message of this discourse is that the offerings intended for the deity Brahma should be given instead to this worthy ascetic. The muni and the brahmana contrasted. Muni happens to be the title which the brahmanas prefer to use for the Buddha. On those occasions that the Buddha teaches Dhamma to brahmanas, he is imputed to be the muni who teaches them about maniya, or muni qualities. And these same brahmanas question the Buddha about the meaning and significance of the appellation muni. And not only Brahmadeva, but the muni generally is regarded as a more worthy recipient of offerings, dakina, than are the brahmanas. Of particular significance is the occurrence of a certain stock formula within the Nikayas in which the muni is identified with Tevijja, i.e. the three highest special knowledges, abhina. Tevijja is the dogmatic counterpart within Buddhism of the three Veda, that which is reckoned as Shriti and the sole and sufficient receptacle of truth according to Brahmanism. The formula reads, "He who has knowledge of former lives, who sees heaven and hell, and has attained the end of rebirth, the one who has obtained the special knowledges is a muni." The first three lines of the above stanza list respectively the three special knowledges abhina. These are the three highest of the standard list of 6 special knowledges categorized in Buddhist doctrine: remembrance of former existences, pubannivasanasati, divine eye, dibakaku, and extinction of the cankers, asavakaya, which terminates rebirth. The formula therefore demonstrates that the concept of the muni is formatively linked with the acquisition of the three highest abhinas, which elsewhere in Buddhism play a significant part in the doctrine of the Buddha. For example, the Buddha's own experience of enlightenment is represented in terms of his realization of these abhinas. And soon after his enlightenment, the Buddha uses the abhina of the divine eye, dibakaku, to assist his salvific enterprise. Thereafter, the special powers of the dibakaku and pabbanivasinusati continue to play a key role in his teaching. The doctrine of the Buddha's omniscience, sabanu, in the later Pāli texts means that he possesses the knowledge of former lives and the knowledge of people's kama to a greater degree than anyone else. A word must be said about the imagery in the above stanza. Essentially, the world is transcended by the power of cognition, the faculty of seeing/knowing, dasana. We have already pointed out the frequent use in the maniya suttas of the verb dasati, to discern, in connection with the muni. In the light of this observation, each line of the stanza may be summarized as follows. The temporal dimension of the cosmos is transcended by knowledge. The spatial hierarchical dimension is transcended by seeing. Rebirth is ended. The one who has achieved all this is a muni. In providing an interpretation of this stanza, one perceives a logical connection between attainments and the realization of gyovins. In the muni master's time and in space, and these together entail the termination of the relentless cycle of birth and death. It may be recalled how a recurrent theme in the Maniya Suttas is the one of the muni no longer belonging within time kappa or to any category sankha of being. Since space and time and the cycle of birth and death are really the same thing, samsara, it must follow that rebirth is stopped when space and time are transcended in this way. Conceptually, therefore, the supreme religious attainment is represented as the traversing of space and time, the non-affiliated aspect of the muni. The figure of the muni depicted in the Nikayas is not one who belongs to a specific religious or ascetic group, nor is he identified with any particular historical or mythical epoch. Instead, he is equated solely with the concept of a Buddha, or one who has ended rebirth. Since he is qualitatively unique, he exists outside the conception of a sectarian tradition. To illustrate this, we cite a passage from the Nandamanavapucha Sutta of the Sutta Nipata. "They say there are munis in the world," said the Venerable Nanda, What does this mean? Do they describe him as a muni because of his knowledge or because of the way in which he lives? The good say, Nanda, that a muni is not one who has a view dithi, a tradition suti or knowledge nana. I say that munis are those who, having disarmed themselves of a view, a tradition, etc., wander calm and content. Here, Nanda's question about munis resembles Ananda's fundamental question about paccekabuddhas that we referred to in the introduction. Both questions are prefaced by references to their alleged existence, or existence by hearsay, Janavadanti Kiranamahanti, and both constitute forms of enquiry about the real identity of these figures. Here the muni's identity is evidently something of a mystery, just like the paccekabuddhas in the Isagili Sutta. The explanation why the muni defies categorization in terms of conventional standpoints and affiliations is that his own position cannot be reduced to either a metaphysical view, dithi, a body of revelation, suti, or a form of gnosis, nana. It is only to be defined in terms of freedom from dogmatic stances or viewpoints. In relation to the philosophical and religious disputations that characterized other types of ascetic, the muni is here described as a non-combatant or non-participant, visenakatva lit, making armyless. This term has a number of significant connotations. Army, sena, implies warfare, conquest, killing. Visenakatva can therefore be read as a synonym for avihimsa, non-injury. The muni is principally distinguished as an exponent of avihimsa. In practical terms, he has disarmed the passions. He is without to tremble, rage and asa longing, discontent. In body and mind, he is at peace, and he has disarmed himself of dogma. Although not explicitly stated, the muni exemplifies the principle of the middle way. Textual usage of muni. With one apparent exception, the term muni is found only in the metrical sections of the Sutta Nipata and the four Nikayas. This indicates that the word belongs to some of the oldest material contained within the Sutta Pitaka. We are, however, led to ask why its usage is restricted to the metrical sections and does not figure more prominently later in the prose works. In response to this question, we may suppose that either the word has a special significance, which confines it to metrical usage, or that it fell into comparative disuse in the early stages of Buddhism's development. Conclusion on the term muni and its significance. The outstanding features of the use of the term muni in the early Pāli sources can be summarized in the form of three distinct points. In the first place, the prevailing significance of the word muni is Buddhological. The images of stark contrast with Brahmanism, the prominence of the themes of conquering Mara, acquiring the abhinas, and ending rebirth, the observation that the muni does not derive from a recognized tradition, the use of the term on all but one occasion as an epithet of Buddhas. All these features reinforce this interpretation. Secondly, themes which elsewhere are distinctive of the Akakaran and the Buddha coalesce in the image of the muni. Thirdly, there must be some explanation why its usage is confined to the metrical sections of these sources. Any attempt at an explanation must be consistent with the first 2 points. Given these factors, we propose the following interpretation. The usage of the term muni in the early sources antedates the contradistinction between the paccekabuddha and the samaṇa, and hence the usage of these 2 terms. Owing to the emergence of certain cultic and dogmatic factors, a distinction of 2 types of Buddha, the paccekabuddha and the samaṇa, arose, and consequently, the term muni suffered an early redundancy, gradually becoming an anachronism. We can, in fact, detect some small intrusion of cultic and dogmatic elements into its interpretation, whilst the term is still in currency. So, for example, the Buddha is not a muni per se, but a distinctive or great muni, Mahamuni, an eminent muni, Muni Pavaram, and a teaching muni. This latter aspect contrasts with the general tenor of the muni as non-disposed to speaking. We here glimpse attempts by the followers of the Buddha to modify the term's apparently non-sectarian significance in the transition from the pre- to the post-Sakyamuni era. Both the Samasambuddha and the paccekabuddha are encompassed within the notion of the muni. Their formulation as categories and their introduction into Buddhist doctrine, however, signified the replacement of a single conception of a Buddha by a dual one. Subsequently, the paccekabuddha Koikacharen serves as a paradigm for the Buddhist monk to emulate on the grounds of his muni status. With respect to the figure of Sakyamuni, however, muni characteristics form only one element of his conception. He is something more, a muni pavaram and a samasambuddha, Isai. In the early Pāli sources, the term isi applied to a wide variety of ascetics, non-Buddhist as well as Buddhist ascetics of former times as well as contemporary ascetics. Seers of former times, Pabaka Isayo. Thetan authors of the Vedas are called former Brahmanese Buddhists. Denists denied that the seers sought work, knew Brahma, claimed infallibility, or possessed the abhi. As in this respect, they may be contrasted with the figure of the Buddha's Brahmavida, whose word is authoritative in truth, and who has himself acquired the abhi, as according to the Brahmanadhamika Sutta, Brahmana ascetics in olden times were more moral than their contemporaries because they did not perform animal sacrifices. Rather, they exemplified virtue and upheld dana. These Brahmanasara referred to as Spabakai Sayotu, one who refrains from animal sacrifice, is therefore praised as Amahisi. The Buddha alludes to Kanha, a former ascetic adept in Brahmamanta, as a mighty seer. Thesiktit, the Karas who taught the Brahmavihara meditations in an era preceding that of Sakyamunian, who as a consequence attained rebirth in the world of Brahma, are described as seers who are outside the Buddhist order. Contemporary seers, those brahmanas who practice divination, the discernment of auspicious signs, and identify the Buddha status as a great man shortly after his birth, are called Bahiraka Asayo, the same as the six Titakaras. Asita and Pingya, both Brahmana Jatilas, are referred to respectively as Isi and Mahaisi. Royal seers, Rajisi. Sosu cursant the compound Rajasi, where it is given two distinct senses. This distinction is vital to our argument later. Firstly, it can denote universal sovereign who performs extensive animal sacrifices. Secondly, it can denote universal sovereign who decides to become a renouncer. It is evident that when the Buddhists use it in the first sense, they are adopting the Brahmanic conception, for in the Brahmanic tradition, a Rajis is one who reaches heaven or the desired religious goal through the performance of prescribed rituals. When they use it in the latter sense, it is a modified Sramanic adaptation. In Buddhist sources, the first is used in a disapprobatory, the second in an approbatory sense. Buddhist Isis, paccekabuddhas. We have seen in the Isigali Sutta that the paccekabuddha is referred to as both Isi and Mahisi. Letter narrative literature contrasts the figure of the paccekabuddha with the Brahmanic Isis. For example, a paccekabuddha is sharply differentiated from the Taptha story of the Pikaparampara Jataka. The purpose of the Jaka is to show that among all social and religious dignitaries, the Buddhist bhikkhu is the most worthy to receive alms. That the paccekabuddha should have been selected to illustrate this principle is further endorsement of the auspiciousness highs renowned for in the four Nikayas. Those whom the Jataka lists as persons to whom it is appropriate to make a gift are in order of increasing priority Rajapurohita Brahma, Natapasa, and Paccekabuddha. The story goes that a landowner gives some food to a king who regards it as more meritorious to pass it into his Purohita than to eat it himself. For the same reason, the Purohita passes the food onto a Tapasa, who in turn gives it to a paccekabuddha. The paccekabuddha eats it since there exists none more worthy to receive it than himself. Buddhist Isis, the Muni. In a stanza of the Muni Sutta, the Muni is referred to as the great Isi, who has discerned the state of tranquility. This usage illustrates our earlier point that whilst the Muni can be an Isi, the Isi cannot be a Muni unless he is also Buddha. Buddhist Isis, the Buddha. Sakyamuni's accord the superlative title of Isisatama Satama can be translated either as the best or, following the commentaries, the seventh. In order to create suitable prestige for their own tradition, the Buddhists have here appropriated the sense in which it applied to the Brahmanic Ursis that composed the Vedas. Buddha, in fact, is rarely referred to simply as an Ayan-Is. Nearly always superlatively as a great seer bull among seers is Inizabhan Devayar Devija way of setting him apart from other ascetics, especially non-Buddhist tones. Whereas The Termisican note more or less an ascetic phenomenon or tradition Mahisi is reserved for those who merit the special approval of Buddhists. Buddhist Isis, the Sangha. Bhikkhus who dwell with the Buddha at Jetavana are referred to by onlookers as seers of the Buddhist order Isisanga, and elsewhere, the Buddha chief disciple Sariputta is called an Isi. It may be noticed how ISI seems to be the accepted appellation of the common populace for both paccekabuddha as witnessed in the Isagili Sutta, as well as for the Sangha. LSI characteristics. The theme most commonly associated with the occurrence of the word Isai is the one of power over the phenomenal world. There is, for instance, an JSL called Rohitasa, who possesses the power of flight, who can traverse the distance from the eastern to the western ocean in a single step, but cannot traverse the entire world. Asita possesses a similar power that enables him to perceive Dasati and visit the world of the 33 gods, Tavatimsadavaloka, in order to hear of the impending birth of the Bodhisattva. There are some Isayo whose magic power expresses itself in the form of cursing, Abhisapeti. In the Asalayana Sutta, for example, a group of Brahmanic Isayo with pernicious views, Papakamdigatam, try to impose a curse on the aforesaid Asita. By the power of their austerity, tapas, they attempt to burn him to a cinder. But Asita's own tapas is greater than his opponent's, and he thwarts their attempt. This story shows that the Buddhists did not see all once ones as virtuous. In another story, some seers living on the seashore find themselves in danger from the perennial skirmishes between the Devas and the Asuras, demons. They therefore seek a safety pledge, Abhayadakkhina, from Sambara, the leader of the Asuras. Accusing them of being supporters of Saka, Sambara refuses their request and threatens them with Bhaya. By invoking a form of curse themselves, the once one turns Sambara's threat upon himself so that he becomes subject to never-ending fear. Akkayam hoti tabayam. Comparison of the terms muni and elsai. The meaning and usage of the terms Isi and muni may be directly compared and contrasted on a number of fronts. The term muni is applied solely to arahants, whereas 1S1 can describe non-Buddhist as well as Buddhist ascetics. It is quite evident that the texts use Isai in its derived Brahmanic sense, by referring, firstly, to the authors of the Veda as Iphai, and secondly, to kings who observe elaborate sacrificial rituals as Ra15 I. When 151 is used of Buddhist ascetics, then it becomes apparent that either the Buddhists adopted it from its Brahmanic usage for their own purpose, as seems to be the case in its later application to their own tradition of 7 5-amma 5-am Buddhas, or that it happened to be predicated of Buddhist ascetics, paccekabuddhas and the Sangha, by the common people, a designation the Buddhists were content to accept. By contrast, the figure of the muni is presented as one who is in every respect superior to, and to be differentiated from all non-Buddhist ascetics, Brahmanic and non-Brahmanic. Another important observation is that the term I5I nearly always conveys asceticism as a corporate notion, e.g. the 10 authors of the Veda, the 6 Tirthakaras, the 7 Samyapayam the 500 Paccekabuddhas, the Buddhist Sangha. The Isi is invariably depicted as representative of some group, sect, or tradition. On the other hand, the Muni is distinguished as a singular individual, a spiritual exemplar who exists outside the context of a collectivity or tradition. Whereas 1S1 conveys the sense of a religious tradition, Muni simply conveys the idea of absolute transcendence and thereby conceptually excludes all relative or functional values. In short, Muni is a thoroughly Buddhological concept. By contrast, in its application to Buddhist personnel, 1S1 is a mediating or soteriological concept, for it has connotations relating to the Brahmanic tradition. Muni and 151 are both concepts denoting religious power. Their respective powers may be defined in relation to the world system, Lokadhatu. The I5I possesses powers, e.g., magic, Iddhi, asceticism, tapas, which operate in terms of the structure or governing principles of the Lokadhatu. He has the power to alter forms namarupa only. The muni's power, by contrast, consists not in any capacity to change forms or appearances, but to go beyond the lokadhatu, to transcend its basic conditions of birth and death. The function of the two terms isi and muni may be seen, therefore, to correspond to the recognition that there is a religious distinction between power to transform forms and power to transcend forms. Furthermore, the application of both terms to Buddha signifies that they possess both kinds of power. Nevertheless, the balance between the muni and 1s1 dimension of religious experience constituted a very delicate problem for Buddhism. This becomes all too apparent from considering the question of how far the use of magic, iti, that mode of asceticism most characteristic of the icy concept, was an acceptable part of spiritual practice in early Buddhism. Iti presented a problem to early Buddhism insofar as it could be used by its own adepts as a means of winning adherents. In short, it was sometimes adopted as a non-verbal method of transmission, a proselytizing device. It is necessary to stress that the use to which iti is put would not have presented itself as a problem at all had the phenomenon not been regarded by Buddhists as forming a legitimate expression of their own ascetical experience. An entirely negative dogmatic standpoint could not be adopted in view of the recognition that magic power, idanubhava, supervened upon the attainment of the fourth jhana and indicated that the adept was making progress in his steps toward the ultimate conquest of becoming bhava. In spiritual terms, it represented, according to the Samayiphiya Phala Sutta, attainment of the first abhi. There is evidence to suggest that a relapse in a person's spiritual state led to a decline in his idanubhava. The figures Devadatta, the Buddha's cousin, and Paccekabuddha, the naked ascetic, are a case in point. The metaphysics underlying the conception of idanubhava in the Nikayas consists of an alchemical conception of matter. All matter is composed of a limited number of basic elements, bhuta, dhatu, e.g. air, water, earth, fire, etc. A physical object can take on a different appearance or form when one of these elements is increased, and, correspondingly, others decreased. So, for example, through the meditational technique of Tejo Dhatu Samadhi, a person takes on the form of fire. Transformation is not accomplished by physical or chemical experiment, however, but by the power of mind, Sadovasipada. The various forms of magic, aneka vihitam idividam, acknowledged to exist by canonical Buddhism, are said to result from applying and bending down the mind, having prior to this achieved knowledge and insight, ikadasana, concerning the impermanence of the physical body, and the mind-made body, manomayakaya. Buddhist criticism of iti. There are a number of respects in which iti becomes the subject of qualified criticism in early Pāli texts. In the first place, it does not produce transcendence of the phenomenal world. Transformations within the world are affected by it, but not translations beyond it. We have instanced the case of the Rohitissa, who found that he could not reach the end of the phenomenal world, although he could cover vast distances by the power of flight. A similar example is to be found in the Kavada Sutta. A certain member of the Bhikkhu Sangha ascends by means of samadhi technique to the worlds of Brahms, hoping at some juncture of his ascension to discover from one of the deities where the four great elements Mahabuddha come to an end. But no one knows the answer, not even the god Brahma himself. The bhikkhu then realizes that this technique is not the solution to his problem. In the second place, the early Pāli texts evince a critical attitude to those who display the phenomenon of magic iti patihariyam dasati to impress others. On many occasions, the Buddha exhibits magic power for others to see, but he always combines the display with verbal instruction. According to Vinaya tradition, the Buddha used his magic to assist him in winning some of his first converts. The Buddha, in fact, established a wide reputation for his Mahanubhava great power and Mahiti great magic. It was this very reputation which caused one bhikkhu, Sunakata, to become a dissatisfied member of the Sangha. He was disappointed that the Buddha had shown him no magic and failed to live up to his reputation. When the Buddha at last decides to demonstrate his magic to him, Sunakata fails to recognize its significance, thereby proving that magic does not evoke faith pasada, but can only enhance faith that is already present. Probably the clearest formulation of the criticism of the use of Iddhipatiharya occurs in the Book of Threes. Here, Iddhipatiharya, together with Adesanapatiharya, the phenomenon of mind reading, are placed a poor second to Anusasanapatiharya, the phenomenon of teaching or instruction, as devices for converting people. We are told that Iddhipatiharya and Adesanipiharya seem like an illusion. This should not be taken as entirely dismissive, but more as an indication of how Iddhipatiharya and Desanapiharya actually work, that is, on the level of forms and appearances. They belong to the phenomenal world, which is characterized by change and impermanence. By contrast, Anusasanapatiharya provides others with the possibility to achieve a state of permanence outside the phenomenal world. The account of Iddhipatiharya and Adesanipatiharya is accompanied by the statement, "The one who does it experiences padasambedetiet. It is exclusive to him." This is a pointed criticism. The adept does not communicate to the audience anything which they can experience padasambedeti and realize themselves. They are in the position purely of spectators who have to rely upon the testimony of their eyes' senses, because the powers are, by definition, superhuman uttaramanusa. By contrast, that which the verbal instruction communicates can be realized and tested vitaka by the listener himself, because it is directed at his understanding, at his own level vihara of spirituality. Nevertheless, the three types of Pitiharya are seen to some extent as integrated. None of them are prohibited from forming part of the basic materials sapatihi, rakatam, of the Bhikkhu-sapta. The sutta under discussion here is the one which states that there were fewer bhikkhus in former times, but a preponderance of these exhibited Iddhipatiharya. It, therefore, seems as if the Buddha was trying to give some sort of directive away from what at one time had been a growing trend in displaying magical powers. The Kevada Sutta shows the Buddha to have firm views on the question of the abuse of magical power. He confesses to being troubled ati-ati and vexed harayati in regard to Iddhipatiharya, and avoids it because he sees peril adinava in it. The Buddha saw it as a potentially dangerous phenomenon because the capacity to produce feats of magic was not exclusive to the Buddhist tradition. The attainment of Idanubhava was not only available to other traditions through the jhanic method, but similar powers, it seems, could be reproduced by the use of spells or charms, vijja. Consequently, the use of just Iddhi to persuade people to become Buddhist was seen as disingenuous, owing to the fact that non-Buddhist adepts could replicate the same powers. In order to surmount this problem, the Buddha, firstly, forbids the Bhikkhu Sangha from using it solely for the purpose of impressing lay followers, and secondly, determines to give a new directive to the concept of Iddhi itself. Traditional forms of Iddhi are designated as no Arya, that is, as not integral to the Buddhist path. Then he defines Iddhi in its Arya form as consisting simply of the practice of equanimity upekkha and mindfulness sati. Summary. As an aspect of the practice of concentration samadhi, the various sorts of magic aneka vihitain Iddhi vidain were a recognized part of Buddhism's own religious heritage. Buddhism did not, however, regard magic power Iddhinubhiva as a salvific means to transcending the world and ending rebirth. But it was a power which nevertheless testified to the existence of a world of phenomena inhabited by Deva, who by nature possessed that power, that lay between the mundane world and transcendence. The Buddha himself is represented as using Iddhipatiharya didactically only. He always augmented it with verbal teaching. but there was invariably the danger that members of the Sangha might use it just to show off in front of the laity. The fact that the canon provides evidence of attempts to emasculate or bowdlerize it by substituting for it the doctrine of upakaka and sati is sufficient to show that a trend away from emphasis on the acquisition of magic power accompanied the growth of the Savaka tradition. Since the Paccekabuddha has strong associations with the acquisition and use of magic, and would appear to represent a tradition much older than the teaching of Sakyamuni, then we can regard the above observations as providing prima facie evidence in support of the theory that the relationship between the Paccekabuddha and Savaka tradition was one of historical continuity and transition. Conclusion on Muni and Isi. Our discussion of the doctrinal status of Iti in early Buddhism has shown that the Asi dimension to the Buddhistic holy man, his identification with Idanubhava, is viewed with reservation, if not criticism, both as a form of religious potency and as a converting device. This means that with respect to the two recognized dimensions to Buddhist spirituality, Muni and Asi, the one is more highly valued than the other. The significance of the terms. The significance of the terms, therefore, lies as much in their antithesis as their complementarity, indicating essentially the presence of two different strains within early Buddhism, this worldly and otherworldly broadly corresponding to the respective aspirations of the Buddhist monk and Buddhist layperson outlined earlier. In Chapter 2, we shall show that the Munian-Dasa dichotomy was the inevitable outcome of tradition's evolution from a non-sectarian to a sectarian basis. Qualities which were non-differentiated or conciliative in the figure, of the paccekabuddha, begin to acquire a separate significance when the tradition started to think of itself as a potential proselytizing force. At this point in time, the image which it projected to others became a primary consideration in determining the movement's general ethos. Samaṇa. We shall now consider the meaning and usage of the term samaṇa in the early Pāli sources. Samaṇa is the third and last ascetic category with which the figure of the paccekabuddha is identified. The key to what the Buddhists understand concerning the origins of the Shramana movement is to be found in the Agana Sutta. It here states that the Samana Mandala Samana group originated when individuals from the four established mandalas within society, i.e., Katiya Brahmana Vesa Sutta, found fault Garahati with their own respective social station, i.e., Dhamma, and therefore decided to renounce their previous social identity and lead the life of homeless ascetics. Thus, Samanas are Pabhajitas drawn from all four classes of Indian society. As a result, they in turn come to comprise a fifth socially identifiable group, Mandala. To confirm this, it is added the Samana is recognized by his shaven head Mundaka. The Samana movement therefore originated as a form of disaffection with the existing status quo. The same sutta explains the origin of the Brahmana Mandala likewise in terms of both disillusionment with society and renunciation, but at an earlier stage in society's evolution. It is said that long ago, those who rejected Behenta, the growing immorality of society, and went to live apart in the forest, came to be designated Brahmanas. It stresses, however, that the great majority of Brahmanas have since abandoned the practice, and therefore the notion of Brahmana no longer has that significance. The propitious origins of the Brahmana class would help to explain why the term Brahman can have a normative as well as a descriptive significance in Buddhist sources. Since the person who becomes as a Manidos, so by rejecting his traditional role within the socio-economic framework, he no longer has a dhamma over a period of time. However, the strength and autonomy of the Shramana movement became such that Samanas acquired a separated distinctive dhamma of their own. In other words, the traditional fabric of society officially recognized the Samanas by acknowledging that they too performed a positive social function. The social function or dhamma ascribed to them was that of teacher or moral instructor. The Samanas, society's conscience and the conscience of the king. The Samana's own individual dhamma consists in instructing the rest of society on matters relating to its own dhamma duty. In exchange for this services society, especially the king furnishes him with alms. Therefore, the term Samana is seen to connote three things. a movement of renunciation having specific historical origins, someone who renounces the world and lives on lambs, and one who on the grounds of his renunciation is especially qualified to teach others. In view of the paccekabuddha's alleged archaicide, and we shall show in Chapter 3 how the primary significance behind his description as a Zamaniles in the fact of his identification with the proto-Samaṇ as those who initiated their renunciation movement. Conclusion. From an analysis principally of the early and main Nikaya sources, we have shown the paccekabuddha was understood to represent a tradition antedating Sakyamuni, but nevertheless was recognized by Sakyamuni and his followers as authentically Buddhological. The air of obscurity which surrounds the figure of the paccekabuddha may be accounted for firstly as relatively archaic identity, and secondly on the grounds that the notion of enlightenment outside of the context of the teaching transmitted by Sakyamuni could present a possible threat to a movement whose main thrust centered upon the uniqueness of one single figure. We have also been required to explain why the term paccekabuddha does not occur in the oldest sections of the canon. Their key to providing an explanation lies, we have argued, in the figure and concept of the muni, who is prominent in the oldest sections, and seems to represent the conception of a Buddha, antedating the specific Sambuddha paccekabuddha distinction of classical Buddhist doctrine. In brief, there is evidence in the early sources to indicate that origin. Nally, there was a single Buddhology. The few details of the paccekabuddha's asceticism which do merge indicate two distinct conceptions lay in monachist. The former sees him as one endowed with strange magical powers, the latter as a solitary wanderer Karen who embodies and illustrates the spiritual heights attainable by self-mastery. In a more general way, the paccekabuddha is identified with three specific ascetic categories: munis and samaṇa. We have tried to amplify the significance of this identification by examining the meaning and use of each of these categories in the early sources. These findings may briefly be summarized as follows: is the exoteric term for anyone who possesses religious potency, mahanubhava, respective of their tradition. Samaṇa denotes a non-Brahmana one who belongs to the tradition of renunciation. Muni, one who has achieved absolute detachment or transcendence. This last term is used to denote one who exists outside a sectarian context and who stands in antithesis to members of the Brahmanic cultus. None of these terms are found to be mutually exclusive, that is to say, they can all be used of the same figure, hence they can be understood as providing different perspectives or vistas on a given ascetic phenomenon. Taking account of these significances, we shall devote the remainder of this study to deciphering the meaning of their application to the figure of the paccekabuddha in terms of shedding light on the question of his historical identity. Since we have shown there is no evidence in the earliest sources of the forms of denigration characterizing viewpoints of the paccekabuddha in later tradition, then we're left with the problem of explaining how and why this denigration came about. Having argued that the oldest form of Buddhology did not differentiate Buddhas into separate categories, then it must be the case that the downgrading of the paccekabuddha corresponds to the upgrading of Sakyamuni. In other words, the explanation which presents itself is that a special cultus formed itself around the figure of Gautama Buddha. In the ensuing chapters, we shall adduce evidence in support of this hypothesis. Chapter 2. The paccekabuddha as Isi. In the opening chapter, we observed that Isi was a general term for anyone who possesses religious potency, and that in terms of the Buddhistic tradition, this potency took the form of magic power, idhanubhava. We noted in addition that magic power, that is to say, idipatiharyam daseti, exhibiting the extraordinary phenomenon of magic, could not of itself produce converts or initiates. This could only be done through verbal transmission. Hence, it becomes apparent that it is not the Isi dimension of the Buddhistic holy man that produces converts and creates a Savaka tradition or a Bhikkhu Sangha. This being so, the paccekabuddha's significance qua Isi must therefore relate to the ordinary layperson, to the one who may or may not happen to be a devotee, but who is definitely not an initiate in the technical sense of belonging to a Sangha. Since standard Buddhist dogma excludes the paccekabuddha from creating savakas, then any soteriological significance he has must be confined to the laity. This explains why it is his relationship with the laity which receives more prominent treatment in Buddhist sources than any other aspect. In consequence, the quest for the paccekabuddha's significance as Isi involves us in an investigation of his relationship to and with the laity. Our discussion will accordingly proceed under three distinct headings. A. The layperson's conception of the paccekabuddha. B. The principle of the paccekabuddha's transmission relationship governing with the layperson. C. An assessment of the paccekabuddha's soteriological significance for the layperson. Before embarking on these matters, we need to identify the relevant sources as well as what we mean by layperson. We now abandon the distinction between earlier and later canonical sources so relevant to our discussion in Chapter 1 and concentrate almost entirely upon narrative literature, a more popular genre mainly intended for consumption by the laity. The narrative material we will be reviewing occurs within Pāli and also within Sanskrit Avadana literature. Since these narratives contain scenes depicting the encounters of Paccekabuddha with the laity, then they represent the prime source of information on the subject of the relationships between Paccekabuddha and laypersons. And since two Buddhist dogma assigns Paccekabuddha to an era outside the Buddhist sasana, dispensation of the Buddha's teaching, then the narratives in which they feature are those purporting to depict such eras. It should be noted that the paccekabuddha is generally referred to as a samaṇa in the Pāli narratives, whilst in the Avadana narratives, he is more often referred to as a Isai, Isai. An explanation of why they should refer to him differently in this way will be given in the course of the discussion. In using the term layperson or laity, we are referring to non-ascetics or householders, gahatha, krastha. Among these, we can make out three categories. Firstly, those who apprehend the paccekabuddha's conduct and qualities as exemplary. These are so impressed by the paccekabuddha that they want to know how to become one themselves. Consequently, he instructs them in matters relating only to the advantages of renouncing the household life. Heeding that instruction, the householder becomes a pabhajita. Secondly, there is the category of layperson who apprehends the paccekabuddha as something mysterious and supernormal, manusa, but auspicious. These are inspired to make offerings, dakina, and are therefore referred to as paccekabuddha devotees by us. Lastly, there is the category of those who insult or in some way abuse paccekabuddhas. We ourselves are only concerned with the latter two categories, since the first category of layperson does not proceed beyond that point of receiving teaching on pabhaja from the paccekabuddha. This aspect of the subject is already comprehensively covered in Kloppenborg's monograph. Most of all, we are interested in the first category of layperson, since it is this one which responds positively, not antipathetically, to an encounter with the paccekabuddha. The layperson's conception of the paccekabuddha. Where the paccekabuddha is mentioned within Pāli narratives, it is usually in a specific mythical setting. We shall refer to this setting as the Gandhamadana scenario. Gandhamadana is a Himalayan mountain in which is to be found a mythical cave named Nandamula. This cave is the acknowledged retreat of all paccekabuddhas. As soon as someone becomes a paccekabuddha, wherever he may be, he flies directly to the Nandamula cave to join other paccekabuddhas. From here, they periodically fly to and fro in quest of alms, sometimes individually, sometimes in groups. A representative description of what happens to a person when he becomes a paccekabuddha can be found in the Kumbhakara Jataka. As in the Isagili Sutta, the scene is represented largely from the perspective of the ordinary layperson, or onlooker, who is unconversant with the spiritual and meditational powers that create such ascetic figures as paccekabuddhas. The Kumbhakara Jataka tells how a king named Karandu attains paccekabodhi from contemplating some trees in his mango orchard. This experience leaves the king transfixed, as if in a trance. Noticing his apparent daydreaming, but unaware of the momentous spiritual event that has just happened, his own courtiers remark, "You stand too long, O great king." The king then declares to them that he has become a paccekabuddha and therefore must no longer be regarded as a king. In astonishment, the courtiers protest that he cannot be a paccekabuddha because these ascetics have hair and beards which are shaved, dress in yellow robes, are not attached to a family, kula, or group, gana, are like clouds torn by the wind or the moon's orb freed from Rahu, and dwell in the Nandamula cave in the Himalayas. When the courtiers finish speaking, the king lifts his hand and touches his head in a ritual gesture. Instantly, his appearance changes from a householder into that of a samaṇa with its characteristic features of robes, bowl, razor, needle, strainer, and girdle. He then levitates into the air, delivers a few words of exhortation, ovada, and flies away to Mount Gandhamadana. This tale clearly illustrates how the ordinary layperson only knows and recognizes the paccekabuddha in terms of his general appearance and behavior. The layperson is not party to the real significance of the paccekabuddha as an enlightened being. This he cannot be, since ex hypothesi he himself is not initiated into that dimension of spiritual reality. In the same way as we inquired after the meaning of the sudden disappearance of the paccekabuddhas in the Isagili Sutta, we may ask the significance here of the motif of King Karandu's sudden transformation from a householder into a samaṇa. In an era when there is no sangha, as this story represents, there can be no procedure of ordination, upasampada, into monkhood. The sudden transformation motif can therefore be seen as a dramatic convention employed to compensate for not being able to portray this important Buddhistic rite of transition. An additional explanation is to be found in the different perspectives which bhikkhu and layperson had of the paccekabuddha. The layperson knows only of paccekabuddhas as samaṇa and does not comprehend the idea of how one becomes a paccekabuddha, notably that paccekabuddhas were once householders themselves. By contrast, those responsible for transmitting the story, members of the Bhikkhu Sangha, were, for historical and dogmatic reasons, intent on showing that attainment of paccekabuddha happened mostly within the situation of a householder, as well as showing that bodhi and renunciation were logically connected. In view of this contrast between the layperson's and monk's perceptions of the paccekabuddha, the sudden transformation theme is introduced to give proper representation to his doctrinal as well as to his popular conception. The layperson knows only the finished product. The bhikkhu is interested in how that product comes to be. Once the transformation into a samaṇa has taken place, the paccekabuddha acquires the power to fly. Flight is the form of magic, iti, most characteristically associated with the figure of the paccekabuddha in the Pāli and Avadana narratives. The flight theme should be interpreted within the entire mythological perspective, which situates the residence of paccekabuddhas on Mount Gandhamadana in the Himalayas. Owing to its physical elevation and remoteness, Mount Gandhamadana may here be taken to represent the notion of transcendence. The paccekabuddha commutes back and forth from this inaccessible region to collect alms. He is able to do this instantly, without obstacle or hindrance, by flying through the air, akasa. Flight therefore operates as the linking principle or force between an inaccessible or transcendent sphere and the mundane world. The paccekabuddha's capacity to fly may accordingly be said to symbolize his role as a negotiator between the disparate worlds of the transcendent and the mundane. It is to be recalled that King Karandu effects his transformation into a samaṇa by touching his head with his hand. This too seems to be a gesture symbolically associated with the power to fly. In the Yoga Tattva Upanishad, it states that the part of the head from the middle of the eyebrows to the crown corresponds to the cosmic element of ether or space, akasa. Therefore, the adept who performs the meditation appropriate to this region of his body acquires mastery over that cosmic region, the power to travel through the air. it would seem, therefore, that the ritual movement of touching the head functions as a symbol for the paccekabuddha's mastery of this particular aspect of the empirical world. The principle of transmission. The principle of transmission governing the paccekabuddha's relationship with the layperson. Since the layperson's contact with the paccekabuddha is more or less confined to the cultic act of almsgiving, we shall specifically examine their relationship within this situation. But where other sorts of encounter between paccekabuddhas and layperson may be relevant to issues we are discussing, we shall refer to these as well. The process itself of almsgiving can be divided into 3 stages: events prior to and leading to the act of giving, events directly following upon the act of giving, the kamic consequence or the merit punna earned from giving to a paccekabuddha, which is of 2 kinds: short term, in the donor's same existence; long term, in a future birth or future births. The narrative descriptions of the donor's encounter with the paccekabuddha show us that almsgiving is not simply a perfunctory deed of charity, but a ritual act with a deep religious significance. There is a quid pro quo basis to it. The donor surrenders a physical object or material possession, and in return, the paccekabuddha imparts an element of his spirituality or interior transcendence. That is, he effects a change of consciousness in the donor. Within the procedure of almsgiving, a form of transmission may be said to take place between the donor and the recipient. It is vital to appreciate that this form of transmission is generally nonverbal, since the paccekabuddha rarely attempts to teach or instruct the donor. In some accounts of almsgiving, the donor specifies aloud the precise form he wants his merit to take. Since this is a verbal request, the paccekabuddha is required to give a verbal assent to the request. He therefore replies with these words: "May all you've desired and wished for take effect soon. May every aspiration be fulfilled like the moon which becomes full. May all you've desired and wished for take effect soon. May every aspiration be fulfilled like the luminous jewel." This particular formula is only found in the Dhammapada, Sutta Nipata, and Apadana commentaries. It does not occur in the Jataka narratives. Therefore, it probably represents an early Sinhalese elaboration of the almsgiving procedure. Only on certain occasions does a paccekabuddha acknowledge the validity of a devotional act by uttering the above formula. On other occasions, he may do so simply with the words, "So be it," evam hotu, accompanied by a brief moral discourse. The expression for the verbal response of the paccekabuddha is anumodana karoti, showing approval, acceptance, appreciation. Utterance of this phrase is a recognized procedure when the Buddhist mendicant receives alms. At the end of a meal or after receipt of gifts, the Buddha or members of the Bhikkhu Sangha demonstrate their recognition of the worthiness of the act of devotion by pronouncing their thanks in the form of a discourse or admonition. Thus, transmission between paccekabuddha and donor may be said to operate predominantly at a visual level. This squares with the fact that the layperson recognizes only the external characteristics of the paccekabuddha. These external characteristics, more precisely, the features which are available to visual recognition, are of 2 sorts: his physical appearance and his bodily transformations, e.g., exhibiting the extraordinary phenomenon of magic, idipadiharyam daseti, in the form of levitating or flying. These 2 types of transmission have significant implications in Buddhist doctrine. In Chapter 1, we noticed that the muni's transcendence expressed itself in the form of tranquility and equanimity. In other words, his Buddhological status is to some extent transmitted by the first type of transmission, that is, by his appearance and demeanor. In both Pāli and Sanskrit Avana literature, these muni qualities are acknowledged to be authentic modes of transmission. So when the layperson takes note of the semblance or muni characteristics of the paccekabuddha, he is acquiring definite access to transcendent forms. On the other hand, The EC characteristics of the paccekabuddha, his idanubhava, those which represent the second type of transmission, do not have the same measure of authenticity as the muni characteristics when considered as sources of transcendence, simply because they can be reproduced or simulated by non-Buddhistic ascetics. If, therefore, a potential donor becomes a devotee of the paccekabuddha on grounds that he uses magic, there is a danger that he is misconstruing the true significance of the paccekabuddha, that he is Buddha. And it must be remembered that it is by virtue of his Buddha status that he is a powerful field of merit, punakatam, for the laity. Shortly, we shall see that there is a noticeable difference in the doctrinal value which different Bhikkhu Sangha traditions, such as those represented by the authors of the Pāli and Avadana texts, attach to the paccekabuddha's displays of magic. Both subscribe to the notion of the transmission of muni qualities during the first stage of almsgiving. But whereas the Pāli tradition is only prepared to admit the value of transmitting icy qualities subsequent upon the offering of the gift, the Avadana tradition sometimes ascribes a value to the use of magic prior to the act of giving. Events prior to the act of giving. Although the events which lead to the act of giving are usually presented in the narrative from the standpoint of the donor, sometimes the paccekabuddha's standpoint is presented as well. From the donor's perspective, the encounter is a chance matter. For the paccekabuddha, however, it is a case of deliberate design, since he instigates the encounter by choosing beforehand the appropriate person to become donor. Since this involves the exercise of a supranormal faculty on the part of the paccekabuddha, we have decided to incorporate it within the theme of his use of iti. Our discussion of the first stage of the encounter between layperson and paccekabuddha comes in 3 parts. We begin by analyzing the vocabulary and symbolism used to convey the visual characteristics of the paccekabuddha. Then we examine the kind of impression these visual characteristics make on the prospective donor. Thirdly, we compare and contrast the mechanism of visual transmission, the hallmark of the paccekabuddha's impact on the laity, with verbal transmission, the distinctive feature of the Buddha's approach as represented within the Nikayas. Visual characteristics. We have seen that the paccekabuddha belongs to the tradition of the samaṇa, renouncer. The qualities which he evinces qua mendicant are the muni ones of spirituality. The mind states which are cultivated in meditation manifest themselves in bodily dispositions and faculties, grace and gentleness of bodily movement, and a calm and radiant countenance. When the paccekabuddha is mentioned in the context of almsgiving, invariably his imposing beauty is mentioned. A passage from the Mahavastu can be used to illustrate this. Now a certain pratyekabuddha entered a village to beg for alms. He was courteous of manners, prasadika, both in approaching and in taking his leave, in looking forwards and backwards, in extending and withdrawing his hand, and in carrying his cloak, bowl, and robe. He was like a naga. He had accomplished his task. His faculties were turned inwards. His mind was not turned outwards. He was unwavering as one who had achieved harmony with Dharma. He did not look before him farther than the length of a plow. Elsewhere in the Mahavastu, he is said to be graceful, prasadika, with reference to his bodily deportment, iryapatha, which may be read as the 4 sorts of posture: going, standing, sitting, lying down, in respect of which he moves in such a way as to avoid harming any creature intentionally or unintentionally. We may also cite an excerpt from the Kotanese Surangama Sutra, a Mahayana text, which draws attention to the visual importance of the paccekabuddha. For the sake of ripening the beings, I recognize myself as paccekabuddha. In whatever village, district, city I dwelled, there they regarded me as a paccekabuddha. I exhibited the external appearance of paccekabuddha. I exhibited the behavior, iryapatha, of paccekabuddha. The essential tranquility of the paccekabuddha is frequently a subject of remark. In the Kunala Jaka, a woman becomes awestruck at the sight of a motionless paccekabuddha. The Abhidhamma commentary states that paccekabuddhas are motionless, Nicola, because they have abandoned a turbulent raga mind, thus illustrating the connection between mind states and bodily disposition. In a variety of Buddhist sources, the paccekabuddha is designated by the term santa, calm, tranquility, used regularly across the whole Indian religious tradition to denote the pinnacle of meditational attainment. We have already noted that according to the Muni Suttas, the muni is calm, santi. In both the Divyavana and the Avadana Sadhaka, the Pratyekabuddha is described as santi. In the Anavataptakatha, he is a tranquil seer, rasim santam. In the Mahavastu, it says they calm their own selves, ekamatmanam samenti, and quell evil, santain papam. And in the Vesantara Jataka, the paccekabuddha's manner of movement is taken as a paradigm, for it is said that the bodhisattva paced up and down in the calm manner, upasama, of a paccekabuddha. Light symbolism. Since the form of the paccekabuddha's transmission is principally visual, it follows that the imagery used to describe that transmission draws heavily on the concept of light. So, for example, in several alms-giving scenes of the Mahavastu, the Pratyekabuddha is described as Tuika Sobhana, which Jones translates by the locution splendid in silence. This word Sobhana comes from the root sub, which means to shine or to give off a luster, and is generally used to describe the countenance of a person who is extremely beautiful or distinguished. The epithet Tuikasobhana may therefore be taken to represent the overall impression that a Pratyekabuddha makes on the almsgiver as he approaches or stands with his alms bowl. As a way of further stressing the radiant power of Pratyekabuddha, objects which have been in contact with them shine, sobhati. Cases in point are the lotus that had once been held in a Pratyekabuddha's hand, the wreath of flowers placed on a Pratyekabuddha's stupa, and the Pratyekabuddha's bowl, which emitted an aura of light, obhasain muitsi, after a donor had filled it with food. The idea that the aura of a Pratyekabuddha can be transmitted into objects around him is a crucial part of the process of transmission, as we shall see. There are many other occasions on which light imagery is used in connection with the paccekabuddha. In the Kumbhakara Jataka, it says their pabhaja shines, sobhati, their faculties are very bright, vipassanani ko indriyani, and their complexion is pure, parasudo chavivau. The particular usage of one or two of these terms merits further comment. For example, vipassana, v plus p plus passana, which is here predicated of the paccekabuddha, becomes the predominant state of mind which he evokes in the donor, thus implying it is a quality that becomes transmitted from him to the donor. Sudha Wiltshire translated by purists elsewhere used to describe the radiance of the moon, and to denote a certain class of devak known as the Sudavasa Devas. Sobha is a term which is also used to show how the operation of karma is to be understood. This can best be illustrated by reference to a passage from the Maitreya Upanishad. Here karma is said to be either good or bad, and the terms used are subha to subha, how respectively subha literally meaning bright or luminous, a subha meaning dull or dark. The entire pede is worth quoting because the terms are also shown to be associated with prasad, for by the serenity of one's thought, undestroys alaction, good or bad siddhasaya. Hiprasad ina hanti karma subham. Here serenity of thought, siddhaprasad, is viewed as a transcending agent because it eliminates karma. Any form of karma is regarded negatively because it inexorably produces the fruit which perpetuates samsara's existence. This connection between karma and light is to be evidenced in Buddhist sources. Also in the Mahavastu, the act of giving to prati. Eka Buddhist is described as a bright deeds, obhanam kritamandashi. Ningen lovely deeds, obhanam kalyanam karma. The first quotation comes from a story in which there is marked use of light imagery. A servant girl gives a lotus flower to a Pratyekabuddha, and the Pratyekabuddha handed begins to shine sobhati. Observing this, the girl asks for it back when he puts it back into her hand. Then her hand begins to shine sobhati too. The deed of giving here is not only figuratively lustrous, but literally so, owes the object conveyed carries within the significance of the conveying act. There are other examples of light imagery occurring in connection with paccekabuddha. They are described as Sun Surya because of their likeness to the Moras resembling devas, because they possess flame-like forms. In both the Apadana and the Mahavastu, the paccekabuddha is referred to as a Lamdipa. This light imagery serves to explain his salvific role in respect of the donor or devotee. The source of his spirituality, his pure mind Manusudam, expresses itself in a physical dimension as radiance or an aura of light symbolizes his purity or holiness. When a prospective almsgiver or donor spies, that is XP, renunciants a paccekabuddha visually the light or aura, which the paccekabuddha emits is transmitted to him and produces or evokes in him a devotional response. Paccekabuddha. This sense of devotion causes the layperson to present alms to the ascetic. The symbolic significance of the leitmotif may therefore be summarized as follows. Light is a form of silent or noiseless energy which illuminates. The paccekabuddha's encounter with the donor is essentially non-verbal, that is noiseless. The paccekabuddha therefore radiates or emits a form of silent spirit. Tual energy which illuminates, that is, which makes sereneth the mind siddha of the prospective donor. The paccekabuddha's impact on the prospective donor. We can discern three distinct stages to the prospective donor's initial encounter with the paccekabuddha. First of all, he sees the paccekabuddha approaching for alms. See a sheer intended in an evaluative sense, the prospective donor notices or perceives something special or distinctive about the figure. Next, the spectacle of the paccekabuddha evokes a feeling of devotion. Thirdly and lastly, the donor offer, sajif to the paccekabuddha, we now propose to graphically illustrate the first two stages by citing a number of passages. Having seen Paciat Vatha Department Sirium of the Pradhyekabuddha's sublime devotion Udaram Prasadamoros within the overseer's daughter, the paccekabuddha stood motionless Nikalo. When the woman saw Disvat, that he was motionless taking heed of it, Tolo Lokdvasha felt devotion in her heart, Sit Tampasadetva. Seeing Devrestiva the Pradhyekabuddha devotion arose Prasadamutpanam in the wife. Because of this devotion, Prasada, I gave him alms. See. Nenjadras Vathurith Malia placed on the Buddha outshines, Subhantia Teravane, beauty, rupena, and brilliance. Tejana, all the other wreaths, devotion arose within her heart, Siddham. Seeing Drastivatha Pradhyekabuddha called Badrikatham in Manasaf, the poor manx in Akula Putputra Purusa, became devoted Prasanna. Devoted in his heart, Prasanna Siddha, he took him home and provided him with food. Seeing Disvatha Paccekabuddha, the king became devoted in heart Pasana Siddha. When the king of Bharanas rishon the body of a paccekabuddha who has Jew, stentered Parinibbana performs puja simply by glimpsing the head of a paccekabuddha who has just entered into Parinibbana, an elder, thereby the name of Vanjis in a former life had been inspired to become a Pabajita. Seeing Disvathimi 4 paccekabuddhas, the Bodhisattva became contented in heart the Siddha. In these citations, the principal term used to express the nature of the prospective donor's response to seeing paccekabuddhas is devotions, ki prasada pasada. The clue to understanding the significance here of prasada lies in the use of the comp. Lementary term prasadikesarini is a predicate of the Pradhyekabuddha. We may recall that the Pradhyekabuddha is described as Sarana Prasadika both in approaching and taking his leave and looking forwards and backwards. Kanda Sarana Prasadika in his bodily deportment. Elsewhere in Avana sources it is said, he's Sarane in body and mind. Kaya Prasadika Siddha Prasadika, and that men and gods have faith in these Caesarinions Prasadika Bipi Prasana Deva Manusya. See Appendix 2. We have chosen advisedly to translate Prasadika Asarine in view of the light symboli. Inherent in the usage, and because Zerin is associated semantically with the concept of light. The Latin word zernus, for example, is used for bright sky, fair weather. In Sanskrit, a verbal root prasad is often used in a similar context to the Latin serenus to represent the brightness of the sky, the calm and tranquility of the sea. However, prasadika has two further connotations which cannot be adequately conveyed in the translation seren. They are the meanings of auspicious and grace. For instance, in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, prasad is a bhakti concept denoting the grace of God. We might also have chosen to translate the prospective donor's response prasada by serene, so that, for example, the prospective donor may be said to acquire serenity of heart or mind on seeing a Pradhyekabuddha. But in this particular case, we have preferred devotion, since it gives a stronger indication that their response is both committed and religious in character. Alternatively, we could have translated it by faith or belief, but such creedal terms more appropriately describe their response to spoken words than to an inherently visual exp. Arients, the same cognate terms, are therefore used to denote both the paccekabuddha's spiritual emanation prasadika and the nature of the response prasada which that emanation elicits in the prospective donor. This suggests that some quality or qualities are transmitted from the paccekabuddha to the prospective donor. A comparison of visual and verbal transmission, pasana chitta, devoted in heart, is a concept which also is important within the context of the Buddha's teaching. The term is used to represent the positive response of the listener to that talk which the Buddha gives prior to full Dhamma instruction. This talk is referred to as the preliminary discourse, Anupubikatha. It consists of instruction on almsgiving, morality, and heaven and the perils of sensuality. If the talk is received sympathetically, the Buddha proceeds with that teaching of the Dhamma which the awakened ones themselves have discerned. Athaya Buddhanam Samukamsika Dhammadesana Tam Pakasasi, viz., the Four Noble Truths. The Anupabikatha represents general principles of conduct applicable to the Buddhist layperson and is distinct from Dhamma proper in that it is not concerned with penetration or apprehension of any cognitive truths. Nevertheless, it is to be seen as a necessary precursor to instruction in the Four Noble Truths. From hearing, that is, comprehending, the Four Noble Truths, the listener acquires the Dhammakaku, Dhamma-I, and becomes a savaka, hearer, one who is destined to enlightenment in this life or in some future existence. In gauging the reaction to his Anupabikatha, the Buddha looks to see if the mind, citta, of the listener is responsive. The appropriate response takes the form of a series of graduated steps, culminating in pasanasitta, ready in heart kalasitta, softened in heart madhusitta, unbiased in heart vinavarana-siddha, uplifted in heart udagasiddha, devoted in heart pasanasiddha. The parallels that can be drawn between the positive response of the prospective donor to the visual experience of the prospective donor and the positive response of the layperson to verbal instruction from the Buddha are indicated in the following table. Samasambuddha sasana, paccekabuddha. Non-sasana, initial condition, hearing the Anupabikatha, seeing the paccekabuddha effect. Experiencing pasanasitte in response to the talk of the Buddha. Experiencing pasanasitte in response to the sight, the paccekabuddha, act on the basis of the listener's pasanasiddha. The Buddha decides to teach the Four Noble Truths. On the basis of his pasanasiddha, the prospective donor decides to make a gift to the paccekabuddha attainment. The listener acquires the Dhammakaku, Dhamma-I, and becomes a savaka. He is destined to attain bodhi. The donor earns punna, merit. It is instantly noticeable that stage is identical in both systems. The religious character of the response, pasana chitta, is the same. However, during the sasana period, the response is mediated by the spoken word, but outside the sasana period by vision. The Buddha, in choosing to speak, is the active party, whereas the paccekabuddha, in saying nothing, is passive. It can, of course, be argued that the paccekabuddha also plays an active role by providing the prospective donor with the opportunity to see and behold him. Where the two systems decidedly differ is in the respective responses of the Buddha and paccekabuddha to the individual's pasanachitta. The former teaches the Four Noble Truths, thereby initiating the person into savaka status. The latter accepts the gift, thereby assuring the person's punna. Owing to the fact that he does not respond to the devotion of the layperson with spoken instruction, the paccekabuddha neither instigates a Dhamma, doctrine, nor wins novitiates, savaka. In summary, the layperson's response in these different situations of verbal and visual encounter is the same, one of devotion. It is the response or reaction of the Buddha and paccekabuddha to the pasanachitta, which differs, events, that follow the act of giving. The most significant and interesting aspect of what happens after the donor has made the gift relates to magic, iddhi, and its uses. Since a difference is to be discerned in the salvific value that Pāli and Buddhist Sanskrit sources attach to exhibitions of magic, we shall look at them separately in order to show the implications of this doctrinal difference. In a number of Pāli narratives, paccekabuddhas are seen to possess the power of precognition in the matter of who will make a suitable donor. In Avadana narratives, there is no mention of them having this particular faculty. In many of the Pāli narratives, the paccekabuddha is described as residing in the meditational state of pure cessation, nirodha samapatti, for periods of up to 7 days. When he emerges from his meditation, he is understandably hungry and so looks down, Oloketi, from Mount Gandhamadana and discerns, Avajjati, a suitable candidate for almsgiving. In terms of canonical doctrine, the paccekabuddha is here seen to be displaying the two abhina known as the divine eye, dibakaku, and knowledge of other minds, parasa sedo pariyanana. As we have seen, the latter is the faculty by which the Buddha is capable of telling whether or not a person has the requisite paccekabuddha to be taught the Four Noble Truths. The paccekabuddha similarly uses it here to find out whether a person has the capacity for devotion, pasada, or faith, sada. Having located the appropriate person from afar, the paccekabuddha then flies from the mountain into the presence of the prospective donor. It should be stressed that in no account is there mention that the prospective donor or anyone else actually sees the paccekabuddha flying from Gandhamadana to the site of almsgiving. Upon alighting, the paccekabuddha approaches the prospective donor on foot in the customary manner of a bhikkhu. Then the act of almsgiving proceeds. This act is to be interpreted as a palpable demonstration of the layperson's own devotion, pasada, or faith, sada. That is to say, the offering of a gift constitutes the focal center of the encounter between the layperson and the paccekabuddha, in the sense that the relationship of the layperson to the paccekabuddha is assimilated to a rite or ritualized. In this way, an act of moral import becomes an act of religious significance. After having accepted the alms, the paccekabuddha levitates a short distance from the ground, delivers a brief word of exhortation or moral advice, ovada, and flies away to Mount Gandhamadana once again. The donor and bystanders witness this display of flying. They gaze transfixed until the ascetic disappears from view. On some occasions, the paccekabuddha makes a special resolve, adhitthana, that enables onlookers to see him sharing his alms with fellow paccekabuddhas after returning to the mountain. In these accounts of almsgiving, the paccekabuddha does not display his magic power gratuitously. He only exhibits it after the layperson has demonstrated his devotion, pasada, by making the gift. So the exhibition of flying may be understood ritually as the palpable act which the paccekabuddha performs in rejoinder to the layperson's palpable act of giving. Since the demonstration of faith comes first, the paccekabuddha's use of magic serves to vindicate that show of faith. Meanwhile, the effect upon the donor of seeing this demonstration of magic power is to increase or expand, vatati, that paccekabuddha he experienced on first beholding the paccekabuddha, until his entire body, sarira, becomes suffused with joy, piti. In seeking to summarize the type of doctrinal truth here being conveyed, we can say that the muni dimension, the Buddhological attributes embodied in the form of the serene ascetic, serve to elicit the initial paccekabuddha, whilst the eyesight characteristics, viz. The use of magic, are assigned the auxiliary role of consolidating the paccekabuddha. In the Buddhist Sanskrit narratives, the conception of the relationship between pratyekabuddha and layperson is very similar in many respects to that in the Pāli sources, and shares, for instance, the stress given to muni qualities in the moment of initial impact, when the layperson descries a pratyekabuddha. But there are also one or two aspects in which important differences can be detected. So, for example, in addition to stories of gifts to pratyekabuddhas, there are to be found stories of gifts to samyaksambuddhas, in which attainment of pratyekabodhi in a future rebirth is a feature of the resultant merit. Taint punya. Although the Pāli tradition seems to have been acquainted with the doctrinal concept of laypersons attaining paccekabuddha in the future through such acts of merit, it features as a much later doctrine, and there is no corpus of tales illustrating how it happens. In the Buddhist Sanskrit stories of almsgiving to preceded and Buddhas, these Buddhas often intentionally use their magic power to elicit a prasada-type response from the layperson. For the purpose of analysis, these stories can be separated into 6 main types. A. Stories of devotional acts towards preceded, where magic does not feature at all. Just to see a preceded is sufficient to evoke devotion. B. Stories of devotional acts towards preceded in which they respond with a display of RD. The event of seeing the preceded plays a formative part in these stories also. So, for example, a certain beggar who sees a preceded experiences intense devotion Mahaprasada and thereupon gives to him his only remaining morsel of food. In return, the preceded performs feats of Radi. C. The same kind of stories as category B, but featuring the Buddha instead of preceded. For example, a certain group of traveling players encounter the Buddha as they are passing through the gates of the town of Shravashti. The sight of him inspires prasanachitta in them, and they decide to sing and dance in his honor, and to throw blue lotuses at his feet. These lotuses cling to the Buddha and emit a sapphire light, which illuminates the whole of Shravashti. D. Stories in which some person is either ill-intentioned towards a preceded or fails to recognize his muni attributes. The preceded consequently performs a feat of Radi in order to alter the person's attitude. Radi is here used to evoke devotion, where the predisposition to devotion is not immediately evident. A case in point is the husband who scolds his wife for feeding a preceded, whereupon the ascetic flies through the air for his benefit. On seeing him fly, the husband experiences prasada and apologizes to his wife. E. The same kind of stories as category D, but featuring a Buddha instead of preceded. In one such story, a boatman insists on payment before he will agree to ferry the Buddha across the Ganges. The Buddha responds by flying across the river. On seeing him fly, the boatman repents. Mahavipratisara falls at the Buddha's feet and makes him an offering. F. Stories in which a person deliberately insults a preceded so that as a consequence, no ridi whatsoever is forthcoming. So, for instance, a person places an offensive substance, such as urine or excrement, in the preceded's alms bowl, or a person knocks the alms bowl out of his hand. In respect of this category of tale, the question might be asked, why the preceded should not use RDE to convert the offensive person as happens in type D stories. In explanation of this apparent anomaly, it should be pointed out firstly that in these cases the degree of offense is distinctly severe, and secondly, the offensiveness itself constitutes an act or form of conduct as karmically potent as its counterpart, the gift of alms. It would seem that conversion is no longer considered possible once direct contact or relations has been entered into between the layperson and preceded. This contact takes on the binding character of a contract as soon as punya merit or apunya demerit come into operation. There are examples in Pāli of stories belonging to the same categories as A, C, and F. It is categories D and E which are not found, those in which magic is displayed either prior to any act of almsgiving or in order to convert a prospectively hostile mind to a devoted mind. Summary of the Pāli and Avadana understanding of magic. In the Pāli narratives, we have seen that the paccekabuddha only ever exhibits iddi in response to an act or gesture of devotion, pasada or faith sada signified in the alms gift. In this respect, it is the layperson's faith which may be seen to activate it. This faith arises out of the visual contemplation of the muni qualities of the paccekabuddha. The display of iddi which follows the almsgiving only strengthens or deepens the initial devotion. Therefore, it does seem some sort of distinction is intended between the muni and Isai facets of the paccekabuddha. By contrast, some of the Avadana stories concern persons who do not respond at all to the sight of the muni qualities of preceded or samyak sambuddhas. These sorts of persons are not discarded or discounted, as it seems they are in the Theravada tradition, but means are created for them to be won over to the cultists. The point to note is that the preceded or samyak sambuddha take the salvific initiative by producing displays of magic to convert the otherwise intractable layperson. Consequently, it can be said in respect of the Avadana corpus that not only muni but risi characteristics are a recognized instrument of winning devotees. In the Pāli tradition, magic is allowed to function as a salvific instrument only within a quid pro quo situation. The donor warrants it by virtue of his gift. In the Avadana tradition, it functions much more independently of the layperson's spiritual condition, and therefore can be used as a tactical ploy to manipulate the right response from an uncongenial person. The soteriological perspective of the Avadana corpus is accordingly more liberal than the Pāli. Merit earning from paccekabuddhas. Direct encounters between the layperson and the paccekabuddha have special consequences for the former. They can significantly influence a person's spiritual destiny. They are situations with transforming possibilities. This state of affairs exists by virtue of the paccekabuddha's identity as a holy man. Since the paccekabuddha embodies aspects of transcendence, the layperson's behavior when confronted by him is an indication of his attitude towards transcendence. We therefore propose to examine the sorts of consequences or transformations which accrue from direct encounters, and to investigate the nature of the power which produces these transformations. Our purpose in so doing is to unravel some of the metaphysical assumptions and premises underlying the doctrine of merit earning, in order to understand better the religious significance of cultic acts. Within the context of the doctrine of merit earning, punna kata merit can be classified as good punna or bada punna short-term that is coming to fruition in the same lifetime or long-term in a future life, or over future existences and mundane lokia or brahmana lokutara. We have come across only 2 cases of short-term merit resulting from service to the paccekabuddha. Both of these are stories from the Pāli Jatakas. We shall briefly summarize these stories as they possess a number of significant features. The first story is taken from the Sankha Jataka and tells of Farich Brahmana. Hounder takes a journey across the seat of the land of Suvana. Whilst journeying to the port of Sale, he is seen by a paccekabuddha on Mount Gandamadana. This paccekabuddha discerns Savaja 2 things. The Brahmana is about to board a boat that is going to be shipwrecked. The Brahmana is predisposed to making the paccekabuddha an alms gift. The paccekabuddha descends from Mount Gandamadana and alights in the vicinity of the Brahmana. When the Brahmana sees the ascetic approaching in the heat and without any footwear, he offers to his feet and to give him his own pair of sandals. The paccekabuddha accepts this act of service, and as a result, the Brahmana survives the journey in spite of the shipwreck. This Khan story occurs in the Telepada Jataka and features the Bodhisatta, a son of the sons of King Brahmadatta of Varanasi. The Bodhisatta asks some paccekabuddhas to look into the future in order to find out if he will one day become king. They tell him that he will never be king in Varanasi, but that if he is prepared to make the journey to Takasila, he will become king there. They warn him, however, that the journey will involve passing through a great forest inhabited by demonesses Yakini, who will try to seduce and kill him. The Bodhisatta thereupon asks the paccekabuddha for some means of protection against the Yakini. They supply him with 2 protective charms, Paratas and Valikian, and a thread Paradasukha. The Bodhisatta sprinkles the sand on his head and ties the thread around his forehead. In due course, he accomplishes his journeys safely. It is to be noticed how these stories share in common the theme of a safe journey. The paccekabuddha. He is represented as one who supplies protection against the hazards encountered by the traveler. In both stories, too, the paccekabuddha is seen to possess the power of precognition. In one story, he foresees the shipwreck, and in the other, the enthronement of the Bodhisatta at Takasila bad merit. Bad merit to punna is not usually short-term in its fruition. However, if the form of insult or harm is particularly heinous, such as the act of murdering a paccekabuddha, then the offender may die immediately and go directly to hell. Long-term merit. There are three outstanding features of long-term merit. In the first place, a principle of correspondence is discernible between the type of action the layperson performs in regard to the paccekabuddha and the type of transformation which results. Secondly, there are occasions when the devotee actually specifies the particular form the accruing merits should take. One can therefore talk of specified and unspecified merit. Thirdly, there can be supramundane as well as mundane consequences. The doctrine that the fruit of an action or of an instance of behavior show correspondence with the nature of the action or behavior which produced it might appear to be self-evident. Nevertheless, attention needs to be drawn to this principle of correspondences, since it tells us something important about the way in which merit operates. It is often the case that an act of devotion toward a paccekabuddha leads to alleviation in future existences of precisely those conditions which beset a person in their present existence. So, for instance, one story relates how a laborer in the hire of a treasurer fills a paccekabuddha's bowl with grease, which he has been striving for 3 years to earn. From the merit of this act, he eventually becomes a treasurer himself and never again experiences poverty in any of his future existences. In another such story, a beggar who happens to offer a paccekabuddha his last morsel of food thereafter reborn always into prosperous circumstances. And there is the story of 5 members of a household who in the midst of famine give their last ounce of rice to a paccekabuddha. As a result, they never experience famine again and always return to the same family in future. Rebirths, the type of virtue displayed in the service of a paccekabuddha, is also shown to have a bearing upon the particular form taken by the transformation characteristics. For example, a dog who befriends and accompanies a paccekabuddha on his alms round shoals with grief when the paccekabuddha abandons him and returns to Gautama Buddha. When the dog dies, he is reborn a god and given a voice of extraordinary power as a reward for his fidelity toward the ascetic. In another story, a servant who fetches a paccekabuddha alms with great speed acquires in his future existence the facility to travel vast distances in short periods of time. Similarly, a poor man's daughter who furnishes a paccekabuddha with some clay that needs acquire skin as soft as clay in her next birth. In another narrative, a king of Varanasi is granted divine clothes because on a certain occasion in the past he had given his shawl to a paccekabuddha. This feature of correspondence obtains in stories concerned with the acquisition of bad meritapuna as well as good. The young girl whose skin will become soft as clay in her next life will also become you. Glad because her initial reaction toward the paccekabuddha had been one of anger. There are many more examples of this kind of story. A woman is reborn a humpback because she mimics a humpbacked paccekabuddha, the spouse of a wealthy merchantish herself, reborn with a deformity because she insults a deformed paccekabuddha. A woman who sets fire to a paccekabuddha dies in house fire. Sin her future lives a king who calls a paccekabuddha a leper is reborn a sailparanda person who cleaves the head of a paccekabuddha with a potsherd becomes as ledgehammer pitain his n. Ext life. These are just a selection of many examples, showing that a principle of correspondence exists between an action toward a paccekabuddha and the form taken by its fruition. One striking aspect of this correspondence is the dominance of the complementary motifs of beauty and ugliness. Since the paccekabuddha's attributes are conveyed to the layperson visually through his own external appearance and behavior, it would seem appropriate that the karmic consequences should have a primarily visual significance. Themes of beauty and ugliness and the irregularity are, of course, a conspicuous feature of folk tales in general. These stories of paccekabuddhas are no exception. In folk tales, the possession of beauty is a token of being good and ugliness is associated with the working of evil. Therefore, beauty and ugliness on the physical and material plane are the counterparts of good and evil on the ethical plane. We may therefore conclude that the operation of moral and spiritual qualities and their deficiency when functioning within the cultic framework of encounter between layperson and Buddhist tholima and become responsible for significant transformations in the physical and phenomenal world. In this scenario, the paccekabuddha's own physical transformation, that is his display of flight, serves to remind the devotee or potential devotee of the sorts of radical transformation that can arise from service to him. The layperson relates what he sees as the transforming powers of the paccekabuddha to his own situation if he honors and serves the paccekabuddha by virtue of this act of recognition, the same powers which produce transformations in the AC. Tick will work for himself, specified merit. In the almsgiving procedure, we have remarked that donors sometimes specify what form their merit should take. This concept is found in the Pāli commentaries and the Avadana sources, but not in canonical narratives. It would seem, therefore, to constitute a doctrinal and cultic elaboration of the original idea that it is auspicious to provide alms for mendicants. This particular elaboration simply formalizes the original deep-felt yearning and hope of the almsgiver that through his act of recognition and service, better things should come to be. The donor is permitted and encouraged to articulate his aspirations in the hope that they might take on more abiding significance. In this, there is an implicit acknowledgement that the question of a person's future and destiny is closely bound up with his own volition. The reward that comes from his almsgiving is not ex gratia. It is the integral realization of his most earnest aspiration. And his correct response to a first-hand encounter with transcendence has already demonstrated his capacity to realize it. This is the reason why the layperson's frame of mind, viz. Pasanachitta, plays such a crucial role in the entire proceedings. Supramundane merit. So far, we have looked at examples of the sorts of mundane or worldly lokia consequences which result from a person's behavior towards paccekabuddhas. All types of devotional acts produce some form of mundane benefit. In some stories, however, the devotee requests that the merit that he has earned should in addition take on a supramundane lokutara character. The term which has given the title to an entire corpus of narrative literature, a vadina heroic deed, implies that certain deeds have a special potency and, over a time span of one or many rebirths, can produce radical forms of transformation in the agent. In the Avadina Sataka and the Divyavadana, for instance, this doctrine of merit earning has been fully systematized so that Sambodhi and Pratyekabodhi can only be attained through a pious action toward a Samyaksara Buddha, whilst Arhat status can only be attained through a pious act toward a Pratyekabuddha or a Sravakabuddha, i.e. an Arhat. In the Mahavastu Avadana, there is no mention of supramundane consequences of merit, and in the Pāli it is confined, as far as we are aware, to the Dhammapada commentary and the Netipakarana, both late compositions. One rather interesting exception is to be found in the Kumasapika Jataka, where it is said that Sakyamuni earned his omniscience Sabaniyataya, La as a poor man in a previous existence, by providing alms for a group of 4 paccekabuddhas. The significance of the doctrine of supramundane attainment through acts of merit, whether they be directed towards Samasambuddha's paccekabuddhas or savakas, can be stated as follows. In that the attainment of supramundane goals was the traditional preserve of members of the Bhikkhu Sangha, then the distinction between them and the lady Upasaka was not only the practical difference between mendicant and householder, but concerned different soteriological goals. The householder was expected to strive for the attainment of rebirth in heaven Saga, and the bhikkhu for one of the 4 paths Magga leading to Nibbana. However, to recognize that the householder could perform devotional acts which conduced in the long term toward transcendental consequences was to admit that the lay monarchist's distinction is not so absolutely crucial. In other words, the laity is given access in the long term to what the Bhikkhu Sangha has access to in the shorter term. In the growth and expansion of Buddhism, there were increasing pressures to narrow the gap between lay and monarchist salvific goals. The nature of the power behind transformation. Our examination of those scenes containing descriptions of encounters between the layperson and the paccekabuddha has shown us 2 things. First, the response of the layperson results in a radical transformation in his or her destiny, either for good or bad. sometimes even culminating in a transformation of transcendent significance, i.e., future arahant status. Second, the paccekabuddha transforms his own body, that is, through feats of magic in various ways, to provide the onlooking layperson with some idea of the radical possibilities of transformation inherent in being a devotee. We now propose to identify and describe the power or operative principle responsible for these transformations. This will involve us in a fairly elaborate discussion of the interrelationship between the concepts avihimsa, refraining from harming, and kama. In order to illustrate the nature of this interrelationship, we shall refer to two tales. Story A from the Angulimala Sutta, Story B from the Mahamora Jataka. Only the latter story has to do with paccekabuddhas, but both have avihimsa as their primary theme. The Angulimala Sutta acquires its title from the name given to a notorious brigand and murderer who was a contemporary of the Buddha. He had achieved renown for the macabre practice of amputating his victims' fingers and making them into a garland or necklace, which he hung as a trophy around his own neck, hence Angulimala, garland of fingers. The Angulimala Sutta tells what happens when this brigand encounters the Buddha. On a certain occasion, he descries the Buddha from afar and decides to make him his next victim. Although greatly renowned for his skill and expertise in seizing his victims, Angulimala pursues the Buddha only to find that he is unable to lay hold of him, for the Buddha uses magic iti to stay out of his reach. The brigand is perplexed as to why he cannot catch his quarry, since the Buddha appears to be traveling merely at the customary pace of a monk. In his frustration, Angulimala commands the Buddha to stand still and explain what is happening. The Buddha then speaks these words: I, Angulimala, am standing still theta, having for all beings laid aside the rod danda. But you are unrestrained asanato regarding creatures. Therefore, I am standing still. You are not standing still. In this reply, the Buddha is seen to connect stillness with refraining from harming avihimsa. Stillness is the fruit and consequence of avihimsa. There is a certain irony in the fact that the spiritually still person can move faster than the conventionally active person. Technically, the Buddha's exercise of magic idabhisankara accounts for this, but quite clearly avihirilsa is the spiritual or moral power underlying it. The story illustrates how real movement, that is, transcendence, only becomes possible through observing the ethical principle of avihirilsa. In Story B, an hunter succeeds in catching a peacock in one of his forest traps. The snared peacock turns out to be the bodhisattva, who, on being caught, instructs the hunter on the wrongfulness of hunting. As he listens attentively to the bodhisattva's words, the hunter instantly attains paccekabuddha. At this very moment, the bird is automatically released from the snare. On finding himself to be a paccekabuddha, however, the hunter is immediately confronted with the realization that he still has other captive animals at home. He cannot return to release them, because that would be, by implication, to return to the household life, a situation incommensurable with his newfound status as a paccekabuddha. On the other hand, he is responsible for these animals remaining in captivity, and so continuing to be deprived of their freedom. The hunter is shown to be incapable of solving the dilemma without the assistance of the bodhisattva, who is stated to be omniscient sabbayini and with a greater knowledge of ways and means upayaparigafianam than a paccekabuddha. The bodhisattva tells him that the way to solve his problem is to make an act of truth sakkakirya by virtue of his realization of paccekabuddha. The bodhisattva explains that such an act of truth will instantly liberate not just his own captives, but all captive creatures throughout the land of Jambudvipa. Heeding the bodhisattva's counsel, the hunter performs an act of truth, and the release of all captives is instantaneously accomplished. The concept here referred to as an act of truth, sakkakirya, is common throughout Buddhist and Hindu literature, and Western scholars have devoted considerable attention to it. Burlingame, who was among the first to discuss the concept, has supplied the following definition of it: a formal declaration of fact accompanied by a command or resolution or prayer that the purpose of the agent shall be accomplished. The so-called fact, referred to by the agent, is generally some moral or spiritual quality possessed by that agent. So, for example, in the above story, the hunter refers to his realization of paccekabuddha as the fact by which his petition will become effective. The purpose to be accomplished is something beyond the normal powers of the agent, so that the suddenness of its accomplishment appears miraculous or magical. In Hindu tales, the quality or attribute a person invokes is linked closely with their dharmic role. Even persons who lead ostensibly immoral lives, such as thieves and prostitutes, can still exercise an act of truth by appealing to the fact that they have remained loyal to their dharmic duty. The notion of an act of truth is a significant piece of armory within our argument because it points to the existence in ancient India of a belief that power can be exerted over the phenomenal world through virtue. In this respect, it may be noticed that it operates on exactly the same assumptions as the doctrine of merit earning, except that the latter operates within a more clearly defined cultic framework in which the concept of a power-effective quality is assimilated to the notion of a specific act of virtue directed at another being. But both an act of truth and an act of merit produce radical transformations in the agent, the one usually without and the other with a time lapse. Because there is no time lapse with an act of truth, it appears to operate magically. We have seen too that an act of merit is like an act of truth, in that sometimes it is accompanied by a verbalized resolution or petition. Stories of transformation. To return to the subject of stories, A and B, both stories are intent on showing that vihimsa, harming, is not compatible with spirituality, and both contain transformation motifs as a way of illustrating this point. In story A, the Buddha transforms himself in order to escape the prodigious clutches of the renowned bandit. In B, the hunter is suddenly transformed into a paccekabuddha who then succeeds in emancipating all ensnared animals through the transformative power of an act of truth. Elsewhere in canonical sources, metta, loving kindness, which is a meditational extension of the ethical principle of avihimsa, functions as a similar sort of transforming agent. So, for example, in the Vesantara Jataka, by the use of metanubhava, the power of loving kindness, the bodhisattva causes all the animals within a radius of 3 leagues to conduct themselves kindly to one another. Perhaps a more familiar story is the one in which the Buddha uses metta to quell the ferocious elephant, Nalagiri. Our object in reviewing these stories has been to illustrate the belief that moral and spiritual accomplishment has the potential of effecting transformations within the phenomenal world. Avihimsa is here seen to be the most powerful principle of transformation. We are therefore obliged to raise the question of how avihimsa in particular conduces toward transformation. The nature of kama and stillness. The resolution of this question requires us to look into the significance of the notion of kama itself. The philosophical conception of kama may be said to possess 3 features. In the first place, there is the idea of causality, movement, i.e., action produces impact, which produces further movement, so that events or happenings do not occur in isolation or at random, but as part of a sequence or a chain process. Secondly, there is the idea that causality operates on an equitable basis, namely that good volitional acts conduce proportionately toward pleasant situations or happiness, sukha, and bad volitional acts correspondingly conduce proportionately toward unpleasant situations and suffering, dukkha. Thirdly, there is the underlying assumption that we are ultimately responsible for our own fate. Every event that happens to us is of our own making. In the Hindu tradition, this view is vividly expressed in the Maitreya Upanishad, which says, "One's thought, indeed, is samsara. What a man thinks, that he becomes. This is the eternal mystery." In the Buddhist tradition, it is perhaps best illustrated in the redoubtable opening line of the Dhammapada: mind is the forerunner of all conditions. Given this state of affairs, there are basically two ways of mitigating the mechanistic and relentless system of karma. Firstly, one can break the chain of causation altogether. Secondly, one can introduce ways of modification. Since karma is the principle that movement begets further movement, the logical way to counteract it is to stop the movement altogether, that is, to stand still. This, we saw, was the Buddha's advice to Angulimala, and stillness was to be interpreted as the practice of avihimsa. In canonical teaching, avihimsa involves restraint of the triple faculties of mind, mano, speech, veka, and body, kaya. This process of restraint has the effect of starving kama of its source of fuel, namely purposive acts, sankhara. The practice of avihimsa, therefore, gradually leads towards transcendence by the annihilation of kama. Since kama is the regular law of transformation or phenomenal change, then its annihilation means that any form of transformation, in theory at least, is possible. Hence emerges the concept of radical transformations or magic, id, the muni and magic power. In Chapter 1, we saw that avihimsa and control of one's faculties were a distinctive feature of the muni. In view of the argument that it is avihimsa which creates the notion of transformations, we submit that it is the muni dimension of the paccekabuddha as a holy man which lies at the root of his magic power, idhanubhava. Therefore, when the layfolk apprehend him as an Aisai, because they apprehend his transformations as merely magical and mysterious, not comprehending the notion of volitional power underlying them. Having established this point, it is necessary to make absolutely clear that the concept of the muni as such has nothing to do with the question of discerning the value of displays of magic, its pedagogical use. This is an altogether different matter, a soteriological issue. Accordingly, we saw in story B that the paccekabuddha has the necessary power qua Buddha, i.e. muni, to effect a transformation, but needed the assistance of the bodhisattva to provide the know-how. The bodhisattva possessed the requisite soteriological wisdom or insight. With respect to the second method of mitigating karma, by modifying its inexorable character, there has come into being within the Indian religious tradition the idea that certain types of special acts or states of volition can produce or yield special effects or consequences. Here the doctrine of karma is seen to operate within a cultic framework where an agent's acts are not only evaluated ethically, but on the basis also of cultic criteria. Each religious tradition has subjected the philosophical conception of karma to its own sectarian interpretation. So, for example, in Brahmanism, the most propitious karma arises out of the performance of sacrificial rites. In Buddhism, on the other hand, acts of giving, dana, and of devotion, puja, constitute special acts. Through the quality, guna, evinced in his act of giving, the donor draws from the spiritual energy resource of the paccekabuddha, who has transcended karma altogether. Hence, the donor too achieves transformations. The concept of a deed or act having ethical implications therefore becomes assimilated to the concept of correct behavior toward an object of religious veneration, in this case, the paccekabuddha as holy man. In the notion of a right or special act, the ordinary, perfunctory working of karma can be short-circuited. In the Buddhist religious system, for instance, it is achieved in two ways. The gap or time lag between the execution of a deed and its retribution or fruition can be closed down altogether, or almost altogether, so there is immediate fruition. An example of this kind may be found in the Dhammadagga Jataka, where abuse of a paccekabuddha results in instant death and immediate rebirth in hell. On the other hand, the retribution or fruit can be of a kind that is seemingly disproportionate to the face value of the deed. A telling example here is the story alluded to earlier in this chapter, in which the bodhisattva is said to have earned his omniscience simply by giving alms food to 4 paccekabuddhas. The concept of the Sakakiriya, act of truth, would seem to integrate both types of modification. An event which appears to be magical, such as the simultaneous release of all the captive animals in Jambudvipa, can be explained in terms of the doctrine of a cultically modified version of Kama. The hunter invokes his attainment of paccekabuddha as a truth, sakka, and this results in the instant liberation of vast numbers of animals. The paccekabuddha's soteriological function. The paccekabuddha's own role in the act of almsgiving, approaching the layperson, accepting the alms, and displaying powers of magic, is not to be understood as perfunctory or mechanical, but rather as a deliberate expression of concern on his part for the welfare of the layperson. In short, it should be apparent that a definite salvific dimension has been assigned the paccekabuddha within the structures of early Buddhist doctrine, even within the seemingly limited framework of the almsgiving procedure. The paccekabuddha's own particular form of concern for the almsgiver is conveyed in the usage of the terms help, skite anugraha, and compassion, anukampa. We shall monitor the occurrence and significance of these two terms respectively. Anugraha, help. Paccekabuddhas are seen to be motivated by concern for the welfare of laypersons. The paccekabuddha named Uparitha emerges from deep meditation with the thought, "To whom should I give help today?" Kasanugaham Karisami. In the story already cited of the merchant who bestows sandals upon a paccekabuddha, it is described how the ascetic looks down from Mount Gandhamadana and exclaims, "I will give help to him, Karisami sa anugaham." When the merchant sees the paccekabuddha approaching, he says, "Sir, help me, Bante meham anugahatya." Then when he presents his shoes and parasol, it is said the paccekabuddha, to help him, tasanugahataya, accepted the gift. The Divyavadana provides us with dogmatic confirmation of the paccekabuddha's function in this respect. The preceded help is the supreme mode of action of a majestic one. See Appendix 2. Anukampa, compassion. The paccekabuddha's motive for helping others is designated by the word anukampi, compassion. In the Pāli tradition, paccekabuddhas are stated to be compassionate to the wretched, dugatanukampaka, whilst the Akacharan is described as friendly and compassionate through a mind of loving kindness, metena chitena hitinukampi. A passage in the Divyavadana remarks of a pratyekabuddha. This rasi comes to us for alms, out of compassion, asmikam anukampaya higachati. And there is more than one Buddhist Sanskrit formula which gives emphasis to the pratyekabuddha's inherent compassion. When there are no Buddhas, pratyekabuddhas arise in the world who are compassionate to the unfortunate and imperiled, hinadini nukampaka. Out of compassion for him, tasyanukampartham, he commenced to produce extraordinary phenomena. Pratiharyani kartum arabda, see Appendix 2. Since anukampa is the term primarily used to describe what it is that motivates the paccekabuddha to help the layperson, it is vital to be clear about the exact nature of the salvific enterprise here being represented. Compassion, anukampa, and worthiness of offerings, dakineya, skint daksineya, are two outstanding characteristics of the paccekabuddha. We cited above just some of the occasions on which he is referred to as anukampa. Having already observed that dakineya is a distinctive feature of the paccekabuddha in the earliest sources, we note that he continues to be lauded as such throughout the later sources. He is worthy of offerings and a field of merit, daksinio punyaksatra. Among gods and men, the most worthy of offerings in the world. Sadavakasa lokasa agadakineya, well worthy of offerings. Sudakineya, whose worthiness of offerings is unique in the world. Ekadaksinia lokasya. It is therefore important to understand that the attributes of dakineya and anukampa are interconnected. Dakineya means that the paccekabuddha is a particularly auspicious fund of merit. Insofar as merit assists one in this life, or radically ameliorates one's conditions of existence in future rebirth, then, by presenting the lay person with the opportunity of making a gift, the paccekabuddha gives help, anuga, to such a one. This readiness to do so is an indication of his compassion, anukampa. The term anukampi is an elaboration of the verb kampati, which means to disturb, to agitate. One who possesses anukampa is literally speaking one who vibrates for or because of, one who is attuned to another's need. In Vedic literature, the word is used to describe the sort of protection a deva confers upon those who wait upon him with offerings. It is used in a slightly analogous way in the Pāli canon, where it is said that by reason of their anukampi forest-dwelling devatas stimulate, sambhaji, the meditational efforts of forest-dwelling monks. Presumably, they do this to safeguard and protect the monks from the distractions and perils of living in the forest. There are 2 points to note in connection with its Vedic association. Firstly, it is the term used to depict the deva's response to his devotee, and so presents a direct comparison with the way the paccekabuddha responds to his devotee. It therefore seems that the concept has been transferred from one cultic affiliation to another, and the paccekabuddha has come to assume something of the salvific function normally ascribed to the deva in Brahmanism. We noticed earlier the strong relevance of the motif of light, div equals shining, in connection with paccekabuddha, and how they are said to resemble deva flame-like forms. Secondly, its principal Vedic significance is that of affording protection. The one who possesses it is in a position to help others because he is a higher or superior power. Anukampa protects others from ill fate, especially from those beings, e.g., Yaka, Yakini, who personify ill fate. The notion of protection seems to be uppermost in another specialized usage of the word in the canon. In the Sigala Sutta, the Buddha deliberately takes hold of an established Vedic usage and reinterprets it according to a different set of assumptions. In traditional Vedic practice, the householder daily invoked the 6 regions or directions, disa, of earth and sky for protection. The Buddha suggests that this custom should be replaced by a system of social responsibility and cooperation in which teachers, acharya, show compassion, anukampa, to their disciples, parents to their children, wives to their husbands, friends to one another, masters to servants and ascetics, samaṇa brahmana, to householders. Those who are the object of this compassion, the disciples, children, etc., should reciprocate by faithfully serving and ministering to their superiors. The 6 groups here enumerated correspond numerically to the 6 disa, so that the parents, teacher, etc. are understood to have taken over the protective function of the disa. A similar type of notion is found in one of the stories about paccekabuddhas from the Jatakas. Aking, distinguished for his alms-giving Mahadina, decides one day that he would like to bestow alms on paccekabuddhas, for they are the most worthy of offerings, agadakiya. Unfortunately for him, paccekabuddhas reside in the distant and remote Himava region. Since this region is inaccessible, the queen advises the king to perform a special rite that will bring the paccekabuddhas to him. Their rite consists of performing namas and throwing 7 handfuls of flowers in none of the 4 directions dise. This is accompanied by a verbal invocation. I praise Vandamith, you worthy ones. Sarahan taint this direction. Dis, if there is any quality kindness, show us compassion. A new camp on receive our offerings. If the paccekabuddhas do not come, it means that the rite is being performed in the wrong direction. In this case, the same rite is performed in another of the 4 directions, and soon until the right direction is eventually found. When the king comes to perform the rite in the northern direction, the flowers travel to the Himana light, upon the heads of the 500 paccekabuddhas dwelling in the Nandamula cave, by their power to discern Avajat. The paccekabuddhas read this strange phenomenon as an invitation to visit the king. 7 of the mare selected on behalf of the 500, and they fly to his kingdom to accept alms. This story deserves a number of comments. Firstly, the paccekabuddha is identified with the notion of the regions or directions disa. We shall examine the significance of this identification in Chapter 3. Secondly, the objective invocation is not the regions themselves, but the paccekabuddhas, mirroring the new interpretation placed on region worship in the Sigala Sutta. Thirdly, there are obvious parallels between the rite occurring in this story and the concept of an act of truth, Sakakirya, Both, for instance, feature a verbal invocation. In this invocation, an appeal is made to an inherent moral or spiritual quality, possessed by the suppliant. That quality is understood to have causal power, for it is actually declared that by the power bala of our alms-giving, our virtues, and our truthfulness. Saka Washali. Invite the paccekabuddhas. Although the term Zakakirya does not occur, here Saka does occur and is acknowledged to be an instrumental force. So that to all intents and purposes, we here have another example of the idea of an act of truth. We have shown that paccekabuddhas are distinguished for their compassion and nukam, and therefore do have a soteriological dimension. We shall now inquire what kind of personitas to whom the paccekabuddha's salvific function extends. We have already seen some of the types of people who profit from the paccekabuddha's compass. Our laborers, servants, beggars, the poverty-stricken women, members of the household, and even a dog. In addition, the Avadanasataka includes felons within this frame of reference, a thief and a leader of a group of bandits. These examples clearly show that the paccekabuddha was assigned a special function to devotees from the less privileged or lower social orders. In particular, the idea of repentance or the penitent person is a prominent theme in stories of the encounter between laypersons and pratyekabuddhas, and in stories or incidents, in which the attainment of pratyekabuddha in some future birth is the dominant theme, since according to the doctrine of karma, a person is essentially responsible for the social and economic situation they are born into. 'Tis understandable that the theme of repentances should mostly occur within those stories in which the relevant characters are socially deprived. Their poverty or misfortune is seen as a reflection of their own past spiritual obtuseness. Consequently, in order to extricate themselves from these circumstances, repentance and change of Enchian are necessary. An example of a story having a repentance theme is to be found in the Panyajataka, where an agricultural laborer or a village Raland owner and two village headmen each respectively repent their own bad thoughts or misdeeds and subsequently become paccekabuddhas. In the Avadanasataka, there are many illustrations. The merchant's wife who insults a deformed Preta-Buddha repents and offers him alms food after seeing him perform feats of magic. The bandit leader who orders his men to kill a Pratyekabuddha, but repents when the Pratyekabuddha displays his magic powers. The boatman who refuses to ferry the Buddha free of charge across the Ganges repents when he sees the Buddha fly across. We may recall the Mavastutali of the servant girl who gives a lotus to a paccekabuddha, but takes it back again when she sees it shining in his hand. She feels regret Vipratasara when she notices the Pratyekabuddha's hand withering and so decides to return the flower. There is a tradition in Palasorses that Devadatta, after having spent a long period in hell, Naraya will at last become a paccekabuddha called Attis. Sarah, this ultimately beneficent fate is explained by the fact that Devadatta is alleged to have repented and taken refuge as Saranath the Buddha before he finally died. It is to be noticed that Pratyekabuddhas and the Buddha exhibit their magic deliberately in order to elicit the repentance of the recalcitrant layperson. Magic cheer plays an active salvific role. Magic converts the unspiritual person quickly as a common refrain in the Avadana sources. See Appendix 3. If a person is regarded as unspiritual, the nips of acto an overt demonstration of magic is kansai. Direct the most effective way to touch that person's sensibilities. This seems to be the justification for the role assigned to Ardhadai in the Avadana sources. There are also some stories in which those from a higher position in the social order are shown to benefit from the compassion of the paccekabuddha, but these benefit in a noticeably different fashion from those who belong to a lower social rank. The stories concern mostly types of merchants, priests, and kings, the three highest classes Varna. In their case, it is not endemic social conditions which require amelioration, but some specific misfortune. We have already cited the stories of the rich Brahmana saved from a shipwreck and the prince protected from the Yakini. Other examples are the king lost in the forest without water to drink. A Pratyekabuddha shows him the right direction and guides him to water. The Pratyekabuddha, who through his compassion saves an entire village from becoming the victims of a terrifying demon Rakshasa. In stories where a king encounters the Pratyekabuddha, renunciation may be expected of them, but never repentance, unlike representatives of the lower social order. The expression hinadinanukampaka, compassionate to the unfortunate and imperiled, is regularly predicated of pratyekabuddhas in the Divyavadana and Avadana and is also found in the Mahayana text. Pratyekabuddha Bhumi, see Appendix 2. We are not aware of the compound hinadina occurring anywhere other than within this context, so we shall consider the meanings of hina unfortunate and dina imperiled separately. It seems that these two terms correspond respectively to the two categories of person, privileged and underprivileged, that we have just been considering. Hina characterizes the person belonging to a lower social order, and adina the person whose secure lifestyle is threatened. In post-Vedic literature, hina can mean weaker than, inferior to, low, vile, bad, base, bereft, or deprived of. In the Pāli Nikayas, hina generally describes someone who is born into circumstances beset by ill fortune and social impoverishment. We have already encountered the use of the term adinava peril in the Kaggavisana Sutta. In the Mahavastu, adinava denotes the presence of physical danger, and in Pāli the misfortune that befalls an immoral person. The Pāli sources have their counterpart to the expression hinadinanukampaka, and this is the saying that paccekabuddhas are compassionate to the wretched dugat nukanpaka. One who is dugata wretched is a person born into a wretched form of existence, dugati. Dugati generally implies existence as a peta, an animal or a denizen of hell, but some forms of human existence were also regarded as dugata. It appears to be a doctrine of the Apadana that a person who performed a devotional act toward a paccekabuddha escaped rebirth in a dugati. Having risen from his samadhi, the paccekabuddha approached me for alms. On seeing the paccekabuddha, I gave him some juice of the mango fruit. By the fruit of this deed, I did not enter a dugati for a period of 94 kappa. And the commentary to the Apadana adds that the sayings Sabasatani of paccekabuddhas save people from the four hells apaya. This doctrinal standpoint is similarly reflected in the Avadana Sataka, where the Buddha announces that those who have performed an act of service will not enter a dogati in any of their remaining births. Conclusion. We have seen that the conception of the paccekabuddha as a salvific agent extends only to the mitigation of worldly lokiya misfortunes. We have observed these misfortunes to be of two kinds: those endemic to a person's social situation or way of life, and temporary or circumstantial ones. The sorts of assistance offered by the paccekabuddha is interpreted in terms of the conceptual framework of the Buddhist doctrine of merit punna. We have sought to render an account of the metaphysical assumptions underlying that doctrine. The paccekabuddha's limitations as a salvific agent are attributable to a combination of historical and dogmatic factors. Buddhist dogma issued a prohibition on his creating a savaka tradition, that is, against his initiating persons onto the supramundane path Aryamagga. The chief purpose of this prohibition was to differentiate the paccekabuddha from the Samasambuddha. In the four Nikayas, there exist certain counterparts to the Hinadanakamppaka and Dugatanakamppaka formulae. These formulae are reserved for the Buddha alone. Hence, a parallel can be perceived, for example, between the saying, "When there are no Buddhas, pratyekabuddhas arise utpade in the world who are compassionate to the unfortunate and imperiled." See Appendix 2 and the following two descriptions of the Buddha. A being has arisen apano in the world for the welfare of the many folk, for the happiness of the many folk, out of compassion for the world lokanukampaya. And the Buddha, the Tathagata, is compassionate toward all beings, sababhutnukampino. In comparing these two sets of formulae, we can see that the paccekabuddha's salvific function not only relates to a limited clientele, but to a certain form of sorrow dukkha. By contrast, the Buddha's function is universal in its range and application. The limited theoretical range of the paccekabuddha's salvific function can be seen to correspond directly to his practical relationship with layfolk. In other words, the interpretation of that salvific function is based upon the way layfolk comprehend him. That his principal soteriological significance should be for the laity is not only because Buddhist dogma debarred him from the role of Sangha maker, but also because he had considerable religious impact upon the popular imagination. Evidently, the popularity of the Paccekabuddha among layfolk was much to do with his willingness to use magic. If, as we are about to argue in the forthcoming chapter, Paccekabuddhas were the pioneers and harbingers of an ascetico-religious tradition that later fragmented into sectarian divisions, then the subsequent sectarian groups which utilized them, such as Buddhism and Jainism, clearly traded and capitalized on that mythical reputation in order to maximize their own designs upon the laity. It is with respect to the object of these designs that the concept of icy serves as an appropriate designation for the Paccekabuddha. Chapter 3. The Paccekabuddha as Samaṇa. In the preceding chapter, we noticed how Buddhist narrative literature not only furnished us with information about the popular exoteric conception of Paccekabuddhas, but also about the manner in which persons become Paccekabuddhas. The image most commonly presented is of a householder having a sudden awakening experience, designated paccekabuddha, and then directly, as it were magically, taking on the appearance of a samaṇa. In this chapter, we shall endeavor to understand the meaning of this particular transformation motif, and, in so doing, decipher the significance of the Paccekabuddha's description as a samaṇa. Since we shall be discussing the figure of the samaṇa on a trans-sectarian, not just a Buddhist basis, we shall henceforth adopt the Sanskrit rendering, sramana, instead of the Pāli in our general discussion. Our point of departure for this discussion is a legend occurring in both the Buddhist and Jain traditions, which tells the story of how 4 kings become Paccekabuddhas. By comparing the extant versions of this legend, we hope to show that the 2 traditions must have derived it from an older, common source. This older common source, we argue, represents the tradition of Paccekabuddhas themselves. The legend therefore comprises a vital piece of testimony in the argument that Paccekabuddhas existed historically and are to be identified with the ascetico-religious tradition, out of which Buddhism and Jainism both evolved as sectarian manifestations. From here, we go on to develop the case that Paccekabuddhas are synonymous with the earliest Sramanas, themselves the originators of the Shramanic movement. Further evidence in support of the theory that Paccekabuddhas represented an antecedent tradition will be adduced by a consideration of verses from the Kaggavisana Sutta, as well as a consideration of passages in the 4 Nikayas and the Sutta Nipata, which indicate that the early Buddhists derived from other traditions the symbols they used to convey and illustrate the notion of Sakyamuni uniqueness. The legend of the 4 kings who become Paccekabuddhas Buddhism and Jainism each have a metrical and a prose version of the legend that we shall henceforth designate the legend of the 4 kings who become Paccekabuddhas. In Buddhist sources, the metrical and prose versions of the story are integrated in the same work, the Kumbhakara Jataka. Even though the Buddhist Jatakas form part of the 5th Nikaya, many of the tales in substance belong to the oldest stratum of canonical material. This is apparent from the depiction of scenes from Jataka stories in the bas-reliefs at Sanchi, Amadivati, and Barhut. In the Jain tradition, the metrical and prose versions of this legend exist separately. The metrical version comprises stanzas 45 to 47 of the 18th chapter of the Uttaradhyayana Sutra, the oldest portions of which text belong to the same period and genre as the earliest Buddhist canonical material. The prose version of the legend is found in Devendra commentary to the Uttaradhyayana Sutra, which is a later Jain medieval work. We propose to analyze the legend by comparing the prose sections with one another, prose with the meter sections, and the meter sections with each other. Prose versions, both Buddhist and Jain prose versions, relatively and in respect of their own literatures, are much later than the metrical sections. Nevertheless, they have in common the following subject matter: the name of each king and his kingdom, an account of each king's act of renunciation through which he becomes as Ramana, a description of how each king attains paccekabuddha, reference to a particular incident or event which triggers each king's act of renunciation and paccekabuddha. The proseversions differ from one another sufficiently to make it arguable that neither Buddhism nor Jainism borrowed their version directly from the other. For instance, although the kings are identical in both versions, none of the incidents correspond to the same kings, and some of the incidents have no counterpart whatsoever in the other version. Names of the kings: Buddhist Jain Nimi, king of Videha Nami, king of Pancala, Dumukha, king of Pancala Dumuha, king of Pancala, Karandu, king of Kalinga, Karakandu, king of Kalinga, Nagaji, king of Gandhara, Nagai, king of Gandhara. Incidents: triggering renunciation and paccekabuddha. Incident: birds of prey squabbling over a piece of meat. Nami. Incident: the noise of jangling bracelets. Nagaji. Nami. Incident: the barren and the fruit-bearing tree. Karandu. Nagai. Incident: the lusting bull. Dumukha. Karakandu. Incident: the spoiling of Indra's banner. Damuha. Metrical versions. The Buddhist metrical version consists of just 5 stanzas. In the first 4 stanzas, respectively, each king supplies of the legend his own explanation of what influenced him to become a mendicant. The 5th and last stanza summarizes the achievement of the 4 kings. I saw a mango tree within a grove, fully grown and with ripe fruit. Then I saw it damaged for the acquisition of its fruit. On witnessing this, I chose the life of a mendicant. A bracelet polished by an artisan. A woman wore on each arm without a sound, but when worn together they made a noise. On witnessing this, I chose the life of a mendicant. Bird fights with bird over carrion. The single bird attracts many others who attack him to acquire the carrion. On witnessing this, I chose the life of a mendicant. I saw a bull among a herd, possessed of strength and beauty and quivering hump. Then I saw him attacked owing to lust. On witnessing this, I chose the life of a mendicant. Kalingu of Kalinga and Nagaji of Gandhara, King Nimi of Videha and Dumukha of Pancala, abandoning their kingdoms, went forth without possessions. In contradistinction to the prose stories, these stanzas do not say that the kings become paccekabuddhas. They do, however, contain the theme of the incidents, e.g. tree, bracelets, birds, and bull, but without giving any indication which incident belongs to which king. The Jain metrical version from the Uttaradyayana Sutra reads as follows. Karakandu was king of Kalinga, Dumuha of Pancala, Nami of Videha, Nagai of Gandhara. Nami humbled himself, being directed to do so by Saka himself. The king of Videha left the house and became a Shramana. These bulls of kings have adopted the faith of the Jinas. Having placed their sons on the throne, they exerted themselves as Shramanas. The above Jain metrical version resembles the Buddhist metrical version in that it too makes no mention of the kings becoming paccekabuddhas. It will be noticed, however, that this version differs from the Buddhist version in that it makes no reference whatsoever to any incidents. Instead, the kings are described as adherents of the Jain faith. A comparison of these 2 metrical versions reveals that stanza in the Buddhist version is composed in the same sloka meter as stanzas and in the Jain version and closely resembles them. And one of the 4 kings, Nami, receives an additional mention in the Jain version. We shall examine the significance of this latter observation in a moment. Our analysis of these different versions therefore leads us to the following conclusions. Given that the Jataka proper, metrical section, and the Uttaradyayana Sutra are comparatively early texts in their respective traditions, then the legend, in an incipient form, must have entered both traditions at an early stage. The metrical versions are sufficiently distinct from one another to suggest they entered too early for either tradition to have borrowed the legend directly from the other. This view is shared by both Charpentier and Norman, who hold that the legend must have derived from a common tradition. Where the metrical versions agree, we can say this comprises the nucleus of the legend. This nucleus provides us with only the barest information, 4 kings who abandoned their kingdoms to become Shramanas. Since neither of the metrical versions makes reference to the kings as paccekabuddhas, then the paccekabuddha ascription must, it seems, be regarded as a later accretion to the legend. In the light of these observations, we may go on to ask the question how it was the kings came eventually to be identified in both traditions as paccekabuddhas. The answer to this question must either be that one tradition borrowed from the other, or that both derived this additional aspect from a common tradition. The idea that either one tradition borrowed the paccekabuddha motif from the other is hard to demonstrate. For it may be asked why either one tradition should want or need to derive additional aspects from a rival tradition when the core legend had already firmly established itself in their own tradition. Furthermore, a borrowing hypothesis would have to take into consideration the fact that Buddhism and Jainism not only share in common the paccekabuddha concept, but also the complete tripartite doctrine of which the latter is just one component. The one who creates a Sangha tradition, the Sangha tradition itself, and the paccekabuddha. Since this tripartite system is so fundamental to both traditions, it is difficult to see how just one single aspect of it could have been borrowed independently of the other aspects. And since it is so fundamental to the structure of each, it is equally difficult to conceive that one might have derived the complete tripartite system secondhand and in entirety from the other. It is more plausible to assume that its coexistence in both traditions has to do with their common Sramanic origins. Although the term paccekabuddha does not appear in either of the metrical versions of the legend, it is perfectly evident that the legend itself has been incorporated into the Buddhist and Jain traditions because these monarchs were regarded as spiritual paradigms. We have already seen in the Isagili Sutta that paccekabuddhas were presented as spiritual paradigms to the Bhikkhu Sangha. So it is possible here to see some functional similarity between these kings and the category of person referred to in that particular sutta. Since the decision of the kings to renounce the world happens as a consequence of their random reflection upon natural incidents or events, rather than as a result of humanly transmitted teachings, then to all intents and purposes, they do not belong within an established cultus or framework of practice. For the Uttarādhyāyana Sutra, their distinction simply lies in becoming Shramanas, and in the Jataka stanzas, it similarly resides in their act of renunciation. What does emerge clearly from consideration of this basic data is the kings were considered at an early stage in both traditions to be archetypal Shramanas, and perhaps at that stage nothing more specific than this. However, with the appearance and development of more sophisticated doctrinal structures in both traditions, the problem would sooner or later arise of having to determine the exact spiritual attainment status of these legendary spiritual archetypes apropos prevailing beliefs and practices. The question would then pose itself of where they actually fitted within the framework of a teacher-disciple, viz. Samasambuddha/Tithagara distinction. They would require to be placed into an altogether separate category in order to differentiate them from the notions of both teacher and disciple. Therefore, the category known as paccekabuddha was invented. Hence, the doctrinal concept of the paccekabuddha, one who achieves spirituality, but who is neither a Tithagara Samasambuddha nor a disciple of such, arose from an attempt to accommodate the tradition whose existence is testified by this legend. In accordance with this hypothesis, we shall go on to argue the case for 3 distinct stages in the evolution of the legend. Firstly, identification of the kings as proto-Sramanas, then as Buddhas, and finally, as paccekabuddhas. The Jain figure of King Nami is of particular importance in the construction of this hypothesis. That he had added significance over and above the other kings who become paccekabuddhas is shown by the fact that he is assigned a separate stanza from the others. and elsewhere is the subject of an entire chapter of the Uttaradhyayana Sutra, entitled The Nami Pavaja Namis Going Forth. In this chapter, he is referred to not just as a king who forsakes his kingdom and becomes a Shramana, but as a Sahasambuddha, Sambuddha and Siddhi. In other words, he is credited with Buddha status. Although Alsdorf makes the point that the stanzas in which these particular predicates appear are redactorial insertions, their occurrence in the text is sufficient to show that King Nami was ranked as a Buddha prior to his classification as a paccekabuddha in the later commentary of Devendra. The figure of Nami is classed as a Shramana in the 18th chapter of the Uttaradhyayana Sutra, as a Buddha in the 9th chapter, and as a paccekabuddha in later tradition. The other term applied to King Nami in the Nami Pavaja, Sahasambuddha, is one which is used throughout the early canonical sources to designate the Tithagaras, revealers of the faith and founders of the Jain community, such as Mahavira. In later canonical texts, however, the term Svayambhuddha, self-become Buddha, came to be the preferred designation over Sahasambuddha for Mahavira and other Tithagaras. This significant development shows that Nami at one time shared the same Buddhological status as the Tithagaras, but that in the intervening period between earlier and later canonical texts, a new Buddhological emphasis emerged, signified by the adoption of the terms Svayambhuddha and Paccekabuddha. The nearest equivalent to Svayambhuddha in Buddhist canonical sources is the term Sayambhu. Svayambhu, self-become, self-existent, uncreate, which is used epithetically of both the Samasambuddha and the Paccekabuddha in order to mark them out from the Savaka as persons who have achieved enlightenment without dependence on a teacher. But, as with Svayambhuddha in Jainism, Sayambhu occurs only in the later canonical strata. That Svayambhuddha is likewise employed in Jainism to differentiate Buddhas from followers of Buddhas is confirmed by a distinction to be found in the older canonical encyclopedic texts between it and Buddha Bodhidha, those enlightened by another Buddha, meaning disciples. Here too, Buddhism has a comparable term, Buddha-nu-Buddha. The Jain threefold distinction of Paccekabuddha, Svayambhuddha, and Buddha Bodhidha seems first to appear in the later encyclopedic period. The basis for the introduction of a distinction between a Paccekabuddha and a Svayambhuddha seems to have come from the need to make a demarcation between those Buddhas who are enlightened without an external stimulus nimitta, the Svayambhuddha, and those who require a stimulus, for which the word Paccekabuddha seems to have been adopted. This interpretation of Paccekabuddha to mean one who arrives at enlightenment as a result of the impact of a specific stimulus helps provide a reliable clue to the possible semantic derivation of the term itself. Norman has argued that the prefix patya pacheka could be a corruption of pakaya, skan pratyaya cause, foundation, in which case the thematic association of the Paccekabuddha prototypes, the four kings, with events or incidents which cause their existential insight into the value of renunciation is highly significant. The Jain explanation for the distinction of two kinds of Buddha proves to be more informative and illuminating than the Buddhist. The latter's explanation is more heavily doctrinal. The Samasambuddha possesses omniscient sabanu, that is, the capacity to perfectly mediate Dhamma to any person on any occasion, whilst the Paccekabuddha does not. The basis of this distinction is the teaching, non-teaching criterion. Therefore, in the process of the evolution of the legend of the four kings, the identity of the kings appears to pass through three stages, culminating in their assimilation to the concept of Paccekabuddha. In its oldest form, the legend comprises a myth portraying the proto-Sramanas, the figures who instigated the Sramana movement. The original myth conveys the following essential information. Proto-Sramanas are Satriyas. Renunciation pravrajya is the significant cultural innovation. The significant religious innovation is the contemplative rather than right-centered approach to reality, where moral, spiritual, and religious truth are mirrored in nature and so become accessible through reflection on the natural world. The basis is therefore laid for the development of contemplative and meditational modes of spirituality. This original myth depicts a state of affairs in which the prototype concept of a Buddha or holy man is still in its formative stages. The cultus of the individual Buddha had not yet emerged. It was a period in which the principal emphasis was upon renunciation of society and upon contemplative modes of experience. Established forms of systematic training, teaching, and group organization had not yet evolved, for renunciation was still a maverick phenomenon. This was the era of the original munis. In the next evolutionary stage, the number of renouncers increased until they became an accepted social phenomenon. Doctrinal emphases emerged. Groups Sangha and Ghana grew up around individual holy men, and each of these groups consolidated into a cultus or sect with its own system of instruction and training. Eventually, the sramana movement evolved to a point where each cultus became intent on affirming its own supremacy. In order to reinforce these claims to supremacy, each introduced a code of restrictive practice, signaling the departure from the tradition of a plurality of Buddhas and away from the ideology of self-realization that had so far characterized its development. This was the third and final stage in the formation of a Buddhology. Thus, the legend of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas has provided vital evidence in helping us to decipher the origin of the paccekabuddha concept. Firstly, it has shown how the concept is used to refer back to the first sramanas, who were regarded by the Buddhists and Jains to be an integral part of their own tradition. Secondly, we have seen how the term paccekabuddha functioned as a doctrinal concept denoting that these early sramanas were worthy of being called Buddhas. Thirdly, we have noted that the actual term paccekabuddha is applied to these sramana figures only in later recensions of the legend. This suggests that the term paccekabuddha was superimposed on these figures at some belated stage. We have sought to account for this in terms of certain developments characterizing the sramana movement itself, such as its splintering into rival groups where matters of doctrine and dogma became matters of increasing concern. The particular problem that has exercised scholars such as Pavolini Norman, Sakurabe, Fujita et al. As to whether paccekabuddhas were an offshoot of either the Buddhist or Jain cultus, or were themselves some alien or foreign cultus incorporated into these traditions, is a problem that dissolves when it is realized that the branch of ascetics, which the term paccekabuddha denotes, refers to the background tradition out of which Buddhism and Jainism both developed. At the very outset, these figures were considered Buddhas, not aliens or outsiders, and therefore comprised the raw material out of which a systematic Buddhology eventually came to be fashioned. Given the premises on which historical Buddhism was based, it sooner or later became necessary to introduce a principle of discontinuity with predecessors or forerunners. For to admit that enlightenment on one's own was still possible after the advent of Sakyamuni would be to undermine his role as integral founder and focal center of the Sangha. In the case of Jainism, the doctrinal situation was a little different. Jainism had allowed and continues to allow the possibility of salvation for persons who exist outside the confines of Jain faith and practice. This helps to explain why it is not so much the fact of the enlightenment of Pattaya Buddhas that was of interest to them, as the manner of that enlightenment. It is not crucial to our argument to ascertain whether there was a time lapse between the demise of Paccekabuddhas and the advent of Sakyamuni, but simply to indicate that the tradition antedated him. The doctrinal assertion that paccekabuddhas and samasambuddhas cannot coexist supra-introduction is not one found in either the early or main Nikaya periods, but located in the more scholastic genre of the later and post-Nikaya texts. Nevertheless, In Chapter 1, we saw that the rudimentary distinction of paccekabuddha and samaṇa had already entered Buddhist vocabulary as early as the main Nikaya period. That the distinction was not an original hallmark of Buddhism, however, is shown by the fact that Buddha was at first a pluralistic concept, as we also have shown in Chapter 1. Although we cannot be precise about when the paccekabuddha-samaṇa distinction entered into Buddhism, it is evidently motivated by the intention to place the figure of Sakyamuni into a category on his own. The idea that paccekabuddhas constituted the pre-sectarian phase of the Sramana movement explains why they reputedly gave explanations vyakarana of the cause of their enlightenment together with moral advice ovada, but did not in a formal sense establish criteria and techniques of instruction. The appearance of such criteria and techniques were both the cause and the consequence of sectarian impulses. In due course, the Sramana movement underwent a transition from individualism to corporate institution. That which began as a form of disaffection among individuals acquired in time the force of a concerted movement where persons concentrated themselves into groups, and these groups in turn began to differentiate themselves from one another. In the previous chapter, we saw that Buddhist narrative literature depicts paccekabuddhas as householders who renounce the world and then reside together in a religious coterie on the mythical mountain of Gandhamadana. Their conception is never allowed to develop beyond this rudimentary stage to a point where they can be said to possess sectarian characteristics. A vital piece of evidence in piecing together the puzzle of their true identity comes from the observation that in Jataka tales featuring accounts of persons becoming paccekabuddhas, paccekabodhi itself is always depicted as coinciding with a person's decision to renounce the household life, that is, with the decision to become a renouncer. In brief, becoming a paccekabuddha is represented as synonymous with becoming a pabhajita or samaṇa, thereby illustrating that the conception of the paccekabuddha is somehow indissolubly bound up with the notion of the Sramana. This observation is corroborated by the statement in post-canonical passages that among the two categories of enlightened person, samasambuddha and paccekabuddha, only the latter can achieve enlightenment as a householder, that is, without first having become a pabhajita. The theory of paccekabuddhas as the ascetic forerunners of Buddhism is sufficient to explain why Buddhology has come to consist of a bipartite samasambuddha and paccekabuddha, not a tripartite samasambuddha. Paccekabuddha and savakabuddha distinction, given the fact that it was the Savaka Sangha who were the principal authors keeping transmitting agency of the doctrine. Since Buddhism's survival and advancement centered on the concept of the Sangha then, at face value, one would have expected the Sathar teacher and the Savaka, i.e. Arahant, to comprise the two kinds of Buddha, or at least one would have supposed the Savaka to be made superior to the paccekabuddha. It is highly telling that in the corpus of literature compiled and composed by a Savaka tradition, we find the paccekabuddha to be superior to the Savaka in respect of bodhi status and as a source of merit. For the paccekabuddha to be elevated in this manner shows that he must have constituted a paradigm prior to the time when the Savaka tradition acquired momentum. This is to suggest that his historical precedence guaranteed his doctrinal precedence over the Savaka. The Savaka received tertiary ranking because his status was wholly derived from the Sathar. He was an offspring, a son of the Buddha Buddhaputa, not self-become Sayambhu like the Samasambuddha and Paccekabuddha. Since the Paccekabuddha has retained his superiority to the Savaka, it became accepted doctrine that householders might adopt the aspiration to become a paccekabodhi at some future rebirth. The realization of paccekabodhi in one's same lifetime was, of course, inappropriate during the era of Asasana. On the other hand, aspiration for paccekabodhi to be realized in a future life did not constitute a threat to the institution of the Bhikkhu Sangha, because the goals that already could be realized through becoming a bhikkhu meant enlightenment came sooner than by this latter aspiration. Therefore, when fenced around with these regulations, the notion of paccekabuddha could be made to serve the interests of the cultus by furnishing another form of incentive for a layman to belong to. The incentive of future enlightenment as a paccekabuddha. Buddhism and Jainism, common traditions. The argument that paccekabuddhas represent the tradition of early sramanas, out of which Jainism and Buddhism evolved as sectarian projections, is indirectly corroborated by the resemblances of Buddhism and Jainism on a number of fronts. These resemblances are so strong and numerous that they cannot sufficiently be explained by a borrowing hypothesis, and therefore, we submit, are better explained by reference to the supposition of a common ancestry. If our interpretation of the identity of the paccekabuddha is correct, then the solution to the problem of this identity serves as the important missing link in support of the theory of the common derivation of these two Hindu heterodoxies. In the introduction to his translation of the Akarayilga and Kalpa Sutras, Hermann Jacobi has perceptively indicated some of the major family resemblances between Buddhism and Jainism in the areas of history, doctrine, and practice. To this list, we shall add some of our own observations regarding fundamental similarities on certain key points. Our purpose in so doing, however, is merely to suggest avenues that might at some future time be pursued in more depth and detail, as well as to show that the similarities are sufficiently striking as to warrant some kind of explanatory hypothesis regarding their relationship and interaction, such as the one offered in the above paccekabuddha theory. The points of resemblance. Both are Sramana traditions having the same lay monachist structure, and both are Nastika in their attitude to the Vedas. They share the same core doctrinal concepts. As rival sects, one would expect their interpretation or accentuation of these concepts to vary slightly, as it does, e.g. ahimsa, karma, samsara, moksha liberation, nirvana, papa and punya, etc. The Buddha and Vardhamadana, i.e. Mahavira, belonged allegedly to the Kshatriya class, the former to the Sakyas, the latter to the Jvayatikas. The Digha Nikaya asserts that only a Kshatriya, not a Brahmana, can become a Samasambuddha in the present aeon. All the Jain Tirthagaras are Kshatriya by birth. Buddhism and Jainism both maintain the doctrine of cosmic progress and decay, which gives the entire raison d'etre to the conception of the Samasambuddha Tithagara, the one who periodically restores, revives, or discovers and makes known the truth to others. At respective stages of their doctrinal development, the number of Jain Tirthagaras and the number of Samasambuddhas acknowledged by each tradition to have existed prior to Gautama and Mahavira coincide at 24. There are common appellations for saints and sainthood: Jina, Muni, Sambuddha, Arahant, Mahavira, Sugata, Tathagata, Buddha. Freedom from the Asravas, Piyasava, constitutes liberation in both traditions. They share the triple formula of raga, dosa, moha, passion, greed, and delusion. They have the same number of basic moral precepts, the Silas and the Mahavratas. They originated in the same geographical region, principally ancient Magadha and Videha. They celebrate a regular assembly of the monks, Uposatha, Posaha. There are many similarities in the legend of Vardhamadana and Sakyamuni. For example, Jainism and Buddhism both hold the doctrine that the embryo of a Cakravartin, or an arahant, enters its mother in the form of an elephant or bull. The Jains employ the term Triratna, which functions as their counterpart of the Buddhist Tiratana, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, right faith or discernment, Skinat Samyak Darsana, in the Jina's doctrine, right knowledge, Samyak Jnana, of the doctrine, right conduct, Samyak Karatriya. We may notice here that whilst the Buddhist formula centers upon three entities, the Jain formula consists of three imperatives. The Buddhist denial of the metaphysical substantiality of the objects of perception known as the concept of sunyata in the Pāli Nikayas and the doctrine of sunyavada in Mahayana, has its counterpart in the Jain doctrine of the indeterminacy of empirical reality, Syadvada. The Jains subscribe to the doctrines of impermanence, anitya, and unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, though not to no self, tvanatman. They do, however, see the jiva soul as ontologically separate from the ajiva, body, and liberation consists integrally in disengaging the two, just as, in Buddhism, liberation is consonant with the realization of anatta, no self, in the khandhas. The difference is therefore not so much one of objective, which in both cases is expressed in terms of the concept self, as in the variation of interpretation placed on the concepts involved. The Guptis are the Jain equivalent of the Maniyas of the Buddhists, restraint of mind, speech, and body. Buddhism and Jainism each possess a Kaitya, shrine, tradition. The Jain collection of sacred books is called Ganapadaga, and the Buddhist canon Tipitaka. Both are contemplative, dhyana, traditions, and the realization of their spiritual goals consists ultimately in a form of gnosis, prajna, or cognition, kavalanana. Their difference consists largely in the fact that Jainism has a more physicalist ontology, e.g., with reference to karma and the self, and in accordance with this stresses physical austerity, tapas, whilst Buddhism, holding a less physicalist view, subscribes to a middle way doctrine. The mythical identity of the four kings. We now propose to examine further data which relate to or can shed light on the identity of any of the monarchs from the legend of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas. It appears that three of the kings, Karandu, Dumukha, and Nagaji, receive no significant mention elsewhere in either Brahmanic or Shramanic literature. However, King Nimi or King Nami is quite a different proposition. We have already noted that he receives special mention separately from the three other kings in the Uttaradhyayana Sutra version of the legend, and, in addition, is the subject of an entire chapter in the same work. Elsewhere in Jain canonical literature, Nami is mentioned in the Sudagam and the Aupapadika Sutras. It is also worthy of note that two of the 24 Jain Tithagara have similar sounding names, Aristonemi and Nimi. In Buddhist literature, mention of King Nimi, Nami's equivalent, is not confined to the Kumbhakara Jataka story of the kings who become paccekabuddhas. He is the subject of another Jataka story and receives frequent mention in other canonical sources too. In addition, there are other kings of the dynasty of Videha who figure prominently in the Buddha's discourses. In Brahmanical literature, there are references to Videhan kings with the same patronymic. These are evidently Brahmanical counterparts of the same mythical personages, yithical personages. In view, therefore, of Nimi's apparent significance, we shall analyze and compare the relevant material relating to him in the various traditions with a view to shedding light on the earliest formative concept of a paccekabuddha. We refer to this material as the Nimi complex of legends. Broadly speaking, we class material as belonging to this complex if it features either the name Nimi or a variant of it, or if it refers to some king of Videha who renounces his kingdom. In terms of this classification, the relevant figures and the sources in which they are located are listed below and will be discussed individually in the order we have given them. It will be noticed that Janaka is a name which occurs frequently in the list. This is because Janaka, lit progenitor, happens to be the patronymic for king of Videha. Nami, Nimi, 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 Nami Sapya, Nimi, Makadeva, Mahajanaka, Janaka the Pravarjita, Janaka the virtuous ruler, Janaka who sings the song Gita of Mithila burning, Janaka the liberated householder, Janaka, patron of Yajnavalkya, Nami. As we have already indicated, one of the chapters of the Uttaradhyayana Sutra is entitled Nami's Renunciation, Nami Pavaja. This chapter comprises 62 verses which feature a dialogue between King Nami and Saka, king of the gods. We shall summarize this dialogue and analyze certain features of the text, bearing in mind that this particular Nami was at some time also designated a Paccekabuddha. The opening verses set the scene for the dialogue by informing us that King Nami of Mithila, Videha, has become a Sahasambuddha and renounced his throne in order to lead the life of a Shramana. He is then approached by Saka, who is disguised as a Brahmana. Saka accuses him of abandoning his responsibilities as a Kshatriya, namely as a conqueror, a ruler, and a patron of the sacrifice. It is appropriate that Saka should disguise himself as a Brahmana, for Brahmanas are the traditional opponents of Kshatriya renunciation. Brahmanic literature evinces approval of renunciation only for kings who are no longer effective rulers in their own kingdom. Nami answers these criticisms by presenting an altogether different interpretation of the Kshatriya's responsibilities. He explains that his decision to become a Shramana does not mean he abandons his Kshatriya values, but that he interprets them differently. He takes the traditional functions of the Kshatriya that Saka cites, constructing forts and palaces, punishing criminals, conquest, offering sacrifices, and amassing wealth, and imbues them with a radical new moral and spiritual interpretation. Hence, he speaks of the fortress of faith, Sada, of being guarded by the three Guptis, Tigutta, of the weapons of virtue, of the conquest of self, of tapas without offering sacrifice, and of fulfillment through austerity, tavam, rather than by amassing wealth. What motivates Nami to become a Shramana? The answer is to be found in the nature of the Kshatriya's relationship to the Brahmaka. In its traditional conception, the Kshatriya's role and function within society is dictated by the religious theory and practice of the Brahmana class. Through renunciation, that is, through abdicating his rulership and becoming a mendicant, the Kshatriya throws off the persona prescribed for him by the Brahmana and establishes a fresh identity of his own making. As renouncer, he is now self-become and no more the creation of the Brahmana. Far from shedding his Kshatriya identity by renouncing life as a householder, Nami succeeds in assuming his true Kshatriya identity. This is the conclusion reached by the Nami Pavaja. After Nami has succeeded in refuting Saka's criticisms, the king of the gods concedes defeat, removes his Brahmana disguise, and reveals his true identity. From this point onward, his criticism alters to praise. Now, he extols Nami with Kshatriyan superlatives. He who has conquered anger, vanquished pride, banished delusion, and subdued greed. He who is the supreme, Utamo among men. Finally, as he takes leave of Nami, he bows at his feet, which are said to be marked with the kaka, wheel, and ankusa, hook, emblems of the universal monarch, Cakravartin. That Nami should receive this adulation and homage from the patron deity of the Kshatriyas is itself due acknowledgement that he is a true Kshatriya after all. Having provided a brief summary of the major theme of this version of the Nami legend, we now propose to examine some features of the text itself. The first 5 verses of the chapter serve as a preface to the dialogue, which takes up most of the chapter. They introduce us to Nami and his achievements. In them, he is declared to be a Sahasambuddha who placed his son on the throne and retired from the world, Abhinikamar. It is said that he first became enlightened and then retired from the world. He, therefore, became enlightened as a householder, not as a Shramana, an interpretation which squares with the representation of the paccekabuddha in Buddhist narratives as one who attains enlightenment as a householder. In verse 4, it says that after renouncing his kingship, he resorts to a solitary, Iganta place. There is no mention or suggestion that he joins an order or community, Gana. His representation here, therefore, is very much like the figure of the Ikakarin depicted in the Kaggavisana Sutta. In due course, he is described as a royal seer, Rayarisi, the significance of which we shall have reason to discuss later in this chapter. It is next related that the news of Nami's renunciation creates an uproar, Kolahala, in the city of Mithila. Buddhist tradition informs us that there are 5 occasions on which an uproar, Kolahala, takes place. 2 of them are when a Buddha or a Cakravartin is predicted. When Nami is requested by Saka to explain the uproar in Mithila, Nami compares the traditional function of the king and ruler to a sacred tree, Kaityavrksha, whose leaves, fruits, and flowers are a refuge, sarana, at all times to many. But, he says, when the elements shake and damage the tree, its inhabitants, the birds, panic with fright. Nami is here utilizing an archetypal symbol, the Kaitya tree, which was held in such veneration in ancient India that not even a single leaf should be destroyed. This is because it was believed to be the resort of supernatural beings such as devas, yakshas, and nagas. This imagery is chosen to represent Nami's renunciation because it conveys the degree of gravity associated with the act of renunciation in terms of upsetting the divinely sanctioned norms of society, notably the sacred duty of kingship. We also note with interest that the same image of the leafless, damaged, barren tree figures as one of the incidents in the legend of the Four Kings occurs twice as a metaphor in the Kaggavisana Sutta and appears as well in the legend of King Mahajanaka. In the section which justifies Nami's decision to become a renouncer, there is one particular verse which above all others enshrines Shramanic values. There is much blessing for the muni, the houseless monk, who is free from all ties and knows himself to be solitary. This verse celebrates the figure of the muni as one who is emancipated from the constraints of society, and is a verse that quite clearly belongs to the same thematic stock as those of the Kaggavisana Sutta and the Maniya Suttas. Verse 14 is another key verse since it occurs elsewhere in connection with the figures Janaka and Mahajanaka, and happens also to be one of the samaṇa Bhadragatha, which are imputed to be utterances of paccekabuddhas. It therefore links up all these mythical personages with one another and with the town of Mithila. This verse reads, "Happy are we, happy live we who call nothing our own. When Mithila burns, nothing of mine burns." The Nami Pavaja concludes with an epilogue praising the king. Saka declares Nami to have attained perfect liberation, muti uttam, to be enlightened, Sambuddha, and to be one who will acquire siddhi after death. Finally, the name of this mythical king warrants some comment. Nami means one who brings into subjection. Hence, in verse 32, it says that to bring into subjection, nanamanti, other kings is the hallmark of a true kshatriya. In the Jain prose version of the legend of the Four Kings, it says that Nami acquired his name because his adversaries humbled themselves before him. Padivaka Rayano Tasa Rhino Namiya. Similarly, Nami Sapya, the figure in the RG Veda who is an ally of Indra and slays the demon Namuchi, takes his name from Namya, meaning one who makes the foe bow down. Panini, the grammarian, observed that Mithila, the place where Nami ruled, originally meant the country where enemies are crushed. All these interpretations indicate that Nami functioned as some sort of eponymous hero, a symbol of the powerful Kshatriya. However, we have seen how the Jain tradition has transformed the legend of this epic warrior from one who was distinctive for conquering others into one distinctive for conquering his self. Nami humbled himself. Nami namehi apanam. King Nami, the archetypal kshatriya who became archetypal renouncer, is the mythical embodiment of the beginnings of the institution of renunciation, Nimi. This figure is the Buddhist equivalent of the king the Jains refer to as Nami in the legend of the Four Kings who become paccekabuddhas. As a paccekabuddha, he is not mentioned elsewhere, although he may be the same as Nimi and Mahajanaka. This king is a Buddhist figure whose main story is told in the Nimi Jataka, though he is mentioned elsewhere too. He is distinguished on 4 counts. Firstly, he is renowned for his great acts of yajna, sacrifice, and dana, giving. He is also described as a conqueror, Arindama, a royal seer, Rajisi, and a universal sovereign, Kakavati. Secondly, he is the last in the line of a dynasty of kings of Mithila, all of whom become renouncers, Pabajita. In the Majjhima Nikaya, it tells us that the king who founded and gave his name to this dynasty of renouncers is named Makadeva. According to the Jatakas, Nimi is a later rebirth of Makadev himself, so that the same person in different rebirths founded and ended the dynasty of kings who became Pabajitas. Thirdly, the Nimi Jataka equates King Nimi with the Bodhisattva and does not represent him as a paccekabuddha. Fourthly, his story bears a close resemblance to the theme of the Nami Pavaja. Like Nami, King Nimi has an encounter with Saka, king of the gods, in connection with the theme of renunciation. On one occasion, when he is pondering whether it might not be more preferable to live as a renouncer oneself than to supply alms, dana, to renouncers, he is visited by Saka. Saka decides to take him on a Dantesque tour of the particular sphere of the non-human cosmos over which he himself presides, the heaven of the 33 gods, Tavatimsa Devaloka, and the many hells, Niraya. Whilst showing Nimi this panorama, he explains that the only way to avoid rebirth in these realms is to become a monk, brahmacharya, instead of a householder. At the climax of the tour, Saka invites Nimi to remain with him in the Tavatimsa Devaloka, but Nimi declines and returns to the world of humankind once more. At a later stage in his life, Nimi heeds Saka's warning and decides to become a renouncer. It is on this account that Nimi has become renowned in Buddhist tradition as the king who entered the Tavatimsa Devaloka in a human body. It would seem that the story of Nimi mythologically depicts some form of yogic or meditational attainment, viz. Jhana, in which the character of Nimi verifies for himself higher and lower states of existence, corresponding to the traditional cosmology of the non-human worlds of the Devalokas and the Nirayas. The object of the story is to make plain that his experience of these states left him realizing that rebirth in the Devalokas, resulting from the religious practice of almsgiving, the merit earned from almsgiving would entitle him to rebirth as a god, is nevertheless inferior to living as a brahmacharya. The striking similarity in the myths of Nimi and Nami lies not only in the fact that both kings become renouncers, but in the fact also that each has an encounter with the god Saka. In each story, Saka has a dual role. In the Nami story, as a brahmana, he is critical of the king's renunciation, but as himself, he praises the renunciation. In the Nimi story, he teaches the king that brahmacharya is superior to life as a householder, but ironically, invites him to remain in the place where virtuous householders are reborn, the Tavatimsa Devaloka. Saka's ambiguous role signifies how seemingly drastic and momentous in social terms was the change in the Kshatriya's status on becoming a renouncer. That Saka, the patron deity of the Kshatriyas, ultimately sanctions renunciation is shown by the fact that in the Jain metric version of the Legend of the Four Kings, it says he directs Koyo, Nami, to become a Sramana. And in the Nimi story, it says that he acknowledges the superior salvific value in becoming a brahmacharya, Nami. One of the paccekabuddhas listed in the Isigili Sutta has the name Nami. There is no way of knowing whether it is the same figure as the paccekabuddha Nimi or Nami. Nami Sapya. This figure is mentioned on 3 separate occasions in the Rig Veda. Thou, Indra, with thy friend Sakya Nami Sapya, slewest from far away the guileful Namuchi. Nami Sapya joined me, Indra, as friend Sakya of old Bhut in search of a Kaine. He, Indra, guarded Saya's son in slumber and sated him, Nami, with food, success, and riches pravan. From these verses we discover that Nami Sapya is a friend or ally Saka of Indra, the Vedic form of Saka, and he assisted Indra in slaying the Asura Namuchi. Therefore, we may safely infer that he is some kind of Kshatriya. A further clue to his identity is provided by the occurrence of a parallel expression in a verse from the Aitareya Brahmas, Ta. Indra is the comrade of the wanderer, Indram Ikarata Saka. We quote the verse in full. Manifold is the prosperity of him who is weary. So have we heard, Rohita. Evil is he who stayeth among men. Indra is the comrade of the wanderer. Nanashramtaya Shriyastiti Rohita Susrum Papo Nerdvarojana Indram Ichkarata Saka. These are the words of Indra, who adopts a human form, and urges Rohita, a kshatriya and son of King Hariskandra, to become a wanderer Karato in the forest Aranya. The parallels with the legend of Nami are obvious enough. We have just seen that Saka Indra directed Nami to leave household existence and become a Sramasta. The usage of Sramtaya is semantically significant, since the concept of the Sramaka is nascent in the idea of one who is weary Sramtaya of the company of men jhana. Should we therefore interpret the recurrent expression friend of Indra to mean that Nami Sapya was a wanderer Ikarata and therefore a Sramaka? The evidence provided by this Aitareya Brahmaka passage is suggestive, but when taken in isolation is by no means conclusive. We have found additional corroborative evidence in another Ardivedic passage, evidence which ties in with the allusion to Namuchi's slaughter. This is the occurrence of the phrase, Indra is the friend of Munis, Muninam Saka. This phrase linking Indra with the Muni could prove to be the key to our interpretation of the identity of Nami Sapya. In the Buddhist canonical tradition, it is qua Muni that the Buddha overcomes Mara, another name for whom is Namuchi. You are Buddha, you are teacher, you are the Muni that conquers Mara Tuvam Buddho, Tuvam Sata, Tuvam Marabibi Muni. Namuchi lit Namuchi, not releasing in Vedic literature, is an asura or dasa who initially makes a compact with Indra, but whom Indra later slays. In Buddhist literature, Namuchi is an asura with a large army and another name for Mara, presumably because he is an archetypal adversary and symbolizes an intractable opponent. Vatra is the primal demon, and by slaying him, Indra acquires sovereignty Rajyam. By the same token, the Buddha's conquest of Mara affords him the right to be a Dharma Raja. Thus, the Buddha's conquest of Mara and his winning of immortality is a repetition of the Indra-Namuchi myth. One of the expressions used in this connection, cutting off Chedi Mara's bond Marabandhanam, seems to have derived from the myth of Indra's conquest of Vitra. In the story of Indra's compact with Namuchi, Indra agrees not to slay his adversary by day or by night. He therefore slays him at dawn. It is not without some irony that we therefore discover the Buddha routs the forces of Mara and realizes enlightenment at dawn, the point of transition between night and day. Not surprisingly, perhaps, Jacobi informs us that there is a version of the story of Namuchi in Jain literature too, in which Namuchi is defeated by the Jain monks. It therefore seems that some kind of link can be established between the concepts friend of Indra, Nami Sapya, Muni, or wanderer Ikarata, and the slaying of Namuchi. We have established that both Nami Sapya and the Muni are friends of Indra, and both also are conquerors of Namuchi or Mara. On this basis, it is possible to conjecture that Nami Sapya was either a Muni or a synonym for the Muni generally, or their patron. Nami Sapya's kshatriya status is quite clearly signified by his being the friend of Indra and by helping Indra slaughter Namuchi. The RG Veda shows that the Muni too has certain kshatriya associations. He is linked with Vayu and Rudra in the Kesan hymn, and elsewhere, Maruts are compared to the Muni, all these being deities of the kshatriya function. Namin Sapya. The Paccekabuddha Brahma mentions a Namin Sapya and describes him as a king of Videha who went straightway to the world of heaven in consequence of making an offering daksina of 1,000 cows. The significance of this reference is made clear by other passages in this and other Brahmavas. For instance, elsewhere in the same Brahma it says, "The world of heaven is as far removed from this earthly world," they say, "as 1,000 cows standing the one above the other. Therefore," they say, "he who sacrifices with a sacrifice of which 1,000 daksina are given reaches these worlds." According to the Kausataki Brahma, the gift of 1,000 cows is the complete gift which cannot be surpassed. By all may I obtain all. The Paccekabuddha Brahma adds, "This is the highest sacrifice. The 1,000 is the highest number. He who knows this comes to the highest end." In Upanishadic literature, Janaka, the patronymic for a king of Videha, is a byword for one who makes a daksina of 1,000 cows. This must refer back to the figure known by the name Naminsapya in the Paccekabhuda Brahma. Thus, in Brahmanic religion, he represents the paradigm for their concept of the royal seer Rajavshi, one who through extensive sacrifices reaches heaven. The resemblance between this myth and the Buddhist story of Nimi is more than apparent. Naminsapya going straightway to heaven may be compared with Nimi entering the Devaloka in his human body. These would seem to constitute different versions of the same archetypal myth. However, the interpretations placed on this myth are crucially different. Whereas for Brahmanic religion, the king of Videha's Daksina of 1,000 cows represented consummation of the highest conceivable religious goal that the Brahmana cultus provides for the Kshatriyas. By contrast, the same event signified for the Sramana tradition the exhaustion of a particular approach to religious matters, and became for them the crucial turning point or denouement in the development of religious conceptions. The legend therefore held a significance of a very different kind for each tradition. Evidence of the precise nature of that difference is to be found in the variant Brahmanic and Shramanic interpretations of the meaning of the term Rajavsi, a king who performs extensive sacrifices on the one hand, and on the other, a king who renounces the world. In Chapter 1, we saw how in canonical Buddhism, the term Rajavsi could be used in either of these two senses. Since the notion of the Rajavsi represented a normative concept in both Brahmana and Shramana traditions, the clue to the antithesis between the two traditions must reside somewhere in its conception. This conception must at some time or other have undergone a radical reinterpretation. Insofar as the Rajavshi represented the ultimate attainment possible within the Brahmana cultus, the rejection of that attainment by the opponents of Brahmanic religion inevitably entailed the repudiation of everything that the cultus stood for. That rejection, therefore, gave birth to the very concept of renunciation itself. Emancipation from the grip of the Brahmana cultus could only be achieved by ceasing to be a householder altogether. Society had to be abandoned because the Brahmanas and Brahmanic religion held such hegemony that it was impossible to exist within society without allegiance to their values. The Brahmanic concept of the Rajavsi served as a kind of virility symbol for the hold and influence of their cultus upon society at large. Insofar as the Kshatriyas conformed to the requirements of that cultus, the Brahmanas had succeeded in winning over as their ally the most important and powerful section of society. Therefore, in order to best undermine Brahmanic religion, its critics focused their attack upon their most potent symbol and endeavored to give it a meaning that more directly challenged and questioned its former significance. Nimi. The Santi Parvan section of the Mahabharata makes reference to a certain Nimi who gave away his kingdom to Brahmanas in order to obtain heaven. If this is another allusion to the myth of Naminsapya, then here we have a formulation of the myth sufficiently ambiguous to be compatible with both its Shramanic and Brahmanic interpretations. In the act of a king making a gift of his most essential asset to the Brahmanas, we have the idea of the highest expression of Daksina. On the other hand, the same act entails, if not implies, renunciation, since the king has surrendered up the kingdom over which he rules. Makadeva. King Makadeva of Mithila, Videha, is first mentioned in the Makadeva Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya. Other versions of his legend are to be found in the Makadeva and Nimi Jatakas. In connection with our discussion of Nimi, we observe that Makadev founded the custom Vada, Skrata of renunciation Pabhaja among the kings of Videha, and according to the Jataka versions, only returned 84,000 generations later in the form of Nimi to bring an end to the custom in that particular dynasty. Apart from having the distinction of being the progenitor of renunciation, Makadeva is also depicted to be the originator of the practice of the Brahma-vihara meditations. These meditations are represented as the principal religious accomplishment of the tradition of renunciation in its earliest phase. The Brahma Viharas are therefore shown to be seminally linked with the history of the renunciation tradition. In Chapter 4, we shall discuss this association further and examine the role of the Brahma Viharas as a direct religious counterpart to Brahmanic sacrifice. Mahajanaka. There are a number of reasons why the Jataka tale of King Mahajanaka should figure significantly in our discussion. Firstly, some of the episodes describe events which mirror imagery used in the Kagavasana Sutta. Secondly, though Mahajanaka is supposed to be the Bodhisattva, a former birth of the Buddha, he happens to possess many of the characteristics which are elsewhere associated with paccekabuddhas. In view, therefore, of the pronounced emphasis on paccekabuddha motifs, we propose to show that this particular Jataka provides a typical example of how a legend has been tampered with and, in this case, assimilated within the framework of a bodhisattva birth story. Hence, the form of the Mahajanaka Jaka serves as an individual illustration of the sorts of general confusion surrounding legends of these kings of Mithila, a confusion largely attributable to the different sectarian interpretations and dogmatic emphases placed on them. We shall proceed by summarizing the account of Mahajanaka's Pabaja, pointing out certain anomalies or inconsistencies in the story as it stands, and showing how these are best explained through the hypothesis that a bodhisattva frame story has been superimposed upon an older legend or legendary material. We shall then go on to argue that this older material related to a proto-sramana figure. Renunciation is the principal theme of this legend, the same as the Namipavaja. On a certain occasion, Mahajanaka decides to visit his mango orchard in order to sample its fruit. Later, he goes a second time to his orchard, only to discover that his subjects have stripped one of the trees of all its fruit and left it badly damaged. Close by it, he sees that there is a barren tree which has not been touched. This tree remains as it has always been, majestic and unsullied. Disturbed Samvegam Patilabitva by this striking contrast between the two trees, King Mahajanaka perceives a moral in the incident. Kingship is like the fruit-bearing tree. Others are intent upon seizing the kingdom and its wealth. But the renouncer Pabajita resembles the barren tree. He has no possessions to be stolen and therefore will remain unharmed. Mahajanaka's observations lead him to renounce life as an householder. The term samvega, used here to describe the impact which the scene in the orchard has upon the king, is of some importance. It is a word that occurs within the vocabulary of Buddhism and Jainism, having a comparable doctrinal meaning in both. The term denotes the rudimentary emotional experience that brings about disillusionment with the world and material things, so making it possible for the process to begin of non-attachment and disregard nibbida nirveda of worldly objects. Buddhist sources tell us that Moggallana's and Sariputta's conversion to Buddhism came about as a consequence of their experience of samvega, that the Buddha experienced a form of samvega in the story of his encounter with the four signs nimitta sickness, aging, death, and renunciation, causing him to abandon household existence, and that paccekabuddhas hold on to the image which disturbs uttita samvegana nimittam, gahetva, and thereby attain paccekabuddha. In terms of attempting to classify the types of experience that lead to samvega, it seems they are all characterized by awareness of the fundamental truth of the impermanence anicca of all things. The classical example or paradigm for this form of awareness is King Makadeva himself, since according to tradition, he started the momentous custom of renunciation on the basis of discovering on his head a gray hair, symbol of aging and decay. So we can see that samvega is the human faculty or sensibility that provides the practical justification for the Buddhist teaching of the three marks of existence tilakkhana. Consequently, it is not surprising that samvega is stressed to be the efficient cause of paccekabuddha. In belonging outside the dispensation of a Buddha's teaching, prospective paccekabuddhas did not have a body of doctrine to resort to. only the resources of their own experience and perception of reality. In respect of bringing about spiritual transformation, Samvega is clearly the key concept which underlies renunciation and the realization of paccekabuddha. The conceptions of himsa harming and dukkha suffering are dominant themes within the Mahajanaka Jataka. For example, the fruit-bearing tree comes to harm, whereas the barren tree stays unharmed. The circumstances of a fruit-laden tree and a kingdom resemble one another in that both are susceptible to plunder. Such plunder brings with it dukkha. Therefore, himsa and dukkha are the inevitable outcome of living in society. We have seen that these concepts, which provide the impetus towards renunciation, are major doctrinal characteristics which the samaṇa traditions of Buddhism and Jainism have in common. In view of these observations on Mahajanaka's renunciation, it can be seen why the ethical concept of ahimsa or abhimsa is framed as the negation ahimsa of a vice rather than as an affirmation of a positive characteristic. Such a formulation indicates that the concept originated as a critique of existing mores. Hence, it ties in with the concept of renouncing society. To return to the story of the Mahajanaka Jataka, we find that, after having become a renouncer, the king encounters a tapasa, or Brahmanic ascetic named Migajina. Migajina proceeds to ask Mahajanaka about the circumstances of his renunciation. They say, "O Lord of the chariots Rathasabha, that one does not become a samaṇa and conquer dukkha of one's own volition, pacceka, but according to a proper procedure, vidya and practice kappa. Who therefore is your master Bhagava and instructor Satta?" Mahajanaka's reply comprises a statement which can be read as a classical definition of the proto-sramana's or paccekabuddha's essential ideological standpoint. The fruit-bearing and the barren tree were together my instructors Sattaro. This reply indicates that for Mahajanaka, the impetus towards renunciation does not derive from any human or cultural institution, but from contemplating the natural world. That is to say, the source of religious inspiration is not tradition shruti, as the Brahmanic ascetic would suppose, but reflection. According to the Jataka story, we are told that prior to his disillusioning experience in the orchard, Mahajanaka befriends and waits upon upatati paccekabuddhas, supplying them with alms. In return, the paccekabuddhas provide him with instruction ovada. After the orchard experience, Mahajanaka does not immediately become a pabajita, but for 3 months pines for the company of paccekabuddhas and longs to become like one of them. In due course, he decides to renounce his kingdom and become a pabajita. Thereupon he sets out on a long journey to the Himava, pursued by his chief queen, Sivali, and many of his subjects, who together hope to persuade him to return. Sivali catches up with him and tries by many arguments to persuade him of the error of his decision. Her attempt fails, and he travels onto the Himava region, where he dwells for the remainder of his life. At one point during his journey to the Himava, Mahajanaka encounters a young woman wearing 2 bracelets on one arm. He notices that they jangle together and make a noise. He notices that when she puts them on separate arms, they become silent because they can no longer jangle together. Mahajanaka sees in this an illustration pakaya of how it is better for people to become separate and solitary, like the bracelets on different arms. This same image is used as a metaphor in the Kaggavisana Sutta, and is also the meditational topic Aramana, by which King Nagaji in the Kumbhakara Jataka attains paccekabuddha. Further illustrations occur in the Mahajanaka Jataka, which are not found in the Kaggavisana Sutta, but which are nevertheless reminiscent of its solitary wanderer Ikacharan theme. So, for example, Mahajanaka comes across a fletcher at work and notices that the man verifies the straightness of the arrow shaft by looking along it with just one eye. This is another illustration of the value placed on singularity. Likewise, on another occasion, the king cuts a reed and uses it to demonstrate to his chief queen that once a person has cut himself off from his family, he can return to them no more. The Jataka version of the story of King Mahajanaka, however, contains a number of significant anomalies. Firstly, there is the sudden and unexplained disappearance of paccekabuddhas from the story, subsequent to the time when Mahajanaka has the orchard experience. The earlier part of the story indicated that paccekabuddhas were his regular acquaintances. His wife even mistakes him for a visiting paccekabuddha when she passes him on the stairway as he departs from his palace. But shortly after his orchard experience, we learn that he pines for their company, and then, subsequent to his renunciation, no longer encounters paccekabuddhas anymore or expresses any desire to do so. The turning point for their omission from the story appears to be the incident in the orchard. Why should this be so? The reason would seem to be that it would be considered doctrinally incongruous for Mahajanaka to share the company of paccekabuddhas after becoming a pabajita, since he is supposed to be the bodhisattva. In sharing their company, it might be anticipated that he would aspire like them to paccekabodhi. Such an aspiration would be wholly inappropriate for the bodhisattva, as his energies are entirely directed towards the eventual realization of sammasambodhi. It would be similarly incongruous for him to be seen in the company of paccekabuddhas, and yet at the same time to be following an inferior path, leading only to rebirth in, for instance, the Brahmaloka, to the path of the paccekabuddha, leading to nibbana. On the other hand, it is not incongruous for him to share their company as a householder, for paccekabuddhas, as we have seen, teach householders no more than the advantages of renunciation. We may therefore surmise that the redactors thought it better to omit the paccekabuddha beyond the stage of Mahajanaka's orchard experience, rather than be faced with these doctrinal difficulties. The second anomaly concerns the nature of the orchard experience. In other Jataka stories, this type of experience leads directly to the attainment of paccekabodhi. In the Jataka prose narrative of the story of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas, King Karar Q has an identical experience to Mahajanaka, but in his case, it results directly in paccekabodhi. We suggest that these anomalies would not exist if paccekabuddhas were absented from the story altogether, and if Mahajanaka himself were represented not as the bodhisattva, but just as a householder who becomes a paccekabuddha or protosrama, ka. In endeavoring to adapt a traditional folk legend to a Jataka framework, we maintain the redactors substituted the bodhisattva for this archetypal figure, and probably introduced subsidiary roles for paccekabuddhas as a way of compensating for having deprived the hero of his essential paccekabuddha status. We are inclined to the conclusion, therefore, that Mahajanaka was originally identified as a paccekabuddha. Janaka. This particular Janaka is mentioned within the Mahabharata in the context of a debate on the duties of kingship. In order to dissuade Yudhishthira from renouncing his kingship, his brother Arjuna tells him of an old legend, Pura Itihasa, which the people recite about a certain King Janaka of Vidya and his queen. Once upon a time, King Janaka had abandoned his kingdom and become a shaven-headed monk. Stricken with grief by the king's renunciation, Pravrajya, the queen searched in various solitary places for her husband. When she found him, she confronted him with various reasons why it was a mistake for him to forsake his kingship, and she urges him to return to his former life. Quite clearly, this legend is a Brahmanical version of the Buddhist story of Mahajanaka and his verbal confrontation with Queen Sivali. One distinctive difference between the two versions, however, is that the Brahmanical one consists entirely of a monologue delivered by the queen, who functions as the spokesperson for Brahmanical opposition to Kshatriya renunciation. Janaka is made to remain silent in order that only the one orthodox viewpoint should be expressed. In the Buddhist version, however, Mahajanaka is the primary speaker and argues the case for renunciation. This difference illustrates how the same legend has been adapted to fit different sectarian interests. Janaka. The Mahabharata also has isolated references to a Janaka who is a virtuous ruler and a Janaka who attains success by making gifts. These attributes are distinctive features of Nimi. Janaka. There are separate references in the Mahabharata to a King Janaka of a former age who celebrated his own act of renunciation by composing a now famous stanza about himself and Mithila. We have already noted that this same stanza is repeatedly found throughout the Nimi complex of legends. Since the stanza both alludes specifically to Mithila and summarizes the fundamental Shramanic viewpoint, that true freedom is to be free of possessions, no matter how precious or dear, it indicates a seminal connection between the Shrama movement and the region of Videha, Janaka. There is also a reference in the Mahabharata to a King Janaka who is an example of someone who has attained liberation, moksha, as a householder. The Buddha Karita similarly mentions a Janaka, king of the Videhas, as figuring among those kings who were householders, well skilled in attaining the merit which leads to final bliss. It may be recalled how Nami becomes a Buddha as a householder, and Naminsapya reaches heaven through performing the duties of a K. Atriya qua householder, Janaka. The earliest extant reference to a king by the name of Janaka occurs in the 11th Kanda of the Satapatha Brahma. This Janaka is described as a universal monarch, Samrat, and the patron of Yajnavalkya. He would therefore seem to be identical with that Janaka who features prominently in the Padaranyaka Upanishad as the patron of Yajnavalkya. In the Brahma, he is depicted as one who reinterprets and challenges the traditional assumptions of the priestly cultus. As such, he would seem to reconcile in himself those images of Naminsapya and Nimi, whose stories, we argue, are different sectarian versions of the same myth. That this Janaka is identical with Naminsapya would seem to follow from the evidence of a passage in the Padaranyaka Upanishad, where the name Janaka is synonymous with the concept of a gift of 1,000 cows. The passages relating to Janaka in the Satapatha Brahmana deserve some attention. It is said, for instance, that Janaka quests among Brahma for knowledge of the offering to Mitravinda Iti. He eventually acquires that knowledge from Yajviya Valkya. This particular offering, Iti, may constitute a Brahmanic counterpart of the Buddhist Brahma Vihara meditations, for, like them, it provides a soteriological and protective function. It ensures that a king conquers repeated death and achieves a full lifespan. Loving kindness, Metta, the first of the Brahma Vihara meditations, is a cognate of Mitra, the name of the Vedic deity associated with the conception of ahimsa as the basis for an ethical code. Of Mitra, the Satapatha Brahmal says, he never injures the animate or the inanimate, and hence is the friend of all. Again, the reference to Janaka's search for the significance of the rite relating to Mitra may represent the Brahmanic counterpart of the Buddhist affirmation that a king of Videha, Makadeva, originated the custom of renunciation, together with the practice of the Brahma Vihara meditations. In the next chapter, we shall be endeavoring to show how the practice of renunciation, ahimsa, and the Brahma Viharas are historically interconnected. The Satapatha Brahmana also informs us that Yajnavalkya himself learns about the ultimate meaning of the Vedic fire rite, Agnihotra, from Janaka. From the time of this disclosure, their roles are reversed, and Yajnavalkya the sage becomes the tuti of the king. Janaka's interpretation of the fire offering entails its de-ritualization. He claims that it can still be performed when ritual objects are not available. Elsewhere in the same kanda, Yajnavalkya applies this method in a verbal disputation with a brahmana. He argues the case that the entire Vedic pantheon can be reduced to the function of breath, pra. Such is the impact of this disclosure that upon hearing it, his opponent drops dead. Though it is not explicitly acknowledged, Yajnavalkya is tantamount to being guilty of Brahmanacide for having caused the death of his antagonist, a theme which we will pursue in the next chapter. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, a similar episode occurs, but with some interesting variations. On this occasion, Yajnavalkya claims that minus is the essential principle, Brahman, of the yajna, that it is infinite, anantam, and constitutes liberation, mukti. Not only is there an etymological link between manas and muni, but in Chapter 1, we saw how the concept and figure of the muni is associated in Buddhist sources and elsewhere with the power of discerning and knowing, functions of the manas faculty. According to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Yajnavalkya concludes a discourse on awakening Buddha by announcing that Janaka is one who has realized that goal. Janaka responds by making a gift of the kingdom of Videhata Yajnavalkya and declaring himself to be his servant. Having initially promised Yajnavalkya 1,000 cows in return for instruction, Janaka finally surrenders everything he possesses. We may notice too that Janaka achieves this summum bonum while still occupying the role of a householder. Directly after the proclamation of his awakening, Janaka announces his act of renunciation. This pattern of events resembles the accounts of how persons become paccekabuddhas in the Jatakatalis, where the concepts of awakening and renunciation are viewed as integral to one another, but it also provides striking parallels with the story of Nami in the Uttaradhyayana Sutra. Conclusion on the Nimi complex of legends among the passages and stories relating to the 14 different figures, which we have just discussed. We have seen that some evidently comprise different versions of the same legenden, and that, there shave some theme or themes in common which justify their inclusion within the same complex of legends. In the course of our discussion, we have tried to indicate that apparent differences can often be attributed to various sectarian interpretations and emphases. We have also drawn attention to some of the detailed concepts and themes within a specific legend where we have regarded it as shedding light on the identity of the paccekabuddha and his connections with the origin of the samaṇa movement. As a result of this comparative analysis, we're now about draw together the main threads into a series of points that summarize the basic Nima myth, the myth center, Supana monarch or dynasty of monarchs of Mithila. The capital of the ancient region of Videha. This monarchy is very distinguished and powerful, signified by titles such as Cakravartin Samratajarsi. He belongs within the Brahmana cultus and fulfills its obligations per excellence, viz. The dachshund of 1,000 cows. She obtains a form of insight, which on the one hand is synonymous with realizing the limitations of the Brahmana cultus as traditionally understood, and which on the other hand entails the concept of complete renunciation. His renunciation threatens the existing status quo and is referenced by verbal confrontation between himself and Sakatha, traditional patron deity of the Kshatriyas, between himself and his queen, as well as by a general state of uproar in Mithila itself. It becomes apparent from this summary that the Nima myth depicts the origins of renunciation, with Nimi himself corresponding to the figure of the Protos Ramana. We have seen that the real clue to this interpretation lies in the particular sequence of events. The Kshatriya from Videha, who belongs within the Brahmana cultus, ceased the limitations of that cultus and abandons it altogether. On the basis of the construction we have here placed upon the complex of myths, the fundamental impetus behind the Sramana movement was disaffection with the priestly cultus and its monopolistic trends. This disillusionment may well be indicated by that aspect of the verbal roots, am, which means to become wary. Disillusioned as much as with the sense commonly associated with Sramana, to exert, to toil, to perform acts of austerity. Conclusion to the legend of the four kings. Our researches into the identity of the tradition, referred to by the legend of the four kings, who become paccekabuddha, has taken us no further than establishing the mythological significance of just one of them. Therefore, in view of the comparative obscurity of the remaining kings and the special significance assigned to Nimi, it behoves us to furnish an explanation of how the legend of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas originated. Since it appears to belong exclusively to the Buddhist and Jain traditions, it probably originated as a modified or amplified Shramanic version of the Nima myth, with the intended purpose of giving the concept of renunciation a significance beyond that of just the region of Videha. The four kings represent suzerain saw four distinct regions of northern India: Videha, Panchala, Kalinga, and Gandhara, and therefore testify to the presence of this Ramana custom throughout the main cultural centers of the time. The number 4 would here signify universality, as in Indian cosmography. It denotes the quarters dis of the world. Our knowledge of the identities of the other kings is insufficient to establish whether there is any historical basis to this legend, or whether it was purely a contrivance to further the cause of the samaṇa movement, kshatriya and renunciation themes sources in Pāli. Our basic argument so far in this chapter has been that the figure of the paccekabuddha is to be identified with the first sramanas, the pioneers of renunciation, who were kings or kshatriyas. We now propose to supply corroborative evidence for this basic argument by drawing attention to the prevalence of either kingship imagery or kshatriya concepts in the representation within the Pāli sources of the Ekakaran figure and the paccekabuddha. This will involve us in looking at material comprising verses from the Kaggavisana Sutta, tales of paccekabuddhas in the commentary to the Kaggavisana Sutta, the legendary tale of the 500 paccekabuddhas mentioned in the Isagili Sutta, verses known as the stanzas illustrating the blessings of the samaṇa, Samanabhadra Gatha, and the myth of the origins of kingship as related in the Aggaphithya Sutta of the Digha Nikaya. The Kaggavisana Sutta, the king as ruler, Snatter 35, Danda. The first stanza of the Kaggavisana opens with a reference to the Danda, rod, stick, weapon. Having laid down the rod against all creatures, not hurting even one of them. Sabesu butesu nidhaya dandam avihetayam afifiyataram pi tesam. It is no accident that the theme of the Danda should come at the beginning of a sutta whose main thesis is renunciation, for the first fruit or advantage of becoming a samaṇa, according to the Samanaphala Sutta, is abstention from harming others. The instrument of the Danda can signify oppression, punishment, or justice, and has become for this reason a symbol par excellence of regal power. The laws of Manu say, let the king always uplift his rod, and in the Mahabharata it states that the use of the rod is the function of the king. The Danda came to symbolize the king's rulership because both Hindu and Buddhist lore held that kingship arose as a punitive institution, charged with the responsibility of imposing law and order. As supreme secular authority, the king alone possessed the necessary power to establish stability in society. He acted as protector of rights and the status quo by dint of punishing those who offended against them. The term Dandaniti came to be the word for the science of government or polity in ancient India. Since the utterances of paccekabuddhas in the Jaka tales are invariably addressed to kings, then the verses of the Kaggavisana Sutta may also have constituted utterances addressed to kings. The king as conqueror, Sin 42, Ketudisa. He is a man of the 4 regions and not hostile, being contented with whatever happens. A fearless overcomer of dangers, one should wander alone like a rhinoceros. Katudiso apatigo kahodi santa samano itaritarena parasayanam sahita achambi ekokare kaggavisanakapo. The phrase Katudiso, Hodi, he is a man of the 4 regions, can be read as an epithet either for a king or for one who cultivates the Brahma Vihara meditations. In Chapter 4, we shall show that the particular formulation given to the Brahma Viharas is closely analogous to the formulation of certain sacrificial rituals performed by the king. Both employ the spatial concepts of the regions, and both are methods of surmounting dangers. For example, in the Aitareya Brahmana, it says of the Punarabhiseka ceremony performed at the Rajasuya sacrifice that the king is free from harm and injury, unoppressed, protected on every side. By the form of the threefold knowledge he wanders, samkaratai, through all the quarters, disa, finding support, pratistha, in the world of Indra. This description might apply as much to a muni and adept of the Brahma Viharas as to a monarch. In Chapter 1, we saw that the muni is a wanderer who acquires sovereignty over the world by means of the threefold knowledge, and the Brahma Viharas ward the adept against harm and injury. We may note also the use of the term sahitar, overcomer, in the same verse. This is a martial term, meaning one who conquers or defeats. As the king, literally or by ritual, conquers the Katudisa and so establishes his sovereignty and secures his own protection, the one who cultivates the Brahmaviharas conquers by the power of meditation the Katudisa, etc. In the opening section of the Kaggavisana Sutta, Snanden 42, there is an implied reference to the Brahmaviharas, and towards the end of the same sutta, Snan 73, all four are listed. Constantly cultivating loving kindness, equanimity, compassion, release, and sympathy, unobstructed by the whole world, one should wander alone like a rhinoceros. Medam upekam karunam vimutim asavamana muditafi, kakale sabena lokena avirujamano ekoker kagavisanako. The term loka, viz. Sabha loka, used here can mean either the spatial world or the inhabitants of that world. In this sense, loka is the semantic equivalent of the English term world, which also has this double sense. In this passage, both meanings are involved. The Ekakaran can move spatially throughout the world because the inhabitants do not obstruct or oppose avarujati him. The Brahma Viharas conduce toward physical freedom because they placate the beings who might constitute that obstruction. The king as renouncer, Snin 46. The convention of Kshatriya renunciation is directly evidenced in one of the Kaggavisana Sutta verses. If one cannot find a friend who is a preceptor, a wise companion whom it is beneficial to abide with, as a king abandoning his kingdom, one should wander alone like a rhinoceros. No se labetha nipakam sayam sahayam sadhu vihari, diram rajava ratham vijitam pahaya eko ker Kaggavisana kapo. This verse occurs several times in the Pāli canon and in the Buddhist Sanskrit tradition, which is an indication that it was a widely known and generally accepted stanza. It also has the reference to the king abandoning his throne. The paccekabuddha as king, like the strong-jawed lion, by might king of the animals, overcoming as he wanders, one should resort to remote areas. One should wander alone like a rhinoceros. Siho yatha datha bali pasai haraja miganamabibuyachari sevitha pantani senasanani eko ker hagavisana kapo. The Ekacharan is here compared to the lion, king of the animals, Raja Miganam. His identification with the lion symbolizes the ascetic's mastery over the dangers inherent in the terrestrial world. The lion epitomizes fearlessness. For example, in the preceding verse, the Ekakaran is compared to the lion because the lion does not tremble at sounds, sade suasanta santo. Elsewhere in the Sutta Nipata, the lion is said to have abandoned fear and terror, pahinabhaya bhairava. The comparison with the lion follows from the fact that both ascetic and animal inhabit similar terrain, remote areas, pantani senasanani, the forests and the four regions, katudisa. The paccekabuddha himself is compared to the lion in the paccekabuddha padana and the nidesa. Lion imagery is also used to represent the Buddha. The lion roar, sihanada, for example, is used as a metaphor for the Buddha's act of preaching. He, the most excellent of all beings, best of persons, bull among men, the most excellent of all creatures, will turn the wheel of Dhamma in the forest named after the Isis, Isivhaya vein, like the roaring lion, the strong lord of animals. As the lion's roar demonstrates its ascendancy over the other forest creatures, so the Buddha's act of teaching, his turning the wheel of the Dhamma, indicates his preeminence among those who lay claim to religious and spiritual authority. The Anatithyas, wanderers of other views, and Parapavadas, those who hold alien doctrines. He is stated to utter the lion's roar in the assemblies, parisa, where men congregate. He leaves his lair, like the lion, surveys the four regions, katadisa, and roars 3 times. It is said that he is Samasambuddha because he rightly, sama, roars the lion's roar. The metaphor of the lion's roar does not occur in conjunction with paccekabuddhas since they do not teach Dhamma. Rajahamsa. Another regal motif occurring in Buddhist narratives is that of the comparison of paccekabuddhas with the hamsa, goose. In Buddhist folklore, the hamsa is regarded as the king of the birds. In the Dhammapada, it states that geese travel on the path of the sun through the air by magic, iti. In Paccekabuddha stories, this same image of the goose in flight is often used to illustrate the Paccekabuddha's own powers of levitation. So, for instance, one story tells how levitating Paccekabuddhas are mistaken for a flock of birds by onlooking laypersons. The figure of the muni, too, seems to have connections with the concept of hamsa. In the Sutta Nipada, it says that the householder is to the muni as the peacock is to the goose. The latter surpasses the former in swiftness, Java. Interestingly, the same word is used as a superlative for manas, mind, in the Rig Veda. Mind is the swiftest, Javastham, of birds, once again showing the seminal connection between muni and manas. Janinda. In a verse from the Paccekabuddhapana, a third type of regal epithet, Janinda, lord or ruler of men, is applied to the Paccekabuddha. Inda, Skan Indra, is another title of Saka, who is said to be Devinda, king of the gods. In summary, the three hierarchies of kingship, animal, bird, and human, signify different but complementary kinds of power. The Paccekabuddha's identification with the lion, the king of the beasts, signifies his supremacy at the mundane level of earthly existence. His identification with the king of the swans indicates his supremacy at the supra-worldly level, and his identification with the Lord of Men, his supremacy on a spiritual level. These correspond respectively to power over danger, bhaya, to magical power, idanubhava, or power over empirical forms, and realizing the highest form of spirituality by achieving the status of supreme person, Uttama Purisa. Tales of Paccekabuddhas in the commentary to the Kaggavisana Sutta. In the introduction, we noted that each verse of the Kaggavisana Sutta was considered by Buddhist tradition to comprise a vyakarana, explanation, or udana, utterance, of an individual Paccekabuddha, depicting the vital factor in his own attainment of paccekabodhi. The Pāli commentaries to the Kaggavisana Sutta contain narratives telling how each Paccekabuddha came to be enlightened. In each and every narrative, the prospective Paccekabuddha is represented as a king of Varanasi. This poses the question of how and why the later Pāli tradition came to identify the authors of the Kaggavisana Sutta with monarchs of Varanasi. We have already identified the origins of the Paccekabuddha tradition with the renouncing Kshatriya, a Videha epitomized in the mythical figure of King Nimi. A renouncing Kshatriya, or king, therefore served as the initial prototype for the Paccekabuddha concept. Bearing this in mind, we approach the above question by considering the Buddhist tradition's own genealogies of the Buddha. In the Sinhalese chronicles, the Mahavamsa and the Dipavamsa, there are genealogical lists which inform us that the great dynasty of Videha, to which Nimi belonged, was superseded by another dynasty centered at Varanasi. This latter was the last major dynasty before the rise of the Sakya dynasty, the one to which the Buddha himself belonged. Since this is the only Varanasi dynasty mentioned in these genealogies, then it seems not unreasonable to suppose that the tradition which represented the authors of the Kaggavisana verses as kings of Varanasi had in mind this particular dynasty. Although the genealogies are no use for dating, owing to their exaggerated and stereotyped numeration, they do at least inform us of what were believed to be the great dynasties of the past and provide some idea of their chronological sequence. We find, for example, that the sequence of dynasties here corresponds with the dynastic setting featured in the Jataka recension of stories about Paccekabuddhas. These stories are set either during the period of the Videha dynasty of Makadeva or during the Varanasi dynasty of King Brahmadatta. A quite significant observation relating to these stories is that the ones set during the Videha dynasty depict kings as the only persons to become Paccekabuddhas, whereas the ones set within the Varanasi dynasty do not mention kings becoming Paccekabuddhas. Furthermore, Paccekabuddhas in the latter era are represented as giving instruction, ovada, to kings, whereas Paccekabuddhas of the former era are not associated with instruction at all. This genealogical and narrative information reinforces the hypothesis that the Sramana movement originated in Videha. The shift of spiritual ancestry from the Videha to the Varanasi dynasties here signifies the spread of the movement to the kingdom of Kasi. According to Thakur, there is some historical evidence that Kasi took over hegemony from Videha. The Kasi phase in the evolution of the Sramana tradition is indicated by persons other than kings becoming paccekabuddhas, and by paccekabuddhas themselves acquiring an identity as religious teachers. In the light of these observations, the Varanasi period seems to have evidenced an evolutionary transition in the renunciation tradition, from its beginnings as an unilaterally inspired phenomenon to a coordinated movement laying the foundations eventually for the development of sectarian differences. The authors of the commentaries to the Kaggavisana Sutta, probably located within the Varanasi era, those who composed its verses, because Varanasi was the place where the Buddha had set the wheel of the Dhamma rolling, being the place where, to all intents and purposes, the Sakyamuni cultus began. The transition from the dispensation of the paccekabuddha to that of the Sammasambuddha was effected by the Buddha's initial act of teaching at Varanasi, in that it marked the first step in founding a religious community. That the authors of the Kaggavisala verses should have been represented as kings of Varanasi can be explained simply as the persistence of the archetypal myth that Sramas were renouncing kings. Our inquiry regarding the identities of the authors of the Kaggavisala verses has therefore brought to light evidence of a secondary stage in the evolution of the Srama movement: the legend of the 500 paccekabuddhas. Both the Pāli texts and the Mahavastu record a tradition of 500 paccekabuddhas. No precise significance need be attached to this number, since it is a literary stereotype denoting a sizable collection of people. The story of the birth and enlightenment of these 500 ascetics is also found in the Mahavastu and the Pāli commentaries. Their legend is quite evidently not original, but a fabrication of a number of themes or motifs that have traditionally come to be associated with the figure of the paccekabuddha. It is said that the 500 are offspring of one mother whose name is Padumavati, lotus flower. In Buddhism, the lotus flower is an archetypal symbol of transcendence. In Brahmanic ritual, the lotus leaf symbolizes the womb. In the Pāli sources, Padumavati gives birth to just one child, a boy called Mahapaduma, great lotus flower. But then other boys emerge from her afterbirth moisture, Yonisale. The explanation for this peculiar birth motif may be found within the canonical sources themselves, which refer to 4 different types of life production or generation: the egg, the womb, spontaneous uprising, and moisture, Salesiddhaja. Salesiddhaja means putrefying substances. It therefore seems probable that the author of this story had in mind a pool of dirty water when he used the term, since this is one kind of matrix it signifies. Hence, the motif of emerging from the afterbirth moisture symbolizes the paccekabuddhas as lotuses rising, unsullied, out of the polluted water. This traditional Buddhist image of purity and transcendence is used of the Ekakaran and the muni. Later Buddhist iconography represents Paccekabuddha and Samasambuddha as seated on the lotus. The lotus flower figures in the story of their enlightenment too. When they are 16 years old, they visit their father's lake. Here they contemplate the lotuses blossoming and dying in the water, and as a result, discern the notion of impermanence and attain to the knowledge of paccekabuddha. Afterwards, each of them sits cross-legged in the middle of a lotus. At sunrise, the time of day when the Buddha's own enlightenment occurred, they become transformed into samas and fly away to Mount Gandhamadana. Another archetypal feature to be noticed is their Kshatriyan identity. They are represented as the sons of King Brahmadatta and Queen Padumavati of Varanasar. Therefore, they too are linked with the Varanasar dynasty, in the same way as the paccekabuddhas who uttered the verses of the Kaggavisa Sutta. There is evidently some ulterior motive for identifying the 500 paccekabuddhas with Badinasar, since the Isagili Sutta, the earlier of the two traditions, identifies them instead with the area of Rajagaha. We shall endeavor in a moment to unravel this particular incongruity. Typological resemblances. There are two further points to be noted concerning the legend. Firstly, according to Jataka sources, the mother of the paccekabuddhas, Padumavat, is a former rebirth of Upalava Ka, one of the Buddha's two chief female disciples. She is distinguished for her powers of Iddhi, like her chief male disciple counterpart, Moggallana. The powers which Upalavakiqua possesses are a distinctive feature of paccekabuddhas. Secondly, there is a curious typological resemblance between one aspect of the story of the 500 paccekabuddhas and a facet of the legend of the Buddha himself. According to tradition, Siddhartha fathered only one flesh-born child, the boy Rahula. But in a religious sense, Siddhartha is also said to be the father of the Bhikkhu Sangha and of Arahants. These are referred to as Samaila Sakya Putila, sons of the renouncer of the Sakyas, and Puddha Orasa, sons of the breast. In the legend of the 500 paccekabuddhas, Mahapadma, who is firstborn among them, forms the counterpart of Rahula, the sole flesh-born child, whilst the remaining number, the moisture-born ones, form the counterpart of the Buddha's own disciples. Consequently, the legend of the birth and enlightenment of the 500 paccekabuddhas demonstrates that the Buddhist tradition largely apprehended the figure of the paccekabuddha through a series of archetypes or fixed images, viz. 500, royalty, lotus, Gandhamadana. This would seem to imply that the concept of the paccekabuddha no longer referred to a living tradition, but rather to a past tradition sufficiently remote for its significance to have become predominantly symbolical and mythical. The verses on the blessings of being a Shrama. In the Buddhist narrative tradition, there exists a collection of verses entitled the Sama Abhadragatha, Shrama Abhadragatha, which set forth the benefits of being a Hama. There are two extant versions, one in Pāli, the other occurring in the Mahavastu. The seminal themes and non-sectarian character of these verses suggest that they belong to a relatively early stage in the evolution of the Shrama tradition. In the narrative context in which they occur, they happen to be linked with the Videha Varanasi dynasties. The Pāli tradition ascribes the authorship of these verses to a paccekabuddha called Sonaka, and some of the verses clearly imply that a tradition of renunciation existed among kings, the myth of the origins of kingship in the Egeiya Sutta. Finally, as part of the evidence linking the concept of paccekabuddha or prototype Srama with kingship, we examine the myth of the origins of kingship occurring within the Aggaphithya Sutta of the Digha Nikaya. Paccekabuddhas or samas are not mentioned here, but it becomes apparent that the functions of the king in the secular world and the sama in the spiritual sphere are directly analogous. We can also compare this interpretation of kingship origins with the Nami Pavaja section of the Uttaradhyayan Sitra, which is also concerned with the role and relationship in society. In our previous discussion of the Nami Pavaja, we saw that it defends and justifies the view that the king should renounce his kingdom and become an ascetic. The Agana Sutta, by contrast, emphasizes the obligations and duties the king has towards his subjects as their ruler. The office of kingship is not censored, as in the Nami Pavaja, but evaluated positively. The different perspectives of the Nami Pavaja and the Aggaphithya Sutta are an indication that they are the product of two different time periods. The Proto-Sramarta period on the one hand and the post-Buddhist era on the other. The Proto-Sramarta ideal is that kingship should be abandoned because it merely reinforces bankrupt Brahmanic values. In due course, however, kingship acquired a new respectability among the Sramana, and by the advent of the Sakyamuni era, the notion had been re-evaluated in accordance with Shramanic societal objectives. The Aganya Sutta teaches that kingship first arose in response to the need to provide a check to the growing immorality and anarchy in society. The people Mahajana come to a decision that it is time to put a stop to the alarming growth rate of immorality in society. So they select from among the populace the person having the most perfect form abhirupa appearance, dasaniya, grace pasadika, and power mahesaka, and confer on him the power of kingship. Herein, the first king comes to acquire the title Mahasamata, the Great Chosen One. It is to be noticed that a person is not made a monarch by appeal to divine right or divine appointment, as in the Brahmanic interpretation, but the right to the office is awarded by contract quid pro quo from the people. The conditions of this contract between king and people are such that the king is expected to be indignant kiyati rightly sama, condemn or censure garahati rightly, banish or exile pabajati rightly. The people are expected to hand over to the king a share bhaga of their rice, i.e. produce. Definitions and parallels. This interpretation of how kingship arose is then followed by definitions of the terms. Khattiya and Rajakhattiya is said to mean lord of the fields. Ketanampati Raja to mean he delights others by means of the Dhamma Dhammena Pariranjati. The terms and concepts here chosen for the interpretation and representation of monarchic function have striking parallels with those used to describe the function of the sramana in society. For example, the principle of a contract between king and people, Mahajana, also obtains between the paccekabuddha qua sramana and the Mahajana, just as the citizen is required to give a share of his rice to the king in return for protection. So when the donor gives a portion bhaga of his rice as food to the paccekabuddha, he acquires merit punna, which serves to protect him. In early Buddhist imagery, merit earning is compared to sowing a seed in a field keta, so that it will grow into a plant and yield fruit phala. According to the Aganya Sutta, the Khattiya is a lord of the fields ketanam pati. There is a sense in which this same expression may also depict the soteriological status of Buddha as the supreme intermediaries through which the spiritual growth or transformation of others takes place. They can be seen as lords or mediators of the governing principles in the universe. The notion of Buddhafields, P, Buddhaketa, Skain, Buddhakshetra, where the right conditions exist for the ripening of merit, is a doctrinal feature of later Hinayana and of Mahayana Buddhism. As in the Aganya Sutta, kings Rajano are said to delight others by upholding Dhamma Samana, correspondingly delight others by teaching Dhamma. One of the principal meanings of the root verb raj, from which ranjati and raja are derived, is to shine. We saw that paccekabuddhas transmit their religious power non-verbally by emitting, as it were, an aura of light. As the right physical appearance or form is a necessary qualification for kingship, so the appearance and form of the paccekabuddha is a decisive factor in the response of the prospective donor. Indeed, the term pasadika is found to be used of both paccekabuddhas and kings. Internal versus external constraints. According to the Aganya Sutta, the monarch is expected always to do things rightly. Samasakya Muni himself is distinguished as a Samasambuddha, a title which betokens his sovereignty. Another listed responsibility of the king is that he must banish or exile pabajeti, the harmful elements within society. The term pabajeti is the causative form of the verb pabajati, describing the process of a householder becoming a bhikkhu or samana. The king therefore exiles and censors others, whereas the samana is one who has censored his own former way of life and exiled himself from it, as exemplified by the story of Nimi. What the king imposes on others, the samana imposes on himself. This marks an important directional change from external to internal constraints, from coercion of others to introspection and self-awareness. It is this awakening of the Kshatriya's moral sensibilities to the notion of himsa injury which heralded the onset of the Shramana movement. Nimi in the four Nikayas and the Sutta Nipata. Earlier in this chapter, we noted the existence of a core of myth, which testifies to the beginnings of the tradition of renunciation pravrajya, and which is common to the literature of a number of sectarian traditions, Brahmanic, Jain, and Buddhist. We also saw that the common denominator in the different versions of this myth is the figure of Nimi, king of Videha, whom we argued became the prototype for the concept of the paccekabuddha. We now propose to draw to a conclusion the argument that Nimi formed the prototype for the paccekabuddha concept by examining the form given to the Nimi myth in the first four Nikayas of the Pāli canon. The very fact that a rendering of the myth is to be found in the four Nikayas is an indication that some sort of historical continuity or contiguity existed between Buddhism and the paccekabuddha tradition. Even more importantly, the way in which the myth happens to be utilized and adapted provides evidence of an attempt by the authors of the Nikayas to erect a Sakyamuni cultus. The Nimi myth is present in the Nikayas in three forms: in the story of Dalhanimi, in the doctrine of the great man Mahapurisa, and in the use of kingship concepts to represent the soteriological significance of the Buddha. Before examining these topics, we need to make one preliminary observation. The paccekabuddha is not mentioned explicitly in any of the passages we shall be considering. There are grounds for arguing that the paccekabuddha tradition is nevertheless being tacitly acknowledged when we explore the uses of symbolism and particular synonyms in the relevant passages. The lack of an explicit reference to the paccekabuddha might be thought a weakness in our argument. On the contrary, it serves to strengthen the contention that the differentiation of Buddhas into two types was a transitional phenomenon developing out of the tendency of the samaṇa tradition to ramify into separate groups having their own distinctive points of emphasis. We therefore maintain that the material we are considering is too early for explicit dogmatic judgments to be found, but that distinctions are beginning to express themselves in symbolical form. The story of King Dalhanami is told in the Kakavati Sihanada Sutta of the Digha Nikaya. We have not seen fit to incorporate it within the Nimi complex of legends, unlike the Makadev story, which is also found in the four Nikayas, for the simple reason that, unlike the Makadeva tale, it is not a Jataka genre story. Instead, Dalhanami is patently a mythical figure, utilized as a symbol to represent Sakyamuni's role in his capacity as a Sammasambuddha. The sutta tells how the Buddha teaches his bhikkhu the story of Dalhanami to illustrate the need to preserve the tradition founded by himself. King Dalhanami possesses the status of a Kakavati, Cakravartin, universal sovereign. This status is symbolized by the presence of a wheel in the sky above the palace, the Dibam Kakaratanam, heavenly jewel wheel. As long as the Dibam Kakaratanam is visible to the king, his sovereignty is secure. If it begins to eclipse, Osakita, and wane, it is a warning to the king that he is growing old and approaching death, and therefore should relinquish his throne to the eldest son and become a Pabajita. When the Dibam Kakaratanam starts to do this in his own reign, Dalhanami immediately heeds its warning and becomes a Pabajita. He is now for the first time referred to as a Rajisi. Here we may recall that the renouncing kings Nimi and Nami were referred to also as Rajisi. 7 days after Dalhanami's Pabaja, the Dibam Kakaratanam vanishes completely. Its total disappearance signifies that, in the transition from one generation of ruler to another, the achievements of the outgoing king are susceptible to undoing. These achievements are safeguarded, however, if the successor to the throne consults his father, now a Rajisi, for advice on how to rule the newly inherited kingdom. If he does so, the Dibam Kakaratanam will once more appear, and the new monarch will assume the same Kakavati status as his predecessor. The newly manifest image of the Dibam Kakaratanam will move in all four directions of the compass, Katadisa, and the king with his army will follow and consolidate his sovereignty in these regions. If at the time of accession, each new monarch consults his predecessor, i.e., the Rajasi, on how to rule, then the tradition of the Cakkavatti will prove to be a long-established one. However, if any new monarch fails to do this, his power will decline, and the political and moral dissolution of society will set in. If this occurs, anarchy and injustice will prevail throughout the world over many generations. There are several reasons for supposing that the story of Dalhanemi is an adapted version of the Nimi myth. In the first place, there is an obvious similarity between the names Dalhanemi, Strongfellow, and Nimi. In the Nimi Jaka, for instance, King Nimi is referred to as Nemi Kumara, Prince Nemi. Secondly, Dalhanemi figures in indefinite past time Buddha Pubba as a mythical personage and represents, like Nimi, the paradigm-renouncing king. The central theme of the story, the need for the new monarch to heed the counsel of the late monarch, represents a modified version of the Brahmanic doctrine of the Kshatriya's dependence on the Brahmana. The new king acquires the capacity to become a Cakkavatti only by obedience to the counsel of the Rajasi. Similarly, in the Brahmanical Rajasuya sacrifice, the attributes of kingship are not the inherent possession of the royal prince, but are conferred by the superintendent of the rites, the Brahmana. Both traditions, therefore, subscribe to the doctrine of the dependence of temporal power, ksatra, on spiritual power, conceived of as Brahman in Brahmanism, and Dhamma, the counsel of the Sramana, in Buddhism. It is to be noticed, too, that the Dibam Kakaratanam, symbol of the king's office, resembles the wooden ceremonial wheel used in the Brahmanic kingship rites. In these rites, the wheel is firstly mounted or elevated on a post, spatially the highest component of the ritual. By analogy, the Kakaratana is set in the heaven, Dibam. This signifies that all lower, mundane levels of power exist only by sanction of a higher authority. Secondly, the wheel is turned clockwise by the king through 180 degrees, and this signifies his mastery or conquest of the quarters of the earth. By comparison, the Dibam Kakaratanam revolves in a clockwise direction through the 4 points of the compass, signifying the monarch's universal sovereignty. In addition, the Dibam Kakaratanam traverses the sky in the 4 directions, symbolizing flight. The power of flight is not only a characteristic of paccekabuddha, but in Indian folklore signifies the divinity of kings. At face value, the Dimkakaratanam would seem to be a symbol for the moon. It is located in the sky, Dibam, waxes and wanes, NB. The time span of 7 days equals a quarter phase of the moon, and is luminous. After traversing the 4 regions, it is said to return to the royal capital and remain above the judgment hall, illuminating Upasobayati, the inner apartments of the king. Thus, the Dibam Kakaratanam is a symbol of the spiritual and moral awareness of the king. The moon represents an important symbol in the context of kingship renunciation. We have already seen, for example, that both the muni and the paccekabuddha are likened to the moon's orb freed from Rahu. And in a certain Jataka story, a king of Videha decides to go forth when he sees Rahu covering the light of the moon. In Buddhist sources, therefore, the full moon symbolizes the Sramana's emancipation from all ties. The use of moon imagery also indicates the seminal link between Kshatriya and Sramana. In Vedic tradition, the Asura, Svarbhanu, later Rahu, is said to cause eclipses, and Indra is said to combat him. Hence, a full moon was the sign of Indra in supremacy. Furthermore, the Indra worship festival reaches its climax on the 15th of the month at the time of the full moon. In Buddhist myth, Indra is supplanted by the Buddha as the one who thwarts Rahu's attempts to swallow the moon. The Buddha's assumption of Indra's traditional function denotes that renunciation, the act of becoming a Shramana, is no longer a sufficient goal in itself. One must in addition follow the teaching of Sakyamuni. The stories of both Makadev and Dalhanemi have been incorporated into the Buddhist canon in order to illustrate the vital importance of preserving tradition. The 2 figures represent important counterparts, Mahakadeva signifying the era of the pre-Buddhist, and Dalhanami the post-Buddhist dispensation. By virtue of his own act of renunciation, pabaj, each monarch instigates a tradition. Mahakadeva, the tradition of Pabaja and the Brahma Vihara meditations, and Dalhanami, the tradition of the Dhamma Raja and Kakavati, the universal sovereign who rules by the principles of justice. The dynasty of Mahakadeva symbolizes the continuity of the older tradition in the pre-Sakyamuni era, and the dynasty of Dalhanami, the Buddha's Dhamma, in the post-Sakyamuni era. Each story is intended to illustrate that it only needs one single generation to depart from the established tradition for that tradition to become irretrievably damaged. The consequences are far greater, however, in the post-Sakyamuni era, because the Buddha's Dhamma has universal implications. The welfare of the entire world is considered to depend on it. This is an extremely important point to note, for the claim to universal significance constitutes the fundamental affirmation or credo of the Sakyamuni cultus. That is why Dalhanami is portrayed as a Kakavati, and why the myth is centered upon the theme of the Kakavati. It is immediately apparent that in this story, the figure of King Dalhanami is supposed to symbolize the Buddha, and that Dalhanami's own descendants are meant to represent the Sangha. The declared purpose of the discourse constituting the Kakavati Sihanada Sutta is to convince the Bhikkhu Sangha that they must not lose sight of the value of the teaching that has been imparted to them, but must endeavor to observe and preserve it for future generations. The tale of Dalhanami is a cautionary one, told to illustrate what can happen when the Dhamma is not cherished by a given generation. Society falls into decline, immorality and suffering abound, and social anarchy results. The sutta's underlying assumption is that the existence of the Dhamma is perpetually under threat owing to the death of individuals who maintain it. Such deaths are an inescapable fact of existence. So, for example, even the Buddha himself must eventually die and no longer influence and control the fate of the Dhamma. The Sangha should understand this, and, having reconciled themselves to the fact of the Buddha's death, accept that the responsibility for the maintenance of the Dhamma now devolves upon them. A further clue in deciphering the myth lies in the notion of Pabaja. When Dalhanami sees the Dibam Kaka Aratanam waning, he decides to become a Pabajita. In a similar fashion, Prince Siddhartha renounces the world when he encounters the four signs, Katari Nimitani, of old age, sickness, death, and the samaṇa. Dalhanami's renunciation makes it possible for the Dibam Kakaranam to remain. Similarly, the Buddha's renunciation ensures that there will be a Samasambuddha to initiate the teaching of the Dhamma, as well as a Sangha to perpetuate it throughout the generations. The concept of the Rajisi, the king who has become a renouncer and who knows the Dhamma, the principles of correct rule, is the key concept in the preservation of the values which maintain the existence and prosperity of society. The original significance of this particular use of the term Rajisi derives from the Nimi myth. In his capacity as a mighty king with the power to use force, Nimi is the archetype of original man, the Brahmanic Rajisi. Forsaking this role for an existence characterized instead by avihimsa, refraining from injury, he becomes the original Shramana, the archetype of spiritual man, the Shramanic Rajisi. As the Brahmanic Rajisi maintains the sacrifice which upholds reality, the Shramanic Rajisi maintains the Dhamma for the same reason. Therefore, the essential Nimi myth, which depicts the origins of the Shramana movement, has been readapted by the Buddhists in the form of the Dalhanami myth to illustrate their own values and dilemmas at a later stage in the evolution of the Shramana tradition. At one time, the significant factor in the preservation of values had been the custom of Pabaja, exemplified by the paccekabuddha. Now the Bhikkhu Sangha inherits that role. In the post-Sakyamuni era, the dynasty of the Isi Sangha supersedes the Paccekabuddha or Isayo dynasty. By the same token, the episode of the four signs, Katari Nimittani, that we have just referred to in connection with the Buddha's own decision to renounce the world, represents a reenactment within the cultus of the archetypal myth of the renouncing Kshatriya. King, sign, renunciation. One is even tempted to argue that the numerical correspondence of these four signs with the four kings who became paccekabuddhas and their signs is more than just coincidence. In other words, the episode of the four signs in the legend of the Buddha replicates the legend of the four paradigm proto-sramanas. The doctrine of the Mahapurisa we have just seen that the Kakavati Sihanad Sutta provides evidence of how the Buddha's function as a founder of a tradition can be conveyed in terms of an existing paradigm. As Nimi Makadeva founded the dispensation of Pābaja and the tradition of the Shramana, Sakyamuni founds the dispensation of the Dhamma and the tradition of the Sangha. The Nikaya doctrine of the Mahapurisa, Sket Mahapurusa, also comprises an important piece of evidence in support of the thesis that paccekabuddhas are to be identified as the historical antecedents of Buddhism. According to this doctrine, a Katiya, Sket, Kshatriya, born with 32 signs, Lakhanani, on his body, is destined to become either a Kakavati or a Samasambuddha. The importance of the Mahapsa doctrine is that it furnishes us with a definition of the Samasambuddha. It defines the Samasambuddha in terms of two basic categories. Kingship. The Samasambuddha is a Kakavati designate. A Mahapurisa is confronted by two options when he reaches the age of consent. He may remain as a monarch and eventually acquire the stature of a Kakavati, or he may abandon the heirdom and become a renouncer. Renunciation. A Mahapurisa will become a Samasambuddha if and only if he forsakes his heritage as a secular monarch and becomes a renouncer. It is to be noticed that there is no mention of the experience of Bodhi in this definition. The omission is highly significant, for it indicates that the conception of a Samasambuddha is primarily soteriological, not Buddhological. This means he is defined functionally, that is, in respect of others, not solely in terms of his own type of spiritual or meditational accomplishment. This particular definition also makes it apparent that the idea of the archetypal renouncing monarch, viz. Nimi, formed the original blueprint for the concept of a Buddha. The interpretation given to the idea of Buddha in the Mahapurisa doctrine is seen to correspond to the representation of paccekabuddha in the legend of the four kings and in other Jataka tales, as the conviction that household life must be abandoned for Pābaja. In view of the absence of any mention of a Bodhi experience in the Mahapurisa formulation of the concept of a Samasambuddha, we must infer that the representation of the Buddha's Bodhi as a unique, unprecedented experience, the standard interpretation of Nikaya doctrine, is a form of superimposition on the part of the cultus. This commits us to the interpretation that Sakyamuni's distinctiveness resided not in any claim to exercise a monopoly over the ability to experience Bodhi without reliance on a teacher or corpus of teaching, but rather in his characterization as a Bhagavan, Lord, and Sathar, teacher. The choice of kingship predicates to represent the soteriological function of the Buddha. We have just seen that the Samasambuddha in the Mahapurisa is defined as one who chooses renunciation instead of kingship. Thus, the one and only factor which differentiates the secular king from the Samasambuddha is renunciation. Renunciation becomes the crucial transmuting agent. In choosing to be a renouncer, the heir apparent does not cease to be a king. Rather, he becomes a transformed king, as we saw to be the case in the Nami Pavaja. The meaning of the symbolism is clear. By killing the secular king, that is, by self-conquest, the spiritual king is brought to life. Therefore, the legendary motif depicting Siddhartha to be a Katiya prince who renounces his future entitlement to the throne is simply an applied existing archetype. His renouncing king identity assimilates him to the principal ideological standpoint of the Shramana, world renunciation. In the time which elapsed between the beginnings of the Sramana movement and the advent of the Sakyamuni cultus, one noteworthy development in the concept of kingship was the appearance of the concept of the Samraj or Kakavati, the monarch, who by his superior might and power conquers the entire world, subjugating all other kings under his own authority. The figure of Sakyamuni is assimilated to the image of the Kakavati, because the title of Kakavati conveys the universal significance and world-transforming character of his person and teaching. This idea receives its most eloquent canonical expression in the Sela Sutta. Sela, a Brahman. You, i.e. the Buddha, are worthy to be a king, a Kakavati, a lord of the chariot, a conqueror of the four quarters, a lord of the Jambu grove. Katyas and hostile kings become your subjects. Rule Gautama, king of kings, lord of man. I am a king, Sela, said the Lord, an incomparable Dhamma Raja. I turn the wheel with the Dhamma, the wheel that cannot be turned back. Power and ethical justice. It was not considered injudicious to represent the Buddha by an inherently martial symbol such as the Kakavati, since it was a concept that had been tempered and refined by the complementary notion of the Dhamma Raja. A king who conquers by Dhamma, not by the Danda, one who protects the people. We have, for instance, observed in the Buddhist theory of kingship and the Dalhanami myth that a king's right to rule depends not on his might, but on his capacity to rule according to principles of justice, Dhamma. If he does not rule justly, then he loses the right to be king. Buddhism therefore absorbs the notion of power entirely into the notion of ethical justice, so that the former cannot thrive without the latter. Significantly, the Kakavati title distinguishes the figure of Sakyamuni from his antecedents, the paccekabuddhas. It defines the all-sufficiency and sovereignty of his teaching, and therefore, by implication, the beginning of a new era or dispensation, signified by the affirmation that the wheel cannot be turned back, in which his cultus provides the definitive path to Bodhi. We recall, however, that the Buddhist figure Nimi and the Jain figure, Nami, are also classed as Kakavati. This leads us to notice another subtle distinction between the Nimi and Sakyamuni myths. In the former case, the Kshatriya already has acceded to the throne and is therefore a king at the time he decides upon renunciation. In the wording of the Mahapurisa doctrine, however, it is the prince or heir apparent, the one who has not yet succeeded to his rightful heritage as Kakavati, who becomes a renouncer. Whereas Nimi is depicted as a literal king, the attribution of kingship to Sakyamuni is primarily of symbolic significance. The same distinction applies to the Buddhicized notion of Rajisi. The term Rajisi is applied literally to Nimi and Nami, but only symbolically to Sakyamuni, because it denotes a renouncing king. The Bodhisattva is still a prince when he renounces the world. The Mahapurisa and the tradition. The precise wording of the doctrine of the Mahapurisa is therefore prudential and serves to differentiate the figure of the Sammasambuddha from the paccekabuddha by making the former a Kakavati designate, not an actual incumbent of that office. The nature of this distinction leads us to infer that the doctrine of the Mahapurisa, as formulated in the Nikayas, was deliberately framed to accommodate Sakyamuni within and to differentiate him from an antecedent tradition in which the paradigm of spirituality was the renouncing Kshatriya. The Kakavati and the Pāli Rajas. Since the secular image of the Kakavati is used to convey the soteriological significance of the figure of Sakyamuni, qua Sammasambuddha, and the paccekabuddha is acknowledged to be the Buddhological counterpart of Sakyamuni, then one should expect to find in the elaboration of the Kakavati conception some motif or image that corresponds to the paccekabuddha. And this we do find. We have seen that the Nikayas define the Kakavati as a king who acquires universal dominion by conquering all other kings and absorbing them within his empire. He can therefore be said to be a figure who asserts his superiority in a land of many kings, absorbing them within a single monolithic system. If Sakyamuni corresponds to the royal sovereign in the analogy, then it could be argued that paccekabuddhas correspond to the conquered or lesser kings, Patiraja. In which case, the use of this particular symbol within Buddhism serves to show how the figure of Sakyamuni relates to the paccekabuddha tradition. The following table, based on Pāli and Buddhist Sanskrit sources, shows how the distinction between the samaṇa and paccekabuddha functions on the analogy of the Kakavati versus the Patirajas. We wish to expand upon particular features in particular of the above correspondences, the term Patiraja and the name Isipatana. Not only does there exist a thematic resemblance of paccekabuddhas to lesser kings, but also linguistic affinities between the terms Patiraja and paccekabuddha. Our first observation is that an oft-occurring synonym for Kakavati is Sekaraja. So, for instance, the term Ekaraja is found in a passage of the Mahavastu with an analogous meaning to the usage of Patiraja in Pāli. In this passage, the Bodhisattva addresses Mara with the words Sayethana Maraja Kakravartaprtha Prati Karajanotna Hait Papimam Salamir Jiniyami. Ask the Kakravarta vanquish the regional kings, I will vanquish you, wicked one. The term Ekaraja is used here to denote those lesser kings who are an obstacle to the Kakravartan sovereignty Vizkaraja. To our knowledge, the equivalent form paccekabuddha is not found in Pāli. The nearest semantis equivalent is Patiraja litigain staking CP Pratyekaraja litigain stone king. But the occurrence of Pratyeka as a prefix to Raja, as well as to Buddhists interesting in view of the typological associations between the paccekabuddha and the Patiraja. Since, however, the usage is related to the Mahavastu, we can no more than note its occurrence. Another important and problematic terminus is Ipatana, the name of the place where the Buddha preached his first sermon. We have tried to show that the emergence of a dual Buddhology of Paccekabuddha and Samasambuddha was occasioned by the Shramana tradition evolution from a maverick phenomenon to an organized movement having individual teachers with their own groups of followers and disseminating their own particular message or philosophy. The introduction of the paccekabuddha Samasambuddha distinction constituted a de facto recognition of these two phases or race in the tradition. The imagery of the Buddha turning the wheel of the Dhamma Ipatana forms an important motif within this process of transition. It is intended to convey the idea of a tradition entering upon a new unprecedented dispensation. The image of turning the wheel derives from the concept of the Kakravartan Kakrai Verit wheel to revolve move. The turning wheel, therefore, symbolizes universal achievement. The same image is used to symbolize the Buddha assumption of the role of teachers at Theran, the inauguration of the era of his teaching sasana. The act denoted by the expression turning the wheel of the Dhamma earned the Buddha the right to be called a Samasambuddha, that is to say, it is the act which essentially underwrites the distinction of Samasambuddha and paccekabuddha. The event which marks the act of the Buddha turning the wheel of the Dhamma is the preaching of the first sermon, which for that reason is known as the Dhammacakkappavattana sermon. This sermon was delivered at Varanasi. According to commentarial tradition, Varanasi is also the place associated with the ledge. Dari 500 paccekabuddhas, among whom were the authors of the Kagavasana verses. In chapter 1, we saw however that the Majjhima Nikaya connects paccekabuddhas principally with the mountain of Isagila near Rajagaha in the region of Magadha, where according to tradition, the Buddha attained his enlightenment. Canonical sources maintain he preached his first sermon at Varanasi rather than in Magadha, because an unclean Hamadhamo, a Suddo, had overtaken Magadha. This implies that their region had already become a stronghold of some of occultists. In fact, there is some historical evidence to suggest that during the period of Buddhism inception, conflict cultic or political existed between the two areas, which might explain why the Buddha and the paccekabuddha have significant connections with both regions. Buddhist tradition makes it quite clear that the Buddha preached his first sermon at a place associated with a Rishi tradition, Isivayavain, Isipatana, Risipatana, Risivadana. To cite this place as the location of the Buddha first sermon was quite evidently a symbolic way of stressing the final demise of a paccekabuddha tradition. The Mahavastu interprets the Rishis in the place name to refer to Pratyekabuddhas. taking the word Risipatana to mean the fall of the Rishis, i.e., Pratyekabuddha proceeds to describe how the last remaining Pratyekabuddhas in the world, confronted by the prospect of Sakya Munibirth, attaint their parinirvana rising into the air, their bodies conflagrating and their bones falling to earth. Although the Lalita Vistara has the variant Ursapatnite, similarly construes this to mean town or dwelling of their sist, that is, of the Pratyekabuddhas. Moreover, Prelutsky has shown that Patna is derived from a word which originally denoted Ascety, where a Cakravartna is enthroned, that is, an imperial city. This information proves very significant in the light of our own observations that the concept of a Samasambuddha is derived from that of the Cakravartin, and that Sakyamuni effectively assumed his identity as Samasambuddha, Samyaksambhuddha at Risipatana. Thus, we might conclude that tradition had Sakyamuni preach his first sermon at Risipatana because it had the connotations of an imperial city. This ploy signified Sakyamuni elevation to the status of Cakravartin Lord Buddha. That is his enthronement as a spiritual Cakravartin universal sovereign core. Respondingly, it marked the final ending of the reign of Patarajas paccekabuddhas, the heterogeneous tradition of the past. By way of summarizing this section, we shall refer to the impact which the Cakravartin archetype and the legend of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas had upon the formulation of the legend of the Buddha life. Conception, the motif of the elephant as a symbol of conception entering the mother side, pertains also to the Cakkavati birth at birth. The Bodhisattva is found to possess the 32 major marks of the Mahapurisa, signifying his Cakkavati, Quasamasambuddhistatus renunciation. The number of signs nimittani, which influence the Bodhi's attar, renunciation of the world, corresponds to the number of renouncers in the legend of the four kings who become paccekabuddhas enlightenment. We have noticed how the Samasambuddha is not defined in terms of the uniqueness of the Buddha body, but by reference to the figure of a prospective Cakkavati who renounces the world. Teaching, the image used to denote the significance of the Buddha act of teaching, turning the wheel, derives from the concept of the Cakkavati. Death devotees honor the Buddha death by the erection of thupas. We noted in Chapter 1 that this honor is reserved also for paccekabuddhas and Cakkavatis. Originally thupas, as must have been the tombs or burial mounds of kings. They may even have entered as a cultic factor into Buddhism and Jainism, via the paccekabuddha tradition, by dint of the fact that these proto-Shramanas were themselves renouncing kings. Conclusion: by examining the Nima complex of myth, we have come to the conclusion that the figure of the Paccekabuddha can be identified with the proto-Shramana, whose original conception was as a renouncing king. Further evidence for the historical continuity of the Buddhist tradition with the proto-Shramana Paccekabuddha is to be seen in the Buddhist adoption of the renouncing king as the archetype for their own figurehead. Sakyamuni, at the same time, the addition of the Cakkavati motif to Sakyamuni representation, asking indicates precisely how his followers wished to define and differentiate their own particular cultus in regard to antecedent and concomitant traditions. Consequently, the origins of the Buddhist doctrine of a dual Buddhology can be attributed to dogmatic factors. The Buddhists' Anghas ought to win followers and initiates by fitting Buddha within a mythical and doctrinal framework which depict his uniqueness and his universal significance. Chapter 4. The Paccekabuddha as Muni. In the preceding chapter, we concentrated on the theme of the proto-Sramanic Kshatriya identity. This we did in order to show how the use of Kshatriya concepts in the Buddhology of the early Nikayas was evidence of both a continuity and discontinuity with the antecedents of Buddhism. In this final chapter, we shall pursue the same theme of continuity and discontinuity, but this time specifically with regard to the Paccekabuddha's relationship to Vedic and Brahmanic religion and to the tradition of the Brahma Vihara meditations. Both Brahmanic religion and the practice of the forms of meditation known as the four Brahma Viharas are older than Buddhism. They belong to different sides of the renunciation controversy, the former con, the latter pro. By analyzing the relationship of early Buddhism to each of these longer-standing traditions, we shall develop further the argument that Buddhism operated essentially from the standpoint of a cultus. Firstly, we shall show how Buddhism draws upon many of the Brahmanical cultic concepts in order to communicate its own doctrines. Secondly, we shall show how the paccekabuddha is intimately bound up with the Brahma Vihara tradition of spirituality. The texts of the main Nikaya period indicate that the Brahma Viharas were the highest expression of spirituality available in the pre-Sakyamuni dispensation. It is a point of view which stands in prima facie contradiction to the doctrine that paccekabuddhas, ascetics regarded by Buddhist tradition to be enlightened, existed immediately prior to the time of Sakyamuni. One of the purposes of this chapter is to draw attention to this apparent anomaly and endeavor to explain how the two mutually inconsistent affirmations came into existence. The chapter has been parceled into 4 distinct sections. The first examines early Buddhism's relationship to the Brahmanic tradition. The second looks at the Brahma Viharas and their relationship to Brahmanism. The third at Buddhism's own relationship to the Brahma Vihara tradition. And the fourth section draws together the various themes of the book. The paccekabuddha as an exponent of Iti, as the proto-sramana, and as an adept of the Brahma Viharas, and shows how together, as a totality, they enable us to make sense of the classical Buddhist doctrine that the paccekabuddha does not teach Dhamma. In the course of our discussion, we shall attempt to demonstrate that there is a gradual shift and development in soteriological perspective as we move from one form of religious ideology to another. The pattern of development is indicated by the following table. Each new phase represents both a critique and an extension of the previous soteriology. Tradition practice salvific goal, Vedic and Brahmanic sacrificial ritual, Loka and Svarga Loka, Proto-Sramana Pravrajya and Brahma Viharas Brahma Loka, later Sramana, Buddhist, the Buddha and his Dhamma Nibbana. Historically, Phase B is the rudimentary link between Buddhism and Brahmanism. It comprises both the earliest expression of a critique of Brahmanism and represents the formative phase in the formation of the new tradition of Buddhism itself. It is to this intermediate phase that the figure of the paccekabuddha belongs, Buddhism's relationship to the Brahmanic tradition, Vedic and Brahmanic conceptions of the world. In this section, we draw chiefly upon the extensive work of Gonda and Heisterman for our analysis of the Vedic picture of the world. According to this picture, being is defined by mobility. Spatial movement from a fixed point or center to a surrounding or outlying area is considered an inexorable condition of existence. Such movement is, however, regarded as hazardous because it entails physical and psychological change and disturbance. It is the function of religious ritual to minimize and allay these hazards. The name for the areas of space which have to be traversed when a being sets out from a fixed point or center is disse, regions, directions of space. The optimum number of disses is 10, the 8 points of the compass plus the nadir and zenith. Together, these disses represent the totality of space, or the entire cosmos, and therefore all the possible directions in which a being can move. Individual beings aim to navigate a safe passage along these disses. A person's safe passage is assisted by acquiring or obtaining what are called lokas, worlds, heavens. Loka originally meant a glade, an opening in a forest, a space in which movement is possible. Lokas therefore function as radii or corridors along the disses. Obtaining them assures a person's foothold or stability, pratistha, during his movement, affording him safety, abhaya, from the hazards of natural existence. It seems that the oldest method of obtaining these lokas was by political might or force. By conquering, Jayati, an area of land, one acquired a sphere of space, loka, in which one could then move freely and safely. The cosmic notion of a loka may therefore have developed out of the practical enterprise of obtaining access to land by power and might. Those among the Vedic pioneers who obtained land were referred to as kshatriya, from ksatra meaning might, dominion. Since the kshatriyas were the most powerful secular element within Vedic society, hence the prominence of Indra in the early Ard Veda, a comprehensive framework of religious rituals, the Vedic Shraddha rites, were constructed to assist them in the realization of their ambitions. This can be illustrated by reference to the two sraddha rites known as mounting the quarters of space, digvyastapanam, and offerings of the quarters of space, disam avestaya, which figure in one of the most impressive soma ceremonies, the Rajasuya. Heasterman writes, the two ceremonies represent the two joints in the eternal cyclical process of rising to the zenith and descending to the earth. Having gone ritually through these two terminal stations, the sacrificer secures his safe journey along the road to heaven and back to the earth. Of the sacrificer or patron of the sacrifice, Yajamana, who performs the first rite, Heasterman says, through this rite, he ascends to the zenith. He wins the quarters of space or the seasons, thus mastering the whole of the universe in respect to space as well as to time. The universe is divided into 4 parts, with its center as the 5th highest quarter, zenith, which encompasses the whole. The heaven is the quarters of space, diso vai svargoloka. Thus, by performing the 5th step, the sacrificer appropriates the whole universe. The design or construction of the sacrificial apparatus for the performance of these rites is as follows. The 3 spheres, earth, atmosphere, and heaven, svargaloka, are signified by the use of a platform set upon a sacrificial post. A ladder leans against the post, and at the top of the post is fixed a wooden wheel which can be turned. In the course of the ceremony, the Yajamana mounts the platform, ascends the ladder, turns the wheel. The wheel is said to be the Vajra, weapon, and by turning it to the right with his hand, he wins the quarters of the universe and descends again. This ascent and descent by the Yajamana signifies a journey taken from one loka to another and back again. The successful enactment of this rite ensures that his real-life journey will be accomplished successfully. Another key concept in the Vedic view of reality is that of fettering. To acquire a loka means that one can move freely and safely, but to be without a loka is to find oneself fettered, bound, restricted, bandhana. This, again, seems to be a notion that originated within an aggrandizing context. The gods were afraid of the Rajanya, king, when he was born. While still within the womb, they fettered him with a bond. The warrior is thus born fettered. If he were not fettered, he would continually slay his enemies. One of the objects of religious ritual, however, is to liberate the ruler from these fetters so that he may fulfill his function as ruler and extend his conquests and sphere of sovereignty. In the transition from the Vedic to the post-Vedic era, 3 significant changes took place in the conception of the world. The concept of loka was simplified by reducing their number. Safety in one's post-mortem, as well as in one's present existence, became a central concern, e.g., obtaining a svargaloka. The efficacious power came no longer to reside directly in the sacrifice yajna, but in the knowledge of how the sacrifice worked. The power inherent in the sacrifice came to be transferred from the rite itself to the agent who performed the rite, the supreme officiant of the rite, the Brahmana one who possesses the Brahman or truth power. In time, the Brahmana acquired a monopolistic hold on the interpretation and performance of Shraddha rites. This meant they could not be performed without his supervision. To obtain his services, the Yajamana had to provide him with an offering or gift dakshina. The Brahmana distributed the dakshina among the officiants of the ceremony, e.g., the Udgat, Agnidra, Advaryu, with himself at the head of priority. The dakshina could consist of cattle, gold, land, even whole villages and kingdoms in some cases, depending on the wealth of the Yajamana and the precise nature and significance of the sacrifice. Nevertheless, it is important to appreciate that the offering was, strictly speaking, not to be understood as obligatory. It was not a fee, as the word is sometimes translated, but a voluntary gift. It was understood as a token of gratitude or appreciation directed to the Brahmana on behalf of the Yajamana and signified the presence of a subjective element, i.e., sraddha in the proceedings. We may compare this with the function of the daksina in Buddhist meriteening, which also involves a subjective element, the almsgiver's positive confidence pasada in the mendicant. Here, the mendicant bhikkhu, muni, is equivalent to the brahmana as deserved recipient of the gift. Buddhist use of Brahmanic conceptions. Buddhism also has its conceptual counterpart to the Brahmanic Digvyastapanam rite. This rite, we have seen, enables the yajamana to master the whole of the universe in respect to space and time. Here, the counterpart to the yajamana is the muni figure of the early Nikayas, who, we showed in Chapter 1, succeeds in transcending space and time. In Brahmanic religion, the yajamana obtains freedom from fetters through the performance of sacrificial ritual. By contrast, freedom from the fetters in Buddhism comes by renouncing the household life and its attendant duties. We noticed in the Isijili Sutta that paccekabuddhas are themselves defined as freed from all fetters, sabasa fagatigate. We noticed too the prominence given to fettering concepts in the Kaggavisana Sutta. The symbolically enacted journey from one loka to another in Brahmanical ritual is described in terms of the concept of bringing across or crossing over. Hence, Agni, the sacrificial fire which joins heaven to earth, is said in the Arj Veda to be our means of crossing over. In the Punakamanavapucha Sutta, however, the Buddha explicitly rejects the Brahmanic belief that jnana enables one to cross over tarati, birth and aging. This same notion of tarati is of central importance in Pāli Buddhism, where it signifies the process of becoming an Arya Pugala or Savaka, a person who has entered the path destined to enlightenment, or the crossing from the Lokiya worldly to the Lokutara supraworldly realms. In the Sabbiya Sutta, the Buddha Kwa Muni carries others across the stream of samsara. In response to this act, the devotee declares, "You have carried me across Mamataresi." The Pāli word patithita is often used in an equivalent sense to the Brahmanic term pratistha, foothold, where the yajamana is said to gain a foothold in a loka. Hence, in Buddhist usage, one who enters upon the noble path Arya Magga is described as firmly established in the Dhamma Danune Patithito. The Buddha is himself said to be a patithapitar, one who establishes the many folk in the Aryan method, Bahuno Janasa Aryanaye Patithapita, whereas the Buddha's chief disciple, Sariputta, on a certain occasion establishes Patithati, a person in the inferior Hina realm, i.e., the Brahmaloka, by teaching him the way to companionship with Brahmanam Sahavyataya Mago through the cultivation of the Brahma Viharas. The idea of standing firmly thaletitati seems also to be a distinctive feature of the Muni concept. The world is completely unsubstantial. All regions are unstable. Samantam asaro loco, disa saba samarita, but a Muni deviates not from truth. He is a Brahmana who stands on firm ground. Having renounced everything, he is called tranquil indeed, Saka avokama muni thaletitati brahmano sabain, so panasa jasave santo ti vukedi. Notice here the implicit adoption of Brahmanic metaphysical imagery. The world is unstable, but the Brahmana obtains a foothold. Tranquility Santo stands in opposition to the shaken Samarita cosmos, whereas in the Shraddha rites, the Yajamana renounces, i.e., makes a daksina of some of his wealth or property. The Muni renounces everything. In other words, he affects the counterpart of the highest form of sacrifice. In Vedic tradition, there are two means of achieving control over the universe: physical conquest and religious power, Ksatra lordly power and Brahman holy power. These two means became combined in the single conception of the religious sacrificial rite. The sacrificial rite is therefore a composition of two basic ideologies, that of the Brahmana and the Rajan. The reason why kingly themes and motifs were a dominant feature of sacrificial imagery is twofold. In the first place, the king is the embodiment of the ideal man, since it is his sovereign task to conquer and rule. This viewpoint is reflected in ancient mythology, where the gods succeed in conquering the Asuras only after electing themselves a king. Secondly, kings feature as the main yajamanas because they are the most prosperous gatasri among men and have the most to gain or lose. It is therefore understandable that the Rajan should come to serve as the prototype for the conception of the yajamana. The successful functioning of the sacrifice, which provides the religious basis to the stability and ordered regularity of the universe, depends on both the patron and the brahmana officiant. The priest and king together uphold the laws and activities of the world. Sacrificial ritual brought together the two antithetical elements of brahmana and kshatriya, sacred and profane, into a symbiotic relationship. Hopkins writes, "The king only by being united with the holy power, Brahma, becomes divine, and is, as it were, Brahmanized, made one with the Brahmin, to whom, as his domestic priest, he is literally wedded in the words of the marriage ritual." Priest and king swear mutual fidelity, and thus the king becomes lord of the whole earth and guardian of the law. This unification of the Brahmana and the Rajan, affected by the sacrifice yajna, is expressed in the image of an individual corporal man. The yajamana is the trunk of the sacrifice, the officiants the limbs atmavayajnasha yajamano, nganyir tavija. The same Brahmana further states that the ideal man, Prajapati, is sacrifice, for he created it in his own image. The integral complementarity of Brahmana and Kshatriya is articulated even more plainly in the later Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Verily, in the beginning this world was Brahma, one only. Being one, he was not developed. He created still further a superior form, the Kshatrahood, even those who are Kshatra, rulers among the gods, Indra, Varuna, Soma, Rudra, Parjanya, Yama, Mityu, Asana. Therefore, there is nothing higher than Kshatra. Therefore, at the Rajasuya ceremony, the Brahmin sits below the Kshatriya. Upon Kshatrahood alone does he confer this honor. The same thing, namely Brahmanhood, Brahma, is the source, yoni, of Kshatrahood. Therefore, even if the king attains supremacy, he rests finally upon Brahmanhood as his own source. So whoever injures him, i.e. a Brahmin, attacks his own source. He fares worse in proportion as he injures himsati, one who is better. In this passage, it is the Kshatriya who attains supremacy, paramata, that is, who realizes transcendence. But he owes that transcendence solely to Brahman, which alone is transmitted to him through the person of the Brahmana. Because Brahman is the Kshatriya's source, yoni, and can only be derived from the Brahmana, his existence is a derived one. He cannot be said to be self-become, svayambhu. In this same passage, it is also to be noticed that the relationship of the Kshatriya to the Brahmana is characterized by the concept of ahimsa, non-injury. The Brahmana's livelihood and raison d'etre as mediator of Brahman means that his own existence depended as much on retaining the confidence of the Kshatriya as the latter's ostensible realization of his role depended on the Brahmana. It is this aspect of the Brahmana's dependence which makes the notion of the Kshatriya renouncing his dharmic role such anathema to him. For it signifies loss of confidence in himself as a mediator of religious values and ultimately threatens his own redundancy. If the proper behavior of the Kshatriya to the Brahmana constitutes ahimsa, then Kshatriya renunciation must be characterized as an abrogation of ahimsa, and is tantamount to the perpetration of a form of himsa, injury, upon the Brahmana. Renunciation, pravraja, therefore can technically be construed a form of Brahmanacide. The phenomenon of Kshatriya renunciation can be symbolically interpreted as a case of withdrawing ahimsa from the Brahmana and applying it in another direction, thereby making possible an altogether wider ethical notion of ahimsa. Thus, the Brahmanas had their counterpart to the Shramanic concept of ahimsa, but it was restricted to the notion of the Kshatriya's duty to the priestly officiant of the sacrifice. It is important to see that in giving ahimsa a universal application, that is, an ethical significance, the Kshatriya achieves an identity of his own, svayambhu, a self-deriving quest for realization that no longer is attributable to a force outside of himself, the Brahmana. It is this shift of interpretation that is evidenced in the Jain story of King Nami's renunciation. In canonical sources, the Buddha is presented as a figure who reconciles within himself the antithetical elements of Brahmana, for he is knower or recipient of the truth power viz. Dhamma, and Rajan, as the royal Yajamana mounts the sacrificial ladder to turn the wheel and ritually conquer the quarters, the Buddha conquers the spiritual world by turning the wheel of Dhamma. Whereas the dualism of Brahmana and Rajan is presupposed within sacrificial ritual and is always there to threaten its efficacy, in the person of the Buddha, the two elements are dissolved into one. Within his corporate person, he embodies all the components integral to the successful functioning of the yajna. So far in this chapter, we have discerned three fundamental ways in which Buddhism adopted concepts functioning within Brahmanic and Vedic sacrificial rites and used them to present its own cultus. Firstly, the daksina, pidakina, is for the upkeep of the pabajita, that is, for the bhikkhu sangha instead of the brahmana. Secondly, the Dhamma, not the sacrificial ritual, serves as the foothold, patithita. Here the Buddha becomes the sacrificial fire, Agni, that carries across, Tarati, the supplicant. Thirdly, both the officiating Brahmana and the Yajamana par excellence are together integrated in the one person of the Buddha. It will be noticed that these three entities, the Sangha, the Dhamma, and the Buddha together comprise the Tiratana, three jewels of Buddhism. And it is precisely by taking refuge, sarana, in these that a lay person allies or identifies himself with the Buddhist cultus. In its beginnings, therefore, Buddhism represents its own cultus in such a way as to enter into direct competition with the cultus of Brahmanic religion. Buddhism's reorientation of Brahmanism. We have just indicated that one of the most important differences between Brahmanism and the Shramana tradition hinges upon the issue of the interpretation given to ahimsa, non-injury. We shall now see more specifically that the differences between Brahmanism and Buddhism itself also center around the ethic of ahimsa. In Pāli, the term avihimsa is the preferred form. Whereas the performance of Shraddha rites require the immolation of a victim, Buddhism stands opposed to the taking of life. However, Buddhism does not reject the principle of sacrifice, skyajna, piyana, per se as evidenced, for instance, in the Kuttadanda Sutta, but opposes the performance of Brahmanic sacrificial rites and denies their religious efficacy. The Buddhist tradition reinterprets jnana to mean obedience to the Buddha's own Dhamma, either as a lay follower, upasaka, or as a monk, bhikkhu. Insofar as Buddhism and Brahmanism together subscribe to the notion of sacrifice, but differ radically in their interpretation of it, it is important to grasp the different assumptions upon which these divergent interpretations are based. A principal function of Brahmanic sacrificial ritual is to counteract the inimical forces or hostile beings, Rakshasas, which inhabit the Disas. In Vedic mythology, Rakshasas are the archetypal enemies of man, in the same way that Asuras are viewed as the primordial enemies of the Devas. The Rakshasas threaten the well-being of man by subverting the yajna. By interfering in the sacrifice, they are said to undermine the overall stability of the Manushaloka, human world. The very name, Rakshasa, means that which is to be warded off. In the Digvyastapanam ceremony of the Rajasuya, the king reenacts an archaic myth in which Indra kicks off the head of Namuchi the Asura, knocks him over, and treads upon him with his foot. Rakshasas then emerge from the bulge caused by the pressure of his foot, and he, Indra, thereby beats off the fiends, the Rakshas. And in like manner this one, the king, thereby beats off the fiends, the Rakshas. This mythical motif shows that the cosmological picture is an integrated one. The Rakshasas, enemies of man, emanate from the Asuras, enemies of the Deva, as an added force in their struggle with the Devas. But Indra, the distinguished slayer of Vrtra, is triumphant and all-supreme since he conquers them and beats them off. Violence is a theme regularly connected with the Rakshasas. Since Rakshasas are conceived as inveterately injurious, injurious counterparts must be used to repel them. Thus the fire, Agni, of the sacrifice is said to destroy them, the blood of the victims to appease them, and they are vanquished by the might of the archetypal king, Indra. In Vedic cosmology, man is exposed to danger or hostility, Bhaya, which is personified by the Rakshasas. The way of counteracting these inimical forces is to use like against like, to destroy them before they can destroy you. This is in keeping with the Vedic notion of conquest as the paradigm of power. By contrast, Buddhism does not adopt the principle of violence to repel the dangerous and threatening Bhaya forces in the cosmos, but employs the principle of conciliation instead. This is the nature of the difference in presuppositions, which sets apart the Buddhist from the Brahmanic cultists. A major reason why a person undertakes paccekabuddha is to become extricated from the sorts of conditions and situations which impel one to injure and take life. We earlier mentioned that, according to the teaching of the Buddha, abandoning harming and dwelling friendly and compassionate to all creatures that have life, sabba panabhutahitanu kampi viharati, is the first of the many fruits of becoming a renouncer. In the Anguttara Nikaya, paccekabuddha is seen to be a direct alternative to offering sacrifices yajna, showing that they were mutually exclusive of one another. We may also remind ourselves that in the Dalhanami legend, the convention of paccekabuddha is the crucial factor in staving off anarchy and the breakdown of society. The governance of Dhamma continues only if the council of the Rajisi, the royal renouncer, is heeded. To summarize, the institution of renunciation paccekabuddha is the method Buddhism uses to mitigate the play of inimical forces in the world. Paccekabuddha ensures that the adept does no harm to others. We are about to show how the Brahmaviharas complement paccekabuddha by ensuring that a person is not harmed by others. The Brahmaviharas. Whereas it has been seen that yajna operates on the assumption that force repels force, like is used against like, the Brahmavihara meditations work on the entirely different assumption that hostility should be met and assuaged with loving kindness, metta, etc. We now propose to show that they represent a direct counterpart of the Brahmanic yajna, both as a method of transcending dangers and as a salvific scheme. In order to do this, we must examine the practice of the Brahmaviharas as a type of meditational technique and attainment. In the first place, it is to be noticed they comprise a form of meditation which is trans-sectarian. According to Rhys Davids, sayings on 3 of the Brahmaviharas Maitri, Karunya and Upekkha are found in the early Upanishads and in the Mahabharata. They also feature in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. The Jains possess a similar procedure with some slight variation in 2 of the 4 recognized components, Maitri, Karunya, Pramoda, a cognitive mudita, and madhyastha non-attachment. The Brahmaviharas themselves are identified as dispositions of mind or volitional states, siddhabhavana. The Nikayas enumerate 4, metta loving kindness, karuna compassion, mudita sympathy, and upekkha equanimity. These mind states may be cultivated collectively or individually. One who cultivates them creates an abode vihara in which he abides viharati in the appropriate mind state, hence metta vihara, etc. Cultivating a Brahma vihara involves the process of permeating, suffusing, pervading farati, the 4 quarters, i.e. sabaloka, with the appropriate characteristic of mind siddha. Here the mind of the adept functions like a force field. In the case of metta, for example, a force field of protection is created. The range of this force is said to be far-reaching vipula, widespread mahagata, and unlimited apamana. It permeates farati, the will of those upon whom it acts, so that they are constrained to respond non-aggressively. The classic example of this in Buddhist legend is the story of the Buddha using metta to quieten and pacify Nalagiri, the wild elephant. Finally, it should be noted that the permeating farati and abiding viharati technique makes the Brahma Viharas a category of jhana. Accordingly, a situation of solitude padasalana is an important condition for their cultivation. The Brahma Viharas may be said to operate on the principle of avihimsa, refraining from injury as distinct from vihimsa, the principle by which the sacrifice repels the Rakshasas. Among the four Viharas, metta receives most prominence. It occurs more often by itself than any of the other three, and appears to be the only one among them having an active protective function. Metta expresses itself as compassion, anukampa. With a mind of unlimited metta, he shows compassion everywhere, to all the inhabitants of the triple world. According to canonical teaching, metta alone of the four Brahma Viharas leads to rebirth in the Brahma Loka. Karuna Vihara leads to rebirth among the Abhasara deities, Mudita Vihara among the Subhakinha deities, and Upeka Vihara among the Vehapala deities. It may therefore be the case that the practice of metta itself is older than the collective notion of the four Brahma Viharas. If this is so, we have a rather interesting form of parallelism existing between our theory of the relationship of Nimi to the other three kings who become paccekabuddhas and the relationship of metta to the other three Brahma Viharas. Both metta by itself and the Brahma Viharas collectively can be seen to function as the counterpart of yajna on three distinct fronts: protectively, salvifically, and ethically. We have chosen to cite a passage from the Metta Vagga of the Anguttara Nikaya to illustrate all three functions. The Metta Vagga passage consists of three parts. The first part lists the good consequences anasamsa of developing metta. The second part states the salvific function of metta. And the third contrasts metta with the Brahmanic religious ideal. Metta protects in the following ways. One sleeps happy. One wakes up happy. One has no nightmares. One is beloved Piya among humans Manusa. One is beloved Piya among non-humans Amanusa. One is protected Rakanti by Deva. Fire, poison, and sword do not affect one. If one does not penetrate further Uttaram, become an arahant, then one attains the Brahma Loka. One composes one's mind quickly. One's countenance becomes serene, mukhavyano vipassidati. One dies unbewildered. Metta saves in the following ways. For the one who sets his mind to developing unlimited apamana metta, the fetters samyojana are loosened, the end to rebirth upadhi is seen. If one, pure-minded, develops metta toward just one creature, then one is good kusali. So if one's mind is compassionate anukampi toward all creatures, one makes abounding merit punna. Metta is intended to replace Brahmanic sacrifice. The Rajisis, having conquered the earth, go around sacrificing Yajamanananupariyaya, the Asvamedha, Purusamedha, Samyaprasa, Vajapaya, Nirargala. These are not worth 1/16 the practice of developing metta, like the moon outshines all the stars. One who neither kills or causes others to kill, who neither conquers or causes others to conquer, regards all living things with metta. He has hate veram for no one. It may be noticed that 7 out of the 11 good consequences of practicing metta belong to the theme of freedom from bhaya or himsa. They are the sorts of results which in Brahmanism yajna is expected to achieve. The 6th good consequence, protection by devas, echoes the Vedic myth in which Indra drives away the Rakshasas. Since paccekabuddhas practice metta, and one of their most distinctive characteristics is pasadika serenity, it is not without interest to observe that one of the consequences of metta here is a serene countenance. We must note, too, that the king is here represented as the chief patron of sacrifice, and that metta is asserted to be a direct alternative to the performance of Brahmanic ritual. The expression having conquered the earth, satasandam pathavim vijetva lit, transl, having conquered the world of creatures, and the choice of the term anupariyaya, which denotes the continual use of sacrifices, together imply that kings are the principal perpetrators of himsa. Firstly, by the secular act of conquest. Secondly, by animal sacrifice, which sanctions and sustains their power. Part C of this passage is of particular importance to our general argument, for 2 reasons. In the first instance, it provides evidence of a thematic link between metta and kingship. The objective is the same as the Brahmana-sized notion of the king or prototype Yajamana, universal dominion, but the method is different: conquest without violence. Secondly, as we shall shortly show, the doctrine of metta is older than Buddhism itself, and therefore may be seen to represent a bridge between the Brahmanic conception of the ideal king, i.e. Rajarsi, the patron of Shrauta ritual, and the Buddhist notion of the ideal king Rajisi as the mainstay and upholder of Dhamma. Beside the Brahma Vihara meditations, another important source of protection for Buddhists is the use of the paritta. A paritta consists of nothing other than a formalizing or ritualizing of the principle of metta. Words spoken by the Buddha or by paccekabuddhas, viz. Isigili Sutta, or words to which he gives his sanction, are formally recited by Buddhists, principally bhikkhus. The association of these words with the Buddha or paccekabuddha affords protection against an impending misfortune or danger. These words, sometimes the length of an entire sutta, are called paritta. They operate in a similar fashion to the act of truth, sakkakirya, discussed in Chapter 2. Another term for paritta is rakhamanta, a mantra of protection, a concept which has an equivalent in Brahmanic religion. Certain mantras of the Atharva Veda, for instance, are known as raksa mantras. A comparison of the way one of these works with the way the Khanda Paritta works reveals the contrasting assumptions on which they operate. In the Atharva Veda mantra, the snakes in the 6 regions, Dissa, are implored to be kind and gracious unto us and bless us. The Buddhist Khanda Paritta is also directed at the problem of dangerous snakes. The formula that is recited consists of a profession of metta towards the 4 types of snake corresponding to the 4 regions, as well as towards other animals and insects, with an entreaty that they should not harm the reciter. The purpose of this particular paritta is to protect bhikkhus against snake bites, etc., when forest dwelling. It is to be noticed that the Atharva Veda and Buddhist mantras differ in one important respect. The former simply invokes the snakes to be kind to the reciter, whereas the paritta makes an affirmation of metta towards the snakes, etc., prior to invoking their kindness. In the case of the paritta, the initiative or power to create a situation of safety, abhaya, and well-being lies with the reciter. By his identification with the word of the Buddha, the reciter has power over these creatures, but the reciter of the Atharva Veda mantra is ultimately reliant on the goodwill of the creature invoked. The Upanishadic concept of the salvific goal. We have seen that in Brahmanical Shrauta ritual, the Yajamana acquires a loka or lokas that afford him the security and stability to which he aspires. In the ensuing Upanishadic period, the ideal of security and stability becomes synonymous with the attainment of one loka in particular, the Brahmaloka. We shall now consider how this concept first emerged within the post-Vedic tradition. We have already indicated that in the post-Vedic era, religious cosmology developed an increasing concern with the well-being of the post-mortem person. One of the prime concerns of the Yajamana came to be the desire to obtain a punya loka, or entry to a svarga loka, after his death. The punya loka, as the term indicates, is acquired through the accumulation of merit, which comes predominantly from the observance of sacrificial ritual. A svarga loka was a place inhabited by the gods, and since the gods were regarded as the source of protection against, for instance, the Rakshasas, they epitomized safety and permanence. To share the world of the gods, therefore, was a way of assuring direct access to such permanent safety, abhayam. Consequently, the supreme religious objective was the obtaining of access to the loka of the gods in one's post-mortem existence, a goal made possible by following the correct ritual procedures. Upanishadic ideology marked the emergence of a different means than sacrificial ritual to obtain a similar object or goal. It is not within our province here to investigate how far Upanishadic thought was a development out of sacrificial ritual, or how far its development is attributable to non-Aryan influences. But we do observe that its frame of reference or cosmology was essentially the same as that of the Brahmanas. Obtaining the Brahmaloka was the summum bonum of the Upanishadic seer, as the Svargaloka was the summum bonum of the ritualist. Both were places inhabited by gods or god Brahma, and both signified a condition of permanence, viz. Amrita, according to their own terms of reference. The use of Brahmaloka instead of Svargaloka to represent the Paramaloka, supreme goal, would seem to have to do with Brahman being a power concept, truth power, and with the idea that Brahman must be present for a project or enterprise to be rendered effective. So, for example, in Srauta ritual, the rite achieves its efficacy when the Yajamana is, ritually, reborn, a pure Brahmana. Here, the official Brahmana serves as the repository of Brahman, out of which the Yajamana is reborn. Insofar as Brahman was required for the complete efficacy of the yajna, the Upanishadic seers realized that it was the key which gave access to all reality. Hence the knowledge, jnana, of Brahman is the performing of the yajna. Whosoever, knowing this, performs this sacrifice. Consequently, Brahma comes to represent both the goal, viz. Brahmaloka, and the means, viz. Brahmacarya. It is important to understand that in Brahmanical sacrificial theory, the Yajamana's fate is wholly determined by the success or otherwise of the ritual. The ritual, as it were, carries or bears Bibharti, him, and this is why it is vital it should be performed correctly. Just as the Yajamana achieves his salvific objective through an exact identification of the ritual with the real cosmos by symbolically enacting in the ritual what he hopes to achieve in reality, so the Upanishadic seer achieves his aim by discerning and effecting a similar correspondence between his self and the actual cosmos. We, therefore, have the following set of parallels. Agent, Yajamana, Atman, Upanishadic seer. Means, yajna creates punya, dhyana creates jnana. End, Svargaloka, Devaloka, Brahmaloka, Atman, Brahman. The idea of a situation of permanent safety, whether it be obtained through meditation, jhana, or through ritual performance, yajna, is synonymous with the idea of being able to move, karat, safely and freely in all lokas. He who sees this, who thinks this, who understands this. He is sovereign, svarat. He moves at pleasure, kamakara, in all lokas. But they who think differently from this have others for their rulers, anya rajanas. They have perishable lokas. They are unable to move at pleasure in all lokas. In the Upanishads, freedom of movement, e.g., through the disas, and the acquisition of secure lokas remains the same objective as for Brahmanic ritual, but the secure base or foothold, pratistha, has been assimilated to the holistic notion of Brahman or Atman. Thus, the attainment of complete freedom from danger is signified by access to the Brahmaloka. Only they, i.e., the Brahmacarans, possess that Brahmaloka. They move at pleasure in all loka. The Upanishads and the Brahmaviharas. The doctrine of the Brahmaviharas within the Buddhist Nikayas suggests definite parallels with Upanishadic teaching. The cultivation of either metta itself or the Brahmaviharas collectively leads to rebirth in the Brahmaloka. They are a form of dhyana, Pāli jhana, as we have already noted, and they enable the adept to move safely in each of the four quarters, Katudisa. In fact, the sense given here to vihara closely parallels the Vedic meaning of loka, as that which acts as a pocket or sphere of protection. Where they do happen to differ quite significantly from the Upanishads is in their critique of traditional Brahmanic religion. The Mundaka Upanishad, for instance, demotes the accomplishments of sacrificial ritual, karma, to a secondary status, namely the attainment of perishable worlds, Ksinaloka, as distinct from the imperishable, Aksara, Brahman, or Purusa. Consequently, it is said that the ritualists, having enjoyed the high place of heaven won by good deeds, enter again this world or a still lower one. Ritual is not fully rejected, but merely relegated by establishing a hierarchical or priority system in which men are deluded and ignorant if they regard sacrifices and works of merit as the most important, versus the goal. By contrast, metta in Buddhism functions as a direct counterpart that altogether excludes sacrificial rites. Buddhism's relationship to the Brahma-Vihara tradition. Having ascertained that the Brahma-Viharas parallel the Brahmanic religious scheme, but operate on the contrasting assumption of avihimsa, we now suggest that they represent an important aspect of the Buddhistic tradition prior to the advent of Sakyamuni. A combination of factors can be adduced in support of this contention. First and foremost, on the basis of evidence provided by the Nikayas, the Brahma-Viharas antedate the time of Sakyamuni. In addition, the Brahma-Vihara's close association with the figures of the paccekabuddha, the Akakaran, and the muni is suggestive of their antiquity. Having a pre-Sakyamuni identity means that they are superseded by the Buddha's teaching, which comprises a superior soteriology. Albeit the Buddha recognizes them as an authentic form of spiritual practice and accommodates them within his own scheme of teaching. In view of these historical facts, the Brahma-Viharas came to occupy an equivocal status within Buddhism. When practiced outside the knowledge of the Buddha's own teaching, their salvific value is regarded by Buddhists as singularly limited. But when practiced in conjunction with his own teaching, they serve as an agency, either directly or indirectly, of transcendence. We shall therefore aim to clarify the relationship of the Brahma-Vihara meditations historically and doctrinally to early Buddhism by examining the subject in greater detail. Our chief purpose in so doing is to provide further evidence in support of the thesis that early Buddhism operated essentially from the standpoint of a cultus, centering on the uniqueness of the person and teaching of Sakyamuni. The final part of this discussion will prove to be the longest. It is concerned with highlighting those criteria in Buddhism which determine whether a form of religious practice is conducive to transcendence, ending rebirth, or not, and with showing what can and cannot be regarded as authentic sasana instruction. As already indicated, the Nikayas consistently represent the Brahma-Vihara meditations as a form of ascetico-religious practice that existed before the advent of the Buddha. For example, they report the ancient figure of King Makadev of Videha, according to Buddhist tradition, the founding father of renunciation, as one who practiced the Brahma-Viharas. Passages in the Digha Nikaya mention two additional mythical figures of the past, King Sudarsana and Govinda, as having practiced them too. It is noteworthy that these three personalities feature in early Jataka tales, where each is identified as the Buddha in one of his former existences. This can be taken as evidence that Buddhist tradition wanted to associate itself integrally with the older tradition of the Brahma-Viharas. The Nikayas also list the individual names of a group of ascetics, Tirthakaras, from the past whose sole distinguishing feature is the practice and teaching of metta or karuna, leading to rebirth in the Brahma Loka. Their description reads, 6 famous teachers from the past who observed non-harm were sweet-smelling, liberated through pity, having traversed the fetter of desire. Quenching the passion of desire, they achieved the Brahma Loka. We note yet again how this passage confirms the link between non-harm, ahimsa, and the practice of the Brahma-Vihara meditations. In addition to being older than Buddhism and yet practiced by the Buddhists themselves, the Brahma-Viharas were also cultivated and taught by non-Buddhist contemporaries of Sakyamuni, those known canonically as wanderers of other views, Anyatithya Paribhajaka. We shall explore the implication of this fact in a moment. That the teaching of Sakyamuni was considered by his followers to represent a new and unique form of gnosis is shown by the conclusions to the Majjhima and Digha Nikaya versions of the Makadeva and Govinda legends. These clearly stipulate that the Brahmacharya of the Buddha, namely the doctrine of the Noble Eightfold Path, Aryo Athangiko Mago, is an unprecedented teaching and the only means to the realization of Nibbana. This affirmation is the culmination of discourses specifically about the Brahma Viharas, and its purpose is to make it absolutely clear that no one should mistakenly construe these meditations in themselves to be a sufficient vehicle of salvation. Nevertheless, the Buddha saw fit to incorporate them into his own scheme of spiritual practice, and thereupon recommended them both to his own bhikkhus and to other ascetics, such as the Tevijja Brahmanas, learned in the threefold Veda. From the Tevijja Sutta, it appears that this branch of the Brahmanic tradition had no knowledge of these meditations. A not unexpected discovery, if our earlier analysis is correct, that the Brahma Viharas arose outside of Brahmanism. We shall now proceed to summarize the Buddha's teaching on how to be reborn in the company of the Brahma gods, viz. Brahma Loka Sahavyata, as it is given in the Tevijja Sutta. We do this for two specific reasons. To show that the practice of developing the Brahma Vihara meditations is the culmination of a series of graduated steps of training, and to draw attention to the fact that this training involves characteristics which traditionally come within the categories of Buddhist sila, morality, or samadhi, meditation, rather than panna, insight. The Sutta teaches that the first step for the Buddhist novitiate is hearing the Dhamma and having faith, sada, in the Tathagata. The second step is to become a renouncer, pabajita. This is followed by the practice of the lesser morality, kula silam. Then comes a sense of joy, sukha. The remaining stages are characteristics of samadhi, guarding the doors of the senses, indriyesu gutadvaro hoti, mindfulness and attentiveness, sati sampajana, contentment, santutta, retirement to seclusion, vivitam senasanam. Then the 5 hindrances, panka nivarana, are abandoned. In the penultimate stage, the entire body is filled with peace and joy, pittisukha. Finally, the Brahma Viharas themselves are cultivated. This is the full extent of the Buddha's teaching on this particular occasion. It is taught that rebirth in the Brahma Loka comes by reason of cultivating those attributes possessed by the god Brahma, namely avarasita, a mind free from hate, avyapajasita, a disposition not to injure, asamkilitasita, an undefiled mind, and vasavati, self-mastery. Clearly, these are the particular attributes which give rise to the expression Brahma Loka Sahavyata, companionship of the Brahma world. The basic principle behind the teaching is unification, samsanda, by means of correspondence or likeness, sameti. One achieves entry to the Brahma Loka by adopting the characteristics of the god Brahma. We would remind ourselves that a similar operative principle governs the thinking behind Shraddha rites. The Yajamana becomes divine by unification with the Brahmana, who embodies Brahman. The Brahma Viharas functionally resemble Brahmanic yajna, but operate instead upon the assumption of the spiritual potency of the Ahimsa ethic. If it is the case that the Brahma Viharas antedate Buddhism, yet became incorporated within Buddhism, then we would expect some evidence of this situation to be apparent in the representation of the figure of the paccekabuddha, a predecessor of Buddhism too. In order to establish whether or not this is so, we shall need to refer again to certain passages and personalities discussed earlier. The Majjhima Nikaya version of the story of King Makadeva of Videha, the monarch who founded renunciation, has a thematic association with the Paccekabuddha because it belongs within the Nimi complex of legends. This version points to the existence of a connection between the custom of renunciation, the practice of the Brahmavihara meditations, and a belief in the attainment of rebirth in the Brahma Loka. It also implies that this nexus of beliefs and practices originated in the region of Videha. The legendary figure of Makadevav serves as the important link between the 3 variables of the Brahma Viharas, renunciation and the region of Videha. We now turn to the place of the Brahma Viharas within the Kaggavisana Sutta, which allegedly contains utterances of Paccekabuddhas. This sutta is observed to open with the subject of renunciation and to finish on the theme of the Brahma Viharas. In other words, it is structured in such a way as to conform with the notion of pre-Buddhistic spirituality typified in the Mahadeva era as outlined above. The sutta is replete with expressions which imply the practice of the Brahma Viharas and their conceptual basis. He goes where he wishes. He is a man of the four regions and not hostile, being contented with whatever happens, a fearless overcomer of dangers. Like the wind, he is not caught in a net. In the commentarial tales illustrating these verses, paccekabuddhas are identified as the principal practitioners of these meditations. To take one salient example, the king of Varanasi offers hospitality to 4 paccekabuddhas. Unaware of their true identity, he asks whom they are. They reply, "We are called those of the 4 regions." King, what does it mean, those of the 4 regions? Paccekabuddhas, there is no danger or anxiety anywhere in the 4 regions. King, why is there no danger for you? We develop loving kindness, compassion, sympathy, and equanimity. That is why there is no danger. The king then draws a comparison between sacrifice and the Brahma Viharas, in view of the fact that they are both intended to dispel danger. He declares that praise the slaughter of several thousands of beings, and therefore attempt to purify the impure by the impure. However, samanas, he observes, are different. They purify the impure by the pure. Another passage from the commentaries refers to someone going on to become a paccekabuddha after having first developed metavihara. King Brahmadatta of Varanasi became disgusted with military activity owing to the killing and the carnage that it involves. Instead, he decided to develop the meditation on metta. Using this as a jhanic support, he came to thoroughly understand the sankharas and to attain the knowledge of enlightenment. Clearly, paccekabuddhas are conceived by Buddhist tradition as closely connected with the practice of metta and the other Brahma Viharas. The equivocal status of the Brahma Viharas in Nikaya doctrine. We have tried to provide some indication that the Nikayas teach a soteriological distinction between practicing the Brahma Viharas from within the Buddhist cultus and practicing them outside it. Given the existence of this particular doctrine, we propose to ask why such a distinction should have held currency. In seeking a solution to this question, we shall need to further address ourselves to the subject of the historical relationship between Buddhism and the Brahma Viharas. Since the doctrine maintains that this set of meditations can function as a vehicle or agency of transcendence when cultivated in the proper context or under the requisite conditions, then we are intent on explaining the mechanism by which this becomes possible. Here, it will be seen, the Buddha's own teaching turns out to be the crucial catalyst that transmutes these meditations into agencies of transcendence. 2 passages in particular, one from the Anguttara and the other from the Samyutta Nikaya, set out the distinction between the Brahma Viharas as practiced by non-Buddhists, e.g. the wanderers of other views, and as developed by disciples of the Buddha, i.e. Savakas. In the latter passage, a group of Buddhist monks become alarmed when they discover that the Brahma Vihara meditations are also cultivated by non-Buddhist ascetics. Their concern leads them to seek out the Buddha and question him about whether there is any difference between his own teaching and the teaching of other ascetics on the Brahma Viharas. In reply to their question, the Buddha explains that all who succeed in cultivating the Brahma Viharas, irrespective of their sectarian allegiance, qualify for rebirth as spontaneously born ones in one of the heavens. So, for example, success in the cultivation of Metavihara leads to rebirth as a Brahmakayika Deva. However, the Buddha is careful to point out that only disciples of the Buddha proceed onto parinibbana directly from their existence as Upapatikas. Here the Buddha is providing a description of the classical Buddhist category of the non-returner. Canonical Buddhism therefore instances the doctrine that it is not exclusively humans that attain nibbana, but that gods can too when they have achieved a certain status as a disciple in their preceding existence. The non-savaka, i.e. puthujjana, who cultivates the Brahma Viharas, however, is not just deprived of entry into parinibbana, but also is subject to further rebirth in lower existences as an animal or a peta. There are other Nikaya passages which refer to the Brahma Viharas as a positive spiritual accomplishment, but without remarking on this explicit distinction. These nevertheless presuppose the savaka status of the adept. Meanwhile, those passages which do allude to the distinction between savaka and puthujjana in respect of the practice of these meditations are careful to define that difference. So, for instance, the puthujjana is criticized for not appreciating the significance or seeing the implication of their practice. It is claimed that the object, highest attainment, outcome, and true fulfillment of the Brahma Viharas are beyond the puthujjana's scope. The only ones in whose scope they do lie are the Tathagata or Tathagata Savakas, or those who have heard it of them. Elsewhere, it says that among those who develop the Brahma Viharas, there are ones who have not heard, puthujjana, and ones who have heard, Suttavanto Savaka, leaving it quite apparent that the crucial difference resides in the cultic factor, whether a person has or has not heard and accepted the Buddha's teaching. In terms of further doctrinal elaboration, the difference consists in whether one develops the Brahma Viharas in association with the 7 limbs of enlightenment or develops them complemented by insight into the 3 marks of existence. In the former instance, each Brahma Vihara has its own individual category of spiritual realization, which it accomplishes. One who develops metta siddha-vimutti, freedom of mind through loving kindness, has as his highest attainment Paramasubha. One who cultivates karuna has the sphere of infinite space as his highest attainment. Mudita, the sphere of infinite consciousness, and Upekkha has the sphere of nothingness. Each of these attainments is understood to be consonant with the insight or freedom of mind, qualifying a person to be an anagamin. Elsewhere, it is said that the meditation on each of the Brahma Viharas should be practiced, mastered, made a support, matured, accumulated, and pursued for the purpose of producing Sito Vimutti. On those grounds, the meditations are seen as factors conducing to freedom. When, however, the Nikayas represent what the Brahma Viharas mean to the non-Buddhist wanderers, the notion of Vimutti or Sato Vimutti is noticeably absent. This would seem to be another way of characterizing the difference between the 2 kinds of adept. The disciple of the Buddha is the one who, in fact, makes the meditations into an instrument of freedom. Since the Brahma Viharas are acknowledged by the Nikayas to be pre-Buddhist as well as extra-Buddhist, it seems appropriate to describe their incorporation into Buddhist practice as a form of assimilation. Alternatively, it could be maintained that the Thai, they were a part of Buddhism's natural heritage, but not uniquely so. In this respect, they share the same ambiguous position as the phenomenon of Iti magic power, in that both are practiced by non-Buddhists as well as Buddhists. In view of these observations, the legitimated version of the Brahma Viharas, the doctrine of them in the Nikayas, must have constituted an amended or modified version of the original. This leads us to consider the question of why it should have been thought necessary to introduce this modification. A clue to the answer can be found by looking back at the Samyutta passage just cited. It will be recalled that some of the Buddha's bhikkhus encounter anatithi paribhijakas, who claim that there is no difference between their own doctrine, anusasana, and that of the Buddha, since they both promulgate the teaching of the Brahma Viharas. Evidently, these particular bhikkhus were unaware of the difference themselves, and, had it not been pointed out to them by the Buddha, we may suppose there would have been no reason for giving their allegiance exclusively to the Buddha in this regard. and examination of the Brahma Viharas in the Nikayas therefore leads us to conclude that the Buddhists superimposed their own doctrinal interpretation upon these meditations. This conclusion is reinforced by reference to the Makadeva Sutta, which seeks to show that they were an authentic part of Buddhism's own prehistory. In its own conclusion, the sutta implies the existence of two dispensations: the period inaugurated by King Makadeva qua the Bodhisattva, in which the practice of the Brahma Viharas was the highest attainment, having rebirth in the Brahma Loka as its consequence, and the period which superseded it, which was instigated by the Buddha with his teaching of the Eightfold Path, culminating in Nibbana. One issue yet to be resolved is how data which suggests the Brahma Viharas were the primary spiritual accomplishment prior to the advent of the Buddha can be reconciled with the doctrine of paccekabuddhas, which affirms that enlightened ascetics existed before the time of the Buddha. A possible resolution may be found by decoding the identity and significance of another mysterious group of figures occurring in the Nikayas, beings referred to as paccekabrahmas. We suggest that coincidence of the prefix pacceka in the terms paccekabuddha and paccekabrahma may here be much more than accidental. We shall argue that the existence of the two terms is an indication that an alteration took place in the definition of a summum bonum in the Buddhistic tradition. The summum bonum was first characterized by the locution Brahma, but in an attempt to extricate itself once and for all from Brahmanical associations, eventually came to be dropped and substituted by Nibbana. Paccekabrahmas are mentioned in the Samyutta and the Anguttara Nikayas as deities who inhabit the Brahma Loka. Three are mentioned by name: Tudu, Subrahma, and Sudavasa. The latter two are represented as disturbing Samveji, the illusions of a certain Brahma Deva who is infatuated with his own magic power, Idanubhava, and who regards himself as too superior to pay homage to the Buddha. They eventually succeed in persuading him to pay homage to the Buddha. The other named Paccekabrahma, Tudu, presents himself before a certain member of the Bhikkhu Sangha and rebukes him for slandering the Buddha's chief disciples, Sariputta and Mahamoggallana. In this particular story, the bhikkhu seems totally perplexed by the visitation, because Tudu the Paccekabrahma is supposed to be an anagamin non-returner, that is, a class of person who is incapable of returning to the Kama Loka. The story is significant by virtue of the fact that it identifies the figure of the Paccekabrahma with the category anagamin. Although the episode involving the other Paccekabrahmas, Subrahma and Sudavasa, does not explicitly refer to them as anagamin, some kind of savaka status must be applicable to them, since they are capable of instructing their fellow Brahmadevas in Dhamma. Therefore, it does seem to be the case that anagamin is a category which applies prospectively, not only to one who cultivates the Brahma Viharas within the framework of Buddhist doctrine, but also to a type of deity called Paccekabrahma. We shall now need to trace the process which led to Nibbana supplanting Brahma as the received concept of transcendence. The teaching of the Upanishads and the Buddhist interpretation of the Brahma Viharas both express their summum bonum in terms of identification or unification with Brahma, that is, as entry into the Brahma Loka. Furthermore, the use of Brahma Buddha and other Brahma epithets for the Buddha and Arahants shows that the Buddhistic tradition had affiliations with this conception of a summum bonum at some point in the course of its evolution. The fact that Brahma Buddha is also used to denote the Savaka who cultivates the Brahma Viharas would lead us to suppose it has a special association with the ascetic tradition which practiced these meditations. However, early Buddhism affirmed its critique of prevailing soteriologies, including the Brahma Vihara meditations, by situating its supreme attainment beyond the notion of a loka. In other words, it achieved the conceptual distinction of citing transcendence in the principle of loka absentia nibbana and kaya absentia anatta, rather than in loka maximus Brahma loka. The conception of loka maximus is perfectly exemplified by the meditational technique of the Brahma Viharas, since it is said that the adept's mind siddha expands outwards, pervading farati all directions, sabba loka sabba dissa. Prior to the development of the Brahma Viharas, the siddha is said to be parita small, confined, but through their development it grows or expands bhavita until it becomes subhavita well-developed and apamana unbounded. Given such a cosmological framework of loka maximus, it seems to us that the conception of siddham apamanam unbounded mind implies transcendence, that is, implies vimutti release. If instead the conceptual framework is loka and kaya absentia, as Buddhism traditionally affirms, then the Brahma Viharas would not alone be sufficient for the attainment of transcendence. The enigmatic category may therefore have come into existence as a bridging concept intended to reconcile the two contrasting concepts of transcendence. It is just possible that paccekabuddha was the original term for those who achieved the summum bonum before this doctrinal innovation happened, and when the enigmatic category was introduced to allow for the possibility of transcendence through entrance to the Brahma Loka, it was incidentally retained. If we are to posit the idea of an alteration in the conception of a summum bonum, then there is considerable evidence to suggest that the Dhamma of the Buddha is the new conception which replaces Brahma, Brahman, as the primary object of knowledge or gnosis for the new cultus. We have already seen that, according to the Nikayas, developing the Brahma Viharas is not of itself a sufficient medium for achieving transcendence, unless it is leavened by the Dhamma of the Buddha. Whether or not Buddhism happened to be familiar with the traditional Upanishadic soteriology of Atman Brahman, it remains to be said that a critique of its standpoint is implicit in the way Buddhism depicts the idea of the Brahma Loka. Accordingly, in the Nikayas, the Brahman hypostasis becomes anthropomorphized into the single figure of a self-professed supreme deity, Mahabrahma, and the Atman is represented by his sons or companions, Brahmakaika Devas, who rule individual lokas. The identification of the individual Atman and Supreme Atman could therefore be picturesquely depicted as individual persons becoming reborn in a Brahma Loka, it being deliberately left ambiguous whether they become Mahabrahma or one of his sons. These Devas still have a body kaya and inhabit a loka, therefore remain within samsara. By the same token, the Nikayas show the Brahma Vihara meditations as having a similar soteriological objective to the Upanishads. Thoughts or mind states citaso, such as metta, karuna, etc., are developed which correspond in anthropomorphic terms to the mind state of Brahma, or, in abstract terms, to the hypostatic principle of Brahman. Hence they are described as Brahma Vihara. Brahmam etam viharam idam ahu. This abode here, they say, is Brahman, and the siddha is made become bhavaya Brahman. It can now be shown more precisely in what way the Buddha's religion of Dhamma supersedes the religion of Brahman. The new dispensation is signified by turning the wheel of Dhamma, which is sometimes anachronistically referred to as the Brahmakaka. Similarly, the criterion of spiritual power, i.e. Aryapugala status, is no longer the possession of Brahma vision, Brahmachaku, but the acquisition of Dhamma vision, Dhammakaku. The eye of the Buddha, Buddhakaku. Samantakaku also supersedes the Brahma Kaku. On a number of fronts, the Buddha is seen to depose Mahabrahma, the anthropomorphic representation of the hypostatic principle of Brahman. Mahabrahma is made to entreat the Buddha to teach Dhamma as though he were either directly or inadvertently dependent or reliant on that teaching. Furthermore, the Buddha's Dhamma enables him to disappear from Brahma's range of vision, whereas Brahma does not have the power to vanish from the Buddha's sight. These themes and concepts signify that the Buddhist conception of transcendence is higher than the conception of Brahman, one of loka and kaya absentia rather than of loka maximus. It is this new conceptual understanding of what transcendence means in cosmological terms, which becomes the principle or criterion for that which in the post-Nikaya period distinguishes authentic Buddha-sasana from non-Buddha-sasana. Thus, the shibboleth of the new cultus becomes Dhamma rather than Brahman. As in the Brahmanic religion, the Kshatriya is born as a universal sovereign out of the Brahman that comes from the Brahmana. In Buddhism, the Buddha is born as a Kakavati by reason of the spiritual principle of Dhamma. Our basic findings concerning the ambiguous status of the Brahma-vihara meditations in Nikaya doctrine can be summarized as follows. In the first place, they were recognized to be a genuine form of spiritual practice. In the second place, they were admitted to be more archaic than Buddhism itself, though they were not practiced exclusively by Buddhists. The Buddhists made attempts to reconcile all these propositions with their commitment to the uniqueness and superiority of the Buddha's teaching. In order to alleviate the particular threat posed by the status of the Brahma Viharas as a more long-standing tradition than Buddhism, they utilized the device of the doctrine of the Buddha's former lives. It was declared that the Buddha himself had been responsible for discovering this system of meditations in one of his former existences. And the Buddhists succeeded in differentiating between Buddhist and non-Buddhist practitioners of the Brahma Viharas by introducing the device of the Anagamin category into their doctrines. The Brahma Viharas as a vehicle of transcendence. We shall now try to understand how in Buddhism the Brahma Viharas came to be recognized as a genuine form of spiritual practice and as a type of salvific agency. In order to do this, it is necessary to link our argument with remarks we made in Chapter 2 concerning the causal relationship between avihimsa and religious transcendence. We there saw how conduct based upon the principle of avihimsa proceeds to extinguish the sankhara's purposive activities and thereby starve kama of its fuel. According to Nikaya doctrine, the sankharas consist of three elements: intentions, views, and actions, which correspond, it will be noticed, to the triple faculties of mind manas, speech vaka, and body kaya, respectively. Since avihimsa is likewise defined in terms of the restraint of the threefold mind, speech, and body, we can see how it helps to eradicate the sankharas. In Buddhist doctrine, the total extinction of the sankharas is synonymous with transcendence or the ending of rebirth, for they are the producers of kama and so perpetuate conditioned existence. All beings are constituted through purposive activity, sabbe sata sankharatitika. Both avihimsa and the Brahma Viharas promote transcendence by causing the attrition of kama. The Nikayas provide an example with regard to the practice of metta. Furthermore, this freedom through the thought of loving kindness should be developed by man or woman. The man or woman whose mind crosses over death cannot take their body with them. Thus they know, whatever evil deed formerly done by me is done through the physical body. If brought to fruition here, it will not follow me across death. Formerly, this mind of mine was small, underdeveloped, but now this mind of mine is well developed, so that whatever form of kama there is will not last, will not remain. We see here that metta eliminates in the present body kama, which would otherwise come to fruition in a future existence. The individual no longer requires to be reborn as a human again, since the kama which leads to further rebirth will have been eradicated. That person goes on to become a non-returning deity in a non-kama-inducing existence, where all that remains is for him to cultivate the spiritual roots needed to realize nibbana. In another passage from the Nikayas, the transcendent potency of metta is expressed specifically in terms of its stilling upasama impact upon the sankharas. The bhikkhu who abides in loving kindness, has faith in the teaching of the Buddha, wins the sphere of calm and happiness, the stilling of purposive activity. Metavihari yo bhikkhu pasano, Buddha sasane adigache padam santam, sankharupasamam sukham. The phrase wins the sphere of calm and happiness implies that metta vihara leads not to anagammin status but to nibbana itself, since elsewhere in the Nikayas Santipada is a synonym for nibbana. It is not to be forgotten, however, that the practice of metta vihara is here complemented by faith in the Buddha's instruction. The Mahavastu version of this passage states unequivocally that the combination of faith in the Buddha's teaching with the attainment of the Brahma Viharas leads to nirvana. In addition, a passage in the Majjhima Nikaya testifies to the transcendent impact of the Brahma Viharas when practiced within the context of the Dhamma and Vinaya taught by the Buddha. Tathagatavavidam Dhamma Vinayam. They are said to result in inward assuaging, ajhatam vupasam, and liberation of self, vimutam atanam. The three passages just cited make it clear that early Buddhism did not fully resolve the question whether or not the Brahma Viharas led to Nibbana directly or via the Opapattika excursion. But they concur on the matter that the meditations must be complemented by faith in the teaching of the Buddha in order to serve as a vehicle of transcendence. Since the conditional clause of faith in the teaching of the Buddha determines whether they function as such a vehicle, we must now try to understand how precisely the faith element works. So far, we have seen that the spiritual potential of the Brahma Viharas lies in their propensity to tranquilize the sankharas. Earlier, we saw that the initial prerequisite for developing these meditations is the practice of samadhi, and samadhi is valued because it too conduces towards the gradual assuaging and cessation, nirodha, of the sankharas. Though always extolled and often represented as indispensable, samadhi is not of itself a sufficient condition for the realization of the ultimate spiritual goal of nibbana. By itself, samadhi is lokiya, mundane, and only becomes transcendent effective, lokutara, when complemented by insight, panna, that is, by the faculty of gnosis. The attainment of lokutara goals in Buddhism is always defined in terms of gnosis, and therefore the Brahma Viharas, qua samadhi, in isolation, cannot ensure transcendence. This can be shown through a brief examination of the concept of the sankharas according to the Nikayas. Firstly, entry onto the lokutara, that is, acquisition of savaka path status, comes by insight, panna, into the impermanence and suffering of all sankharas. All sankharas are impermanent. When through insight he sees this, he is disgusted by suffering. This is the way to purity. All sankharas are suffering. When through insight he sees this, he is disgusted by suffering. This is the way to purity. The form of panna here enunciated is synonymous with understanding, pajanati, the Four Noble Truths, another way of talking about entering the path, which is also described in terms of dissolving the sankharas. Those samana brahmana who know, pajananti, as it really is, the meaning of mas. This is dukkha, etc. Such delight not, anabharati, in the sankharas that lead to rebirth, lamentation, and despair. Not taking delight therein, no accumulation of sankharas takes place that leads to rebirth, etc. Panna is here seen to be the factor which causes release from attachment. Rescue from the sankharas presupposes knowledge of their bankrupt nature. The final stage, arahant status, is acquired by insight, panna too, in this case by insight into the additional third mark, anatta, no self. Whatever belongs to the five khandhas should by means of right insight be seen as it really is. Yathabhatam samapanaya dathabam. Thus, this is not mine, this am I not, this is not myself. Seeing, pasam, in this way, monks, the instructed disciple, Sutava Arya Savako, is disgusted, nibbindati, by form, feeling, perception, etc. Through disgust he is detached, through detachment he is liberated, vimukiti. In liberation there comes to be the knowledge nana, that I am freed. He knows, pajanati, rebirth is ended, the brahmacharya is fulfilled, done is what was to be done, there is no more of being such and such. It is therefore to be observed that the first stage of the path involves insight into the universality of dukkha and anicca, i.e., seeing the microcosm as anatta, and the last stage involves insight into the nature of the self, i.e., seeing the microcosm as anatta. only with this last stage are the sankharas extinguished once and for all. And this extinction is, once again, conceived as a form of gnosis, jnana. Knowing the extinction of the sankharas, you know the uncreate, sankharanam kayam natva akatanusi. Therefore, according to Buddhist doctrine, the complete cessation of the sankharas is equivalent to nibbana, but it is only finally brought about by a form of insight, panna. This is where the Brahmaviharas themselves appear to be insufficient. They can be practiced with or without the right soteriological objective. And the right soteriological objective is supplied or transmitted solely through the instruction of the Tathagata or Tathagata Savakas, or through those who have heard it of them. That the teaching of the Buddha was considered by his followers to represent a new and unique form of gnosis is also shown in the conclusions to the Makadeva and Mahagovinda Suttas, which emphasize that the Buddha's way is unprecedented and constitutes the only means to the realization of nibbana. These conclusions are arrived at in suttas, which have the Brahma Vihara meditations as their major theme. And the point is stressed in the text, lest anyone should mistakenly construe the Brahma Viharas by themselves to be a sufficient means of salvation. Our discussion has therefore shown us that the Buddhist conception of salvation not only consists of a form of gnosis, but of a unique form whose source is the person and teaching of the Buddha. By contrast, the Brahma Viharas do not comprise, qua samadhi, a gnosis, nor are they unique to the Buddha's teaching. Thus, in order to become transcendent effective, they must be interpreted from within the total framework of Buddhist doctrine. This is the reason why faith in the Dhamma of the Buddha is made a prerequisite for their successful practice salvifically. The paccekabuddha and the Savaka tradition. By way of concluding this chapter, we shall endeavor to show the relevance of these observations on the status of the Brahma Vihara meditations to our delineation of the paccekabuddha concept. In Chapter 3, we argued that the concept of the paccekabuddha referred to the tradition of shramanas, which existed prior to the formation of distinct sectarian groups. The beginnings of the Shramana movement were primarily marked by ways or methods of raising consciousness, namely, the emergence and application of yogic and meditational techniques, samadhi. Once these techniques had been developed and systematized, then factors of transmission and choice of emphasis came to play an important part in the tradition. This gave rise to different authorities, each claiming to possess the true and definitive form of gnosis. Accordingly, the paccekabuddha conception denotes the form of spirituality which characterized the nascent period of the acquisition of samadhi techniques prior to the articulation of systematic schemes of teaching and transmission. We shall now draw together the different strands of evidence throughout this study into a final, concerted interpretation. In Chapter 1, we saw how the concept of the muni was explicated doctrinally in terms of the three higher superknowledges, abhina. The last of these, the exhausting of the asavas, kinasava, represents the supreme attainment of arahant status. Although tradition recognizes the existence of four asavas: sense desire, kamasava, desire for existence, bhavasava, views, ditthasava, and ignorance, avijjasava. In actual fact, the majority of citations within the four Nikayas mention only the first three, omitting ignorance. This leads us to suppose that there were originally just 3 asavas, and this number was later amended to 4. Since ignorance is specifically defined as ignorance in respect of the 4 noble truths, it can be seen that its inclusion alongside the other asavas introduced the cultic element into the system of practice. For the 4 noble truths represent the essential teaching of the Buddha. If, therefore, we see the 4th asava as a cultic accretion, the remaining 3 form a natural counterpart to the 3 restraints, maniyani, which distinguish the muni. With control of body, kaya maniya, we may equate the cessation of bodily or sense desires, kamasava. With restraint of mind, manomaniya, cessation of the desire to persist as an individual, bhavasava, and with restraint of speech, vaisimanya, cessation of the imbalanced dominance of the intellect, ditthasava. It therefore becomes clear that the emphasis on right view, samadhithi, and right insight, samapana, in Buddhism expresses its existence essentially as a cultus, that is, as a tradition having a single authority, Sakyamuni, who makes known pakasati, the gnosis, gnana, to his followers, savaka. This is formally acknowledged by the occurrence of samadhithi, right view, at the beginning of the Noble Eightfold Path, and, correspondingly, faith in the Tathagata, Tathagat Sadam, as a precursor to following the path. We therefore suggest that avijja was appended to the asavas in their threefold formulation in order to accommodate the notion of the savaka, one who attains access to spiritual attainment by hearing from another. Our investigations have shown that the dominant ascetico-religious strains of practice in the Buddhist depiction of the figure of the paccekabuddha are iddhi, the Brahma Viharas, and Santi. In canonical Buddhism, these are all aspects of samadhi. Indeed, within the Gandhamadana mythical motif discussed in Chapter 2, the paccekabuddha is depicted as an adept of the attainment of the cessation of consciousness and perception, nirodha samapatti, the highest form of samadhi according to Pāli tradition, and only possible to those who have already realized either nibbana or anagamin status. In addition, the Brahma Viharas and iddhi have in common the fact that they are older than Buddhism. Both figure within Buddhist practice, and both possess an ambiguous status. The use of iddhi patihariam daseti is regarded as both good and bad, depending on the circumstances. And cultivating the Brahma Viharas can lead either to nibbana or to a dugati destination. In order to achieve full legitimacy, both iddhi and the Brahma Viharas had to be complemented by sasana, the Brahma Viharas by Buddhasasana, iddhi by Anusasana. Iddhi specifically, Adhitthana iddhi, and the Brahma Viharas specifically, Metavihara, also have the following in common. They provide access to the Brahma Loka. Their manifestations are nonverbal viz, visual display, and thought power, and they both feature transformations. The fact that they share these same features and are both closely associated with the figure of the paccekabuddha are an indication that a period of revision took place, marking the transition from the era of the paccekabuddha to that of the hearer savaka, or recipient of gnosis from another. In our analysis of the visual characteristics of the paccekabuddha, we saw that his essential charm stemmed from his tranquility santi. Tranquility and equanimity are also primary distinguishing characteristics of the figure of the muni depicted in the earliest Nikaya stratum. In the Magandiya Sutta, for instance, we find the rather striking description of the muni as one who professes or holds the doctrine of tranquility, muni santivado, rather than the doctrines of views ditti, tradition sutta, gnosis, or works silabata, or their denial. Here, the truly transcendent aspect of the summum bonum prohibits it from being represented in any other terms than inward peace, ajahatam santim. In other words, since it is a mode of being, it cannot be conceptualized. It is for this very reason that the notion of transmission is inherently problematic. There was a real danger of misleading or misdirecting the aspirant by providing him with further and perhaps more sophisticated and elaborate objects of grasping gahana, instead of assisting him to achieve self-transformation. This observation can be used to support the idea that the emergence of recognized forms of transmission was a slowly evolving feature of the Buddhistic tradition, and to account for the existence of a triple Buddhology, paccekabuddha, Samasambuddha, and Arahant, i.e., Savaka. Consequently, we can formulate the following pattern of correspondence. Paccekabuddha transmission in its formative stages, Samasambuddha transmission comes of age, Savaka beneficiary of transmission. Thus, the Savaka regards the Samasambuddha as exceptional Sabanu omniscient, because the latter has resolved the antinomy of transmitting that which is untransmittable in terms of the traditional sources of transmission, emphasis on either doctrines, views, tradition, gnosis, and works. But in elevating the Buddha to this special status, the Savaka, inadvertently and ironically, creates a cultus and falls into the same trap. He creates yet another form of doctrine, view, etc. The subsequent history of Buddhism, viz., Mahayanist forms, is a tale of its attempts to extricate itself from this dilemma, that is, the one of doctrine inhibit practice. The later and post-Nikaya doctrine of the limited salvific powers of the Paccekabuddha does not categorically affirm that he did not teach or that he did not intend to teach. To construe the Paccekabuddha to be a silent ascetic is a misconception, even though silence is a strong element in his makeup. There are three relatively simple explanations for his reticence of speech. Firstly, the transcendental experience is inherently difficult to communicate, as is testified by the story of the Buddha's hesitation to teach and his silent gesture of the upheld lotus flower. Secondly, restraint in speech is regarded as a necessary condition of self-discipline and a natural corollary of meditation. Thirdly, the Paccekabuddha is incapable of articulating the Dhamma in a systematic and all-encompassing way. The capacity to articulate universal truths is the prerogative exclusively of Sakyamuni and other Sammasambuddhas, the founder of the Bhikkhu Sangha. The commentarial tradition, nevertheless, recognizes the existence of a tradition of words Bhasitani spoken by Paccekabuddhas. But one very conspicuous thing about these words, the verses of the Kaggavisana Sutta and the Samanabhadra verses, see Appendix 3, is that nowhere among them is there a reference to a doctrine that could be classed as specifically Buddhist or markedly sectarian. The one exception is reference to the Brahma Viharas in the Kaggavisana Sutta, and we have seen that these were an archaic and transsectarian ascetical practice. There is no mention, for instance, of the Four Noble Truths. In the Pāli commentaries, there are a number of references to persons themselves becoming paccekabuddhas through encountering paccekabuddhas and listening to their words. There is the story, for instance, of the young Brahmana, Susima. Wanting to find the end of learning Sipasa Pariyosanam, he is advised to visit the Isis, i.e., paccekabuddhas at Isipatana. They persuade him to become a pabhajita and teach him the basic duties of the ascetic life. In due course, he attains paccekabodhi. Again, there is mention of an elder called Nalaka, who penetrates the knowledge of paccekabodhi after receiving moral instruction ovada from paccekabuddhas. It is to be noticed, however, that these examples place emphasis on the role of the aspirant's own effort and initiative in bringing about paccekabodhi, rather than the efficacy of the Paccekabuddha's instruction. The story of Nalaka is in fact an ad hoc one, used by the commentators to demonstrate the potency of a particular faculty known as quick understanding ughatitanu. Such examples do not, in principle, contravene the dictum that paccekabuddhas attain enlightenment on their own. For the association with paccekabuddhas and their words acts as the same sort of triggering mechanism as the incident or event that plays the formative role in the definitive explanations of how paccekabodhi comes about. In terms of our analysis of the derivation of the paccekabuddha concept, the need was obviously felt, at the stage coincidental with the production of later canonical material, to clarify the soteriological significance of these paragons of the past relative to the figure and persons of the Buddha. We indicated earlier the reason behind this particular imperative. If paccekabuddhas could bring others to enlightenment, then there is nothing special or unique about Sakyamuni, and a fortiori the Savaka tradition which he founded. Here, again, there are analogies with the Buddhist treatment of the Brahma-vihara tradition. If it is possible to achieve transcendence through these meditations independently of the Buddha teaching, his teaching cannot be uniquely significant. Therefore, we are led to conclude that the assertion that the Paccekabuddha did not teach is to be understood as a technical and doctrinal judgment, the explanation for which belongs to the realm of Buddhist dogma. For the prime motivating force in the growth of the Savaka tradition was the belief in the uniqueness of their master Sathar. This is evident from the choice of the figure of Kakavati, universal sovereign, to interpret the salvific role and significance of the Buddha. But having made this point clear, it remains apparent that the dogmatic strictures placed upon the paccekabuddha are to some extent backed by the character of the utterances which comprise the alleged sayings of paccekabuddhas, as well as by the accentuation given to their visual rather than verbal impact. There is little to make us suppose that they had arrived upon a method of transmission which could pilot the aspirant to a prescribed attainment. This instruction is noticeably more exhortatory than systematic or conceptual, emphasizing the perils of the senses, the indispensability of renunciation, and the formalities of mendicancy. The form of this instruction suggests that they belong to an earlier, more rudimentary phase in the renunciation tradition. We have tried to indicate that Buddhism places an emphasis on gnosis, and that this was a corollary of the growth of the Savaka tradition, notably the growth and extension of the Shramana movement itself. In a similar way, Buddhism claimed to represent a unique form of gnosis is a sign of the appearance of rival sectarian groups within the Shramana movement. What we are seeing in the representation of the figure of the paccekabuddha is by and large a picture of a state of affairs prior to the appearance of a form of gnosis that shows signs of advanced adaptation systematically and doctrinally. It seems that these features are the inevitable result of a change from an esoteric to a more exoterically grounded tradition, as the impact of the sramanas upon society gradually increased. However, this effectively meant the growing effeteness of the powers of samadhi and abhina within the Savaka tradition. There is a sense in which their slow exhaustion, at least within the Theravada tradition, was already assured by that tradition's de-accentuation on the techniques and powers knowledge of former lives and of other people, traditionally bolstering their notion of world transcendence. Both the meditational techniques and gnosis phases of the tradition, however, interpret transcendence to mean detachment viraga. In the initial period, detachment from the sense faculties, both as a moral sila and a meditational samadhi criterion, resulted in experiences which gave the impression of the faculty through which they took place, the mind or consciousness citta, as super powerful and transcendent. So, for example, the Brahmaviharas, specifically Metavihara, a meditational technique typifying this incipient period, were characterized in terms of the citta growing and expanding from a small and restricted to an unbounded, immeasurable, transcendent faculty. Irrespective of finer conceptual formulations characterizing the doctrine of anatta, the realization of the Brahmaviharas presupposes a notion of selflessness tantamount to that described by anatta. In this case, the selflessness is expressed as a growing, expansive process, rather than as the negation of all wrong gnoses. The Buddhist emphasis on the negation of gnoses, i.e. views, is to be seen as its own particular form of response to a multi-sectarian environment. Bearing in mind this distinction between a state of affairs in which persons were pioneering states of non-attachment realization and a situation where relative novices were being initiated into doctrines by way of verbal transmission, we can see that the stipulations imposed upon, for example, the Brahmaviharas as a means of transcendence, were the consequence of the eventual predominance of the Savaka adherent. And the Savaka is, of course, the source and stimulus of the cultus organization itself. Consequently, the so-called problem of whether to characterize early Buddhism as a religion of empiricism or a religion of faith or revelation is dissolved when we explain the rise of historical Buddhism as the occasion of a transition from a paccekabuddha or muni independent striving to a savaka hearing from another tradition. Early Buddhism retained many of the characteristics of its ascetico-religious experimental background, but these were gradually and increasingly the casualties of the growth of an emphasis on the transmission of received doctrine. This emphasis signifies the transition from a muni to a savaka tradition, and the emergence of the form of cultus, which subsequently became the Buddhist religion. Conclusion. The purpose of this study has been to show that the Paccekabuddha is an ascetic figure of crucial importance to our understanding of the origins of the Buddhist religion. If paccekabuddhas actually existed, as we have argued, then questions have to be raised about their relationship historically and doctrinally to Sakyamuni, the founder of Buddhism. The process of determining their identity has important implications for determining the identity and uniqueness of the figure of the Buddha also. Another reason for contending the importance of the Paccekabuddha revolves around the subject of what existed before Buddhism, its historical antecedents. Our explorations into the topic of the Paccekabuddha have of necessity drawn us into examining the ascetico-religious background to the emergence of the Buddhist tradition. The key factor in our search after the identity of Paccekabuddhas has proved to be the custom and institution of renunciation. The kinds of spirituality and modes of conduct which are the hallmarks of Buddhism, could not have come into being had they not been long nurtured by means of the ascetic phenomenon of renunciation. The evidence produced in this study points towards the Paccekabuddhas as the first renouncers or earliest shramanas. This evidence has principally centered around a core of legend common to a number of sectarian traditions, which relates the story of a mythical king of Videha. Analysis of the different versions of this story have revealed this king to be the mythical progenitor of the custom of renunciation, the primordial Shramana, the prototype Paccekabuddha, and a paradigm of spirituality. Our conclusion with respect to the identity of the Paccekabuddhas, therefore, is that they are the common ascetic tradition out of which the Shramanic movements of Buddhism and Jainism emerged as sectarian manifestations. This theory of their identity explains the presence of the concept in both Buddhism and Jainism, and accounts for the resemblance of these traditions doctrinally, ethically, and soteriologically. We have tried to explain the Paccekabuddha's ambiguous status within Buddhism by arguing the case that there existed two distinct phases in the evolution of the Shramana tradition, the Paccekabuddha and the Savaka phases. The figure of the Paccekabuddha can be assigned to the period in the evolution of the Shramana tradition, from its inception as a movement of renunciation among the Satriyas of the region of Videha, to a time when, owing to the increased impetus toward proselytization, it splintered into different sectarian groups with variant interpretations of doctrine and practice. This growth in proselytization gradually gave rise to the concept of the Savaka, disciple, or adherent. The notion of the Savaka was eventually to supersede the prior concept of the muni or ekakaran, the pre-sectarian individual ascetic. An interesting historical counterpart to this kind of transition occurs also at a later period in the development of the Buddhist tradition, namely in the rise of the Mahayana. Here the notion of the Sravaka or Arahant was overtaken by the concept of the Bodhisattva as a religious ideal. The religious and philosophical characteristics of the pre-sectarian phase in the Shramana movement may be summarized as centering upon the perception or awareness of the universality of suffering, dukkha, and impermanence, anicca. This contemplative or meditational orientation gave rise to the notion that there is a causal stimulus, e.g. pratyaya, nimitta, underlying these forms of awareness. This causal stimulus was the Shramana's counterpart of the Veda or Shruti. For the Shramanas, the principle of revelation resided immanently and therefore dynamically within the world, rather than in a fixed object of reference, oral tradition, and with a select body of intermediaries, the Brahmanical priesthood. The notion of truth being immanent made it all that much harder for the transmission of truth to take place. Hence, the earliest conception of a Buddha, one who has awoken to the truth, is synonymous with self-realization only. The concept of teacher or instructor therefore emerged only gradually within this tradition and would have applied to those who possessed the capacity to identify the appropriate causal stimulus for a given individual. Both the Buddha and Mahavira were reputed to have possessed such powers, qua doctrines of omniscience. The theory of the Paccekabuddha's pre-sectarian identity is supported by his representation in terms of samadhi characteristics, that is, in terms of his meditational technique and accomplishments, rather than as a purveyor of doctrinal assertions. We have also noted the importance of the use of light imagery as a graphic way of showing these meditational accomplishments. We therefore submit that the concept of light plays a central role in the phenomenology of religious meditational attainment, characterizing the pre-Buddhist tradition. The reader may note with some interest that this phenomenology reemerges as a conspicuous feature within the Mahayana tradition. An ancillary theme within this study has been the argument that the moral and philosophical postulate of avihimsa, refraining from harming, provides the clue to understanding the development of ascetico-religious powers in the proto-sramana tradition. In its proper articulation, avihimsa entailed discipline of the triple faculties of body, mind, and speech, which in turn necessitated withdrawal from the outside world. A practice which centered itself upon the heart of man's volition led to the expansion of volitional powers. These gave rise to the two types of religious experience which characterize this tradition: world-transforming and world-transcending power. Both forms of power characterize the Buddha and the paccekabuddhas. Our argument with regard to avihimsa has implied that these forms of power were originally part of a single integrated conception. When, in the post-Sakyamuni era, it was perceived that there were inherent dangers in manifestations of magic for a tradition intent upon winning adherents or converts, then a doctrinal distinction was created between the two forms of power. That the figure of the paccekabuddha seems to be something of a Janus in the Buddhist sources. A solitary wandering mendicant, muni, and an adept of magic, isai, is not therefore because the concept was based on more than one type of ascetic. Rather, it is attributable to early Buddhism's insistence that a distinction be maintained between them. We have seen that to pose the question of whether paccekabuddhas still existed at the time of the Buddha is in some respects to misunderstand the significance of the paccekabuddha within Buddhism. Buddhist legend presents paccekabuddhas as existing until the time of the Buddha's birth, when suddenly they cease to exist. To be excluded from existing by this kind of doctrinal fiat only goes to show how far doctrinal categories have been superimposed upon their interpretation. We are therefore led to conclude that the concept of paccekabuddha functions as the canonical and post-canonical designation for the category of persons who, in the period prior to the advent of the Buddha, were regarded as sufficiently worthy in status to be canonized as enlightened ones. Nevertheless, we have maintained that they passed into the Buddhist tradition already conferred with this or a kindred status, and that therefore the title paccekabuddha was merely a de jure recognition of a de facto situation. In short, the transition from a pre-Buddhist to a post-Buddhist situation was not marked by a break or dislocation in the tradition, but itself formed a historical continuum. The Buddhist tradition could no more disassociate itself from these forerunner paradigmatic figures than a newborn child can sever its own umbilical cord. In the light of the gradual spread, growth, and impact of renunciation, however, there are strong grounds for supposing that the term paccekabuddha may not itself have been the oldest appellation for these ascetics. In this regard, we have seen that the term muni has a heritage reaching back to the Veda and is used exclusively to refer to enlightened persons in the oldest stratum of Buddhist sources. We have also argued that even the Buddhistic description for this figure may have undergone revision, such as from Paccekabrahma to Paccekabuddha. Apart from denoting an enlightened being, the concept paccekabuddha we have seen also denotes in Buddhist doctrine someone who is incapable of teaching Dhamma or initiating another into Savaka status. We have suggested that this is a dogmatic stricture superimposed by the Savaka tradition itself in order to differentiate its own master from a long-standing tradition of Buddhas or spiritual paragons. Nevertheless, it is vital that this type of formal pronouncement should be seen in its proper context. The issue of transmission has a special problematic significance of its own in Buddhism. The nature of truth in Buddhism is such that it is not essentially creedal, but concentrated in individualized religious experience. In view of this basic premise, it would have taken some time historically for an adequate and public conceptual apparatus to appear, and there would always be room for a category of person who was specifically deficient in this dimension of spirituality. Owing to this flaw in his makeup, the paccekabuddha has, in Mahayana teaching, become synonymous with the idea of the selfish and short-sighted ascetic. But we have shown, contrary to this interpretation, that he is not lacking in goodwill or intention. His soteriological limitations should not be construed as an indication of flawed intentions on his part. We have submitted that originally there was just a single Buddhology represented by the figure and conception of the muni. The dual Buddhology signified by the terms paccekabuddha and samaṇa was developed by followers of Sakyamuni as a way to sanction and justify their claims for him to be regarded as unique. The inspiration for the distinction between the samaṇa and the paccekabuddha they derived from the prestigious secular concept of the universal sovereign, Cakravartin. Meanwhile, it has never been the purpose of this study to answer the question why it happened to be the person of Siddhartha who was selected out in this way. The Napoleonic question of how and why a great man arises is one of the imponderables of history and sociology, personal charisma, individual originality, a coming together of historical forces, etc. This study has simply striven to show that the figure of the Buddha formed part of a historical continuum of spirituality, the paradigm Shramana. We have tried to argue that the mythical concept of a plurality of Buddhas, acknowledged by Buddhist tradition and accredited textually, must have had some basis or expression in historical fact.